Chapter 2167. Actually, you are not a person from that era. After drinking a few cups of immortal brew, the dwarf became talkative. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "From the very beginning, I knew you were not a person from that era." Lin Fei was no longer in danger. Naturally, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. "How can you tell?" The dwarf laughed. "I had a name in that era. People called me a war criminal." Although the dwarf said it very softly, Lin Fei subconsciously shivered. These two words were filled with intense killing intent. This feeling came in a very strange way. Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. To be suppressed in a sealed world, he was not a simple person. If they could kill him, no one would be unwilling to suppress him. There was no need to do so. "I am also curious. It is rare for you to grow to such a level in a sealed world. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of that unparalleled expert." The dwarf was very serious. "In my impression, other than the reincarnation of an unparalleled expert, you are the first person to cultivate to this realm in just a few hundred years." Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He thought to himself, "I have an invincible system. Otherwise, I am nothing." This world was more dangerous than he imagined. "You can treat me as a proud son of heaven, and a very powerful one at that." Lin Fei laughed. "I have a few questions in my heart. I wonder if you can answer them for me." Lin Fei believed that the dwarf would say it. "No problem." The dwarf did not refuse. "I lost to you, so you are qualified to know my name. You are one of the few who know my name. My name is Wuxia. What a domineering name. With a preconceived impression, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity for such a good name. "I know what you are thinking. If I say that this appearance is not my original appearance, would you believe me?" Lin Fei was a little surprised. Then he said seriously, "I believe you. If you have any questions, you can ask them now." Wuxia said, "If you had not defeated me, I would have forgotten my own name. I've almost forgotten my own name. It's been too long." Lin Fei did not think too much about it. "I'd like to know what's going on with the sealed world and the secrets of the mountain god emperor." Lin Fei was not a wishy-washy person. He wanted to know the answer to all of these questions. Seal the world. This is a good place. If we really want to talk about the sealed world, it can be traced back to before the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Wuxia said with a tinge of sadness. "You should know about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The current world of the 33 sacred heavens was only formed later. Every world of the sacred heavens is actually just a fragment world." Lin Fei was shocked. With Wuxia's explanation, Lin Fei had a brand new understanding of the world of the 33 holy heavens, which he thought was extremely awesome. Only 33 fragments were formed. A long time ago, a place called the Savage World was the ruler of this place. The 33 holy heavens might seem huge, but in reality, it was far from the size of the Wildlands world. In fact, it was not even a third the size of the Wildlands world. Back then, in order to achieve eternal life, sect master-level experts fought each other. At that time, the experts could move mountains and fill the seas. They grasped terrifying sacred arts and were far stronger and more terrifying than they are now, Wuxia recalled. Later on, the battle spread to the entire savage world. The entire savage world was plunged into misery and suffering. Sect master-level experts fell continuously. Lin Fei had never imagined that there would be such a secret in this world of his. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the sealed world and the mysterious sky world were not ordinary. That feeling was indescribable. From the looks of it, it was indeed true. His intuition was still very reliable. Later on in the savage world, the war did not stop. Even ancient experts and unparalleled experts joined in. In the end, the savage world was blasted into fragments. Sect master-level experts were unparalleled experts and even top powerhouses. All of them were affected by the power of the savage world and fell one by one. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Would the power of a world being blasted into fragments be so great? Although he did not know how strong sect master-level experts were, Lin Fei could imagine that they were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the power produced by the destruction of a world? Wu Mingzhan sneered, "Oof, the savage world is not an ordinary world. If it was an ordinary world, even if they destroyed 100 or even 10,000 of them, it would not be a problem for those experts. However, the savage world is different. It was the first existence of this world. With it, other worlds appeared. We call the savage world by another name, the world ancestor." With the word ancestor added, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. Those sect master-level experts reaped what they sowed. If they did not fall, they were destroyed. Wu Mingzhan continued coldly. Later on, some weaker experts found fragments of the savage world in the violent and chaotic vortex. Finally, with their unparalleled divine powers, they condensed the world of the 33 sacred heavens, which is the world of the 33 sacred heavens that you see now. Lin Fei knew that this dwarf's background was not simple. Even if he was not an unparalleled expert of the past, he was at least a sect master-level existence. He knew more about what happened in the past than them. You said that they destroyed reincarnation. Could it be that they are still in the 33 sacred heavens world? Perhaps they will return one day? Lin Fei thought of the words Wu Mingzhan had left behind before he was destroyed. "It seems you have thought of it." Zhan Wuming revealed a rare smile. In the end, they are still unrivaled powerhouses, sect master-level powerhouses. After a long period of reincarnation, it should be about time for them to return. Are you afraid? A trace of fear flashed in Lin Fei's heart, but it was crushed in an instant. Even if they returned, he still had the ability to contend with them. I reached this realm at such a young age. So what if they return? Besides, even if they return, they will not notice me. I have all the time in the world to slowly accumulate strength. Wu Mingzhan smiled again. What you said is correct. Unfortunately, you made a huge mistake. You fused the heart of the heavenly Dao with the blood sacrificial altar and refined a new treasure. This is the root of your misfortune. Lin Fei guessed some things, and his expression turned ugly. Chapter 2168. Secret. An earth-shattering secret. The news from Wu Mingzhan was absolutely shocking. Who would have known that the 33 sacred heavens world was actually formed from a fragment of the savage world? The savage world was even destroyed by the combined forces of the unparalleled experts. Any one of these pieces of news was enough to make one swallow an egg. What made Lin Fei even more unhappy was that the heart of Heaven Dao and blood sacrificial altar that he had refined were the treasures of the Heaven Dao old ancestor and the Yellow Springs cult leader. Demand? That was a little scary. These peerless experts who had died could be reborn through reincarnation. They could even snatch their treasures from your hands. Now that the treasure is in my hands, even if the original owner comes, he will have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei sneered. Even if they can return, it's not certain who will be the one to kill who. They were famous, but that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid of them. He had the invincible system. As long as there were enough experts to kill, he could continuously increase his strength. The speed of his improvement was like sitting on a rocket. Wu Mingzhan had an inexplicable thought. Perhaps, this Di Tian would turn the world upside down in the future. From a long time ago, Wu Mingzhan had been paying attention to Di Tian. To be able to go from a small world to an overlord and become a peak expert of a sealed world, it was truly beyond imagination. At that time, Wu Mingzhan did not really pay attention to him. At that time, he was planning for the future. Regretfully, Di Tian was like a dark horse that appeared, suppressing all geniuses along the way. By the time Zhan Wuming reacted, Di Tian had already matured to the extent where he could stand against him. This was simply an unbelievable matter. Up until now, he still couldn't believe this ending. You are indeed the most confident person I have ever seen. If I had chosen you back then. Perhaps, Lin Fei snorted. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. You are destined to be disappointed. If it was really from the start, Lin Fei would not have had a chance to resist. God Emperor Mountain Space. What secrets are hidden? Lin Fei raised another question. This question had been on his mind for a while now. Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, No matter which one it was priceless. Although it was worth fighting for among the 33 holy heavens, it was not as important as it seemed. Lin Fei did not believe that they would come down at all costs just for these things. Perhaps they really did have their own motives. Actually, you shouldn't know this secret. Zhang Wuming glanced at Di Tian. That will be a vortex that will devour people. Even I, who has grasped a portion of the heavenly Tao's heart, would not dare to step into the space of Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei sensed something. The God Emperor mountain was indeed strange. A whirlpool is not a whirlpool. I don't mind, I just want to know the secrets behind it. I believe that the older generation won't be stingy with the inside information. Lin Fei was all smiles as he poured another cup of immortal wine. Zhang Wuming finished the immortal brew in one gulp. Since you want to know, I'll tell you what I know. The final decision is in your hands. Zhang Wuming took a deep breath and said slowly, God Emperor Mountain. The greatest secret over the years, I've slowly discovered this, according to my conjecture. The space of Mount God Emperor was formed from a piece of the desolate world. At the same time, it is also a part of the essence of the desolate world. That's why it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits and the heavenly Yuan spirit fish. It's the only place in the world. This was a piece of explosive news. Lin Fei had guessed it before, but it was far from what Zhang Wuming had said. It was on a completely different level. A piece of the desolate world. This was truly shocking news. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits, the heavenly Yuan spirit fish, and the heavenly Yuan dragon. Previously, he was curious as to why the space of Mount God Emperor would have such dense heavens will energy. Now, it seemed like it was because of the desolate world. Zhang Wuming chuckled when he saw Di Tian's expression. Back then, when I came to this conclusion, I was also extremely shocked. I initially thought that this secret would never be revealed. As for the masters of the 33 sacred heavens, their goal was also to obtain a trace of the origin energy of the mountain god emperor. At the mention of the origin energy, Zhang Wuming's expression changed. Back then, in order to break through to the final realm, the unparalleled experts crazily plundered the origin energy, resulting in the destruction of the desolate world. The origin energy could be said to be the main culprit. Lin Fei really didn't know the origin of the origin energy. But he had a thought in his mind. If he could refine the origin energy, he believed that his strength would increase very quickly. Starting from the strength of 300 billion, every increase became slower. Killing someone with a strength of over 1 billion would at most increase his strength by a few 100,000, or even less, maybe only a few tens of thousands. When his strength neared 300 billion, the speed of increase started to slow down. Lin Fei was very interested in the origin energy. Perhaps this thing could help him increase his strength by a lot. So it's for the origin energy. But why didn't I discover it before? Lin Fei was quite curious. Lin Fei searched the space of Mount God Emperor a few times, but in the end he didn't find anything. The origin energy, that is the strongest power in the world. And the profoundness of the origin energy, you can actually see it, unless your strength reaches an extremely high realm. Lin Fei frowned. Since I can't find it, then how can the master of the 33 holy heavens snatch the origin energy? If he didn't know, there was no need for Lin Fei to pretend to know. He had just asked the little devil, and the little devil said that the origin energy wasn't easy to find. At least for now, he couldn't do it. The invincible system didn't know everything. Alright. Lin Fei was speechless. The origin energy isn't easy to find, but the origin energy will give birth to a mysterious existence known as the origin tree. After a certain period of time, the origin tree will bear origin fruits. Every time, it will bear 9 origin fruits. Each fruit contains a portion of the origin energy. After refining, one's strength will increase by a lot, saving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei was really tempted. Now, Lin Fei finally understood their intentions. Everything else was fake. The origin fruit was what they really wanted. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei might never have found out about the origin fruit. It could save tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei even suspected that consuming the origin fruit could increase his strength by hundreds of billions. There was no doubt about this. However, it's not good news for you. When the origin fruit is about to ripen, the space of Mount God Emperor will connect to the 33 holy heavens and open a door. They can send their clones into the space of Mount God Emperor. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 2169. Bad news. It was really bad news. With the appearance of the origin source fruit, Lin Fei was in a good mood. His chance to increase his strength had come. Damn it, I was only happy for a short while, and now you're giving me bad news. Do you want to continue chatting happily? If not for the fact that Zhan Wuming was extremely hard to kill, even if his physical body was sealed, Lin Fei wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. People like him were born with extraordinary constitutions. This is really bad news. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. If it was before, I could use the heart of the heavenly Dao to forcefully imitate the heavenly Dao and suppress their strength. Now that I don't have the heart of the heavenly Dao, they can send their clones down. Their battle prowess can reach 50% of their original strength. Other than them, there are also other forces coming in to snatch the resources of the God Emperor Mountain. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. A clone with 50% battle prowess is enough to make you suffer. Zhan Wuming said meaningfully. Zhan Wuming was very interested to know how Di Tian was going to deal with this danger. I wonder how long it will take for them to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei asked as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Fei had sealed Zhan Wuming, he had brought two pieces of bad news. The former was still fine. Who knew when those people would return? As for the latter, Lin Fei had to worry about. Lin Fei had offended every single one of the lords of the 33 holy heavens. He had even offended the lord of the 7th holy heavens. Once the space of the God Emperor Mountain connected to the fragment worlds of the ancient wilderness world, Lin Fei could imagine them hunting him down. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was just one of the worlds in the sealed world. There was a high possibility that they would kill their way out. 5 years. 5 years later, the power of the origin source will connect to the other fragments of the ancient wilderness world. You don't have much time left. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. 5 years. I have time to prepare. Some of the doubts in his heart were resolved. Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt a little pressured. There was a saying that knowing too much might not be a good thing. Lin Fei knew many secrets. In the entire closer's world, only a handful of people knew about this secret. Whether it was the heavenly Dao ancestor, the Yellow Spring sect leader, or the lords of the 33 sacred heavens who were about to enter the space of the Mount God Emperor, none of them were small matters. In 5 years, I swept through the entire Divine Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei was determined. He had an idea in his mind. Not only did Lin Fei learn about the origins of the closer's world from Zhan Wuming, but he also learned about some long-lost secrets and the cause and effect of the closer's world. At the same time, he also knew some of the latter's realms. For example, the Battle Emperor in reality had a total of 10 stars. The lowest was a 1-star Battle Emperor, and the strongest was a 10-star Battle Emperor. At this realm, the division of strength also began to change. No one knew exactly when the realms began to change, but it was passed down like this. Reaching the War Emperor realm. It was the division of power. After Lin Fei understood, he suddenly realized why the system used such a method to evaluate. It turned out that there was a reason, and it did not come out of nowhere. 1-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 100 million and 1 billion. 2-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 1 billion and 3 billion. 3-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 3 billion and 9 billion. 4-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 9 billion and 20 billion. 5-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 20 billion and 40 billion. 6-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 40 billion and 70 billion. 7-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 70 billion and 120 billion. 8-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 120 billion and 230 billion. 9 stars Battle Emperor. Battle power between 230 billion and 400 billion. 10-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 400 billion and 499. 9 billion. Above the 10-star Battle Emperor was the Giant Realm. Every Giant Realm expert's minimum strength was 500 billion. This kind of Giant Realm expert, any one of them could easily kill a Battle Emperor expert. Although the difference in strength was not big, no matter how outstanding a 10-star Battle Emperor's talent was, he was still unable to cross that threshold. The Giant Realm experts were also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced Giant Realm experts. They were great perfection Giant Realm experts. Every realm, the strength was earth-shaking. The lords of the 33 holy heavens were all Giant Realm experts, and their strength was above 500 billion. Previously, although the projection's strength was not strong, it was suppressed by Zhan Wuming's heart of heavenly Tao. Now, without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, a clone with 50% of its strength was at least a 10-star Battle Emperor expert. The only fortunate thing was that the God Emperor Mountain space had the origin energy, which suppressed the Giant Realm experts to the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. This meant that Lin Fei still had a chance to fight. Lin Fei left with the pressure. Zhan Wuming was still suppressed, and the seal in his body was still there. Dian, who are you? This kind of strength has reached the level of a 9-stars Battle Emperor. Perhaps, it won't be long before you step into the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. In the future, you will be another Giant Realm expert. Lin Fei could not hear Zhan Wuming's voice. At this moment, Lin Fei felt the pressure. God Emperor Mountain space. Lin Fei returned to the God Emperor Mountain space immediately. Do you think what Zhan Wuming said is true? Lin Fei asked Little Demoness. It's true. No one can lie in front of the system. Little Demoness said with disdain. In 5 years, Master can completely wipe out the remaining Sky Yuan giant dragons and possibly reach the limit of a 9-stars Battle Emperor. With Master's 18 clones, as long as you have enough destiny points, you can even kill a 10-star Battle Emperor without any problems. Lin Fei nodded. The 18 clones in his trump card were already amazing. Although they had the bad habit of consuming destiny points, Lin Fei could still hold on for now. There were about 400 to 500 Sky Yuan spirit fish in total, and each one could last for a long time. Lin Fei did not eat the Sky Yuan spirit fish for the time being as the effects were average. Lin Fei planned to give it to his wives, Wushuang Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others, so that they could break through in one go. Lin Fei's battle power was close to 300 billion. The level of a 9-stars Battle Emperor wasn't something that the Sky Yuan spirit fish could increase. It was possible in the early stages, but not in the later stages. Lin Fei decided to take advantage of the 5 years to sweep the God Emperor Mountain space clean. Everyone in the city moved out of the God Emperor Mountain space. Chapter 2170. Rumble. Following a loud rumble, numerous divine senses locked onto the source of the sound. Especially in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the lords of the sacred heavens directed their powerful divine senses to a specific location. On this day, regardless of whether it was the sealed world or the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they could all sense a huge fluctuation coming from the heaven and earth. All the forces, big and small, knew that something big had happened. Some of the forces that had never appeared in the outside world started to move. An undercurrent started to flow. In a certain independent space. Father, I'm here. Within a splendid palace, be it the decorations on the pillars or any other aspect, everything was filled with an ancient aura. At the same time, there were a series of statues erected within the palace, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Even though it was just a statue, it possessed an incomparably powerful battle intent. At this moment, there was a handsome young man with a domineering aura. The young man came to the end of the palace. At the end of the palace was a throne, on which sat a mysterious man wearing a golden mask. His body was surrounded by a black hole filled with destructive chi. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The experts of my clan have calculated that the origin fruit is about to ripen. As your father, I want you to go and snatch the origin fruit. Are you willing to go? The mysterious masked man said lightly. I am willing to go. The young man said domineeringly. This time, the lords of the 33 sacred heavens will all go, but their combat power will be greatly suppressed. This is the Ghost King sword that your father has refined for you. There is a 10-star Battle Emperor single-horned Ghost King sealed in this sword. With this sword, even the lords of the sacred heavens will not dare to underestimate you. A black sword that emitted a chilling aura floated in the air. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The origin fruit is about to appear. The future glory of our clan lies in this opportunity. In a chilly space, the entire space was filled with a desolate aura. In a gloomy cave abode. At this moment, there were more than 10 elders gathered. Each of them had a shriveled body. But their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. The space of the mountain of God Emperor is formed by the essence of the wasteland world. It is born to suppress the strong. The limit of a 10-star Battle Emperor, we might as well let the Ping Hai Ghost King go. The Ping Hai Ghost King is part of our clan. Those who have the most opportunities are naturally sensitive to opportunities. Perhaps, we will have the opportunity to obtain the origin fruit. In the future, our clan will definitely have another powerful expert. After a round of discussion, the dozen or so old men decided on a candidate. Pacifying Sea Ghost King. This was a branch of the noble descendants. Their name was also Gue Clan, a hidden clan. In another space. Here, the rainbow pierced through space. A 7-colored rainbow bridge was gorgeous and dazzling. It was a unique existence in this space, and there was no other rainbow bridge in the world. Do you know about that sealed world? The corner of the young man's mouth rose. I've heard of it. That place has always been a desolate place. Why would Master mention the sealed world? Not far away from the young man was a rainbow bridge. A woman stood on the bridge, revealing only a white veil covering her back. Just her back view alone gave off a boundless charm. The space of the God Emperor Mountain in the sealed world has opened. The origin fruit will ripen soon. A matured origin fruit will have the chance to push you to the giant realm in one step. Disciple is willing to go to the God Emperor Mountain space. When you go to the God Emperor Mountain this time, you have to pay attention to a native expert in the sealed world. This person has a mysterious origin. I haven't been able to deduce his origin yet. He's just a native expert. I'm confident in dealing with him. No matter where it was. Every major faction would send their most capable disciples or those with great talent to participate. Every disciple was accompanied by an elder of a certain level of strength. In a mysterious place in the sealed world. The God Emperor Mountain has already communicated with the savage world. In a few days, various factions will gather in the God Emperor Mountain, and you still have the mood to drink. Wu Mingzhan put down his wine cup and said with a smile. Inside the palace, 2 people were sitting opposite each other. On the table, there was immortal wine and some side dishes. So what if he's here? It's useless for me to be nervous. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine. 5 years. Lin Fei was calmer than before, and his aura was getting heavier. The only one who knew the changes in Lin Fei's strength was Wu Mingzhan. Ever since he was suppressed and sealed, Wu Mingzhan had erupted a few times, but Lin Fei held him back. After 5 years, they had become enemies and friends at the same time. Lin Fei had also gained a lot from Wu Mingzhan. He had dug out many secrets from him, and every one of them was enough to shock everyone. You're the only one who dares to say such things. Wu Mingzhan was very clear about how fast Tion's strength had improved over the past 5 years. It was absolutely unbelievable. Normally, when an 8 or 9 stars combat emperor reached the 8 or 9 stars level, it would take at least a few hundred years to improve his combat strength. This was considered fast. Abnormal. Evildoer. This was the only word Wu Mingzhan could think of to describe Tion. For example, as the ruler of the sealed world, Wu Mingzhan didn't believe that anyone would dare to drink with him at this time. Tion had done it. Who asked me to be so daring? Lin Fei smiled happily. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei straightened his body slightly. The heavenly Tao was vast and mighty, and the heavenly might was displayed. In front of this heavenly might, everyone was an ant. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. This was the heavenly might. Amazing! Wu Mingzhan's eyes lit up. You're stronger than me. In 5 years, you've used the heavenly might to such an extent. For a moment, I thought that you were the heavens. If I didn't have some ability, I wouldn't have dared to drink with you. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine and drank it in one gulp. It's been 5 years. I've finally understood your temper. I don't think that you have the leisure to come and drink with me. If I'm not wrong, you're here to find out about some inherited forces from me. Lin Fei smiled. Senior is indeed a senior. I can't hide anything from you. In fact, Lin Fei's visit this time was to understand some of the inherited forces in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. In 5 years, Lin Fei had swept away all the treasures in Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that even a mouse that entered would cry and leave. Unfortunately, in 5 years, Lin Fei still couldn't find any trace of the origin tree. Chapter 2171. In fact, Lin Fei was here to ask about the situation. In these 5 years, Lin Fei's improvement was huge. It could be said that he was riding on a rocket. It could also be said that he was unprecedented. Unparalleled cultivation speed. Even the sky origin dragons on Mount God Emperor were wiped out. No matter how big or small they were all wiped out. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei would not let them go. He would rather work harder than help others. Wasn't this helping others increase their strength? In these 5 years, with the heavenly blood seal, Lin Fei could suppress even the strongest sky origin dragons. It was just that it took a long time. Don't forget, Lin Fei could accelerate time and reverse time. She had taught them a lesson and made them obedient. Now, Lin Fei was only left with an understanding of his future opponents. Lin Fei believed that Wu Mingzhan would tell him the answer. Over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had come to understand some of Wu Mingzhan's character. If not for the fact that Wu Mingzhan was potentially dangerous, Lin Fei might have helped him break through the restrictions. But now it was impossible. Once such a person broke free, he would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, an eagle soaring in the sky. Unless, one day, Lin Fei's strength could completely suppress Wu Mingzhan. Although he could suppress Wu Mingzhan now, Lin Fei did not feel proud. Wu Mingzhan's strength was mostly restricted by the metal chain. When Wu Mingzhan was at his peak, he should be an unparalleled expert. At the very least, he would be a giant peak expert. Sigh, looks like I can't drink your wine in the future. Greed causes trouble. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. Lin Fei did not believe it was true. This was a complete excuse. Since he dared to come today, Lin Fei was confident. This can't be considered greed causes trouble. Moreover, this information is not a secret. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled. A secret is something that no one knows. That's a secret. Kid, you have a glib tongue. I'm convinced. Lin Fei was relieved. Senior, you flatter me. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. I now have reason to believe that the contest for the Mountain of God Emperor's space will be a success. You will make my eyes light up. I really hope that day will come soon. Good stuff. Although a lot of time has passed, I believe that most of the forces should still be here. Lin Fei left the secret place. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip was really worth it. I know everything I need to know. Lin Fei is very satisfied. His body moved continuously and arrived at the God Emperor Mountain space. At this moment, there was a unique aura in the God Emperor Mountain. At the center of the God Emperor Mountain, a vortex appeared. The vortex was black, and there was no movement. However, Lin Fei knew that there was a huge vortex in it. This whirlpool connected the worlds formed by the fragments of the wild world. Lin Fei stood on a mountain peak. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had wiped out all the monarch beasts and other living beings in the God Emperor Mountain space. Hairball's combat strength had improved rapidly. She was now a 7-star battle emperor. With the innate talent of her race, she could resist an 8-star battle emperor for a while. As for the other resources, Lin Fei kept them. Looking at the God Emperor Mountain space now, there was a trace of desolation. At the same time, in the God Emperor Mountain space, Lin Fei had set up a large number of energy towers, and they were very densely packed. The amount of energy crystals he obtained every day was a huge number. After knowing that the God Emperor Mountain Space was formed by the essence of the wild world, and that he had 5 years to prepare, Lin Fei did not hesitate to set up the densely packed energy towers. In less than a year's time, he had completely recovered his capital. In the next 4 years, the efficiency of plundering reached a terrifying number. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the invincible system, which could convert them into destiny points at any time. This was his biggest advantage. I'm sure you will be shocked when you arrive at the God Emperor Mountain Space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Finally, he came to the center of the God Emperor Mountain Space. There was a giant whirlpool not far from him. According to Senior Zhan Wuming, this time, not only the Lord of Sagely Heaven of the world of 33 sacred heavens has come, other forces that are not inferior to them have also joined in. The 10-star battle emperors will be the top experts in this battle, and they will lead the development of the situation. Although Lin Fei felt pressured, it wasn't too much. His trump card, the 18 doppelgangers, was a super powerful force. When they were used, there would be no problems. In order to face this major event, Lin Fei did not hesitate to spend a large number of destiny points to create a set of formation tailored for the 18 doppelgangers. Once the 18 doppelgangers appeared, they would be considered as the invincible existence among the 9-star battle emperors. As for the 10-star battle emperors, once the formation was activated, the power of their joint attack would be enough to kill their opponents. Danger and riches coexisted. This sentence would be useful no matter where it was. The God Emperor Mountain Space also agreed to use it. If Lin Fei wanted to have a breakthrough in his combat power, he had to kill more experts to increase his combat power to a higher level. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let go of this opportunity? My main battlefield will start from here. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the vortex. Soon, there would be a large number of experts that he needed to appear in this vortex. The sky-piercing vortex remained the same. By now, 6 days had passed. On the 10th day, there was finally some movement in the vortex. Haha, is this the God Emperor Mountain Space? There were 7 people who came out first. All 7 of them were wearing the same uniform, as if they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was an old man. There was a trace of death chi on his body, which meant that this person's lifespan was about to end. Normally, in some dangerous places, experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan would usually act as the vanguard when they were unable to continue their breakthrough. They would make their last contribution to their sect or family. Without a doubt, this person was here to make his contribution. No, this aura is not right. The leader of the group furrowed his brows, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Blood heaven seal, endless devouring. All of a sudden, a chilling aura enveloped them. The moment the blood-colored vortex appeared, it was right above them. Although they were prepared, they still couldn't withstand the tearing force of the vortex. In less than a breath's time, they were turned into white skeletons without a trace of life. Mosquito meat is still meat. In the void, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was the one who attacked just now. Chapter 2173. Mount God Emperor, the sky-piercing whirlpool. My lord is mighty. Those fellows seem to have extraordinary combat strength. They are at least combat emperors. I didn't expect them to be killed by my lord in one move. My lord is indeed my lord. A few people were looking at the sky-piercing whirlpool from a mountain far away. They were Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign who were arranged by Lin Fei. Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign had advanced very quickly through the Sky Elemental Spirits and the Sky Elemental Spirit Fishes. They were now 1-star combat emperors. This was also because they had a strong foundation. With the help of the treasures, their cultivation speed would increase. Lin Fei had arranged for them to collect the treasures and deal with those who had slipped through the net. Bang! 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 Once the Endless Devour was activated, the sky-piercing whirlpool's terrifying devouring force was unleashed. As long as someone from another dimension appeared, their energy would be devoured immediately. Apart from energy, life force would also be devoured. Shriveled corpses fell down one by one. To Lin Fei stood on top of the sky-piercing whirlpool with his hands behind his back. Once the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it would devour everything that came towards it. No one could resist the tearing force of the endless devour. Lin Fei had killed more than 1,000 people. Lin Fei didn't know which faction they were from. From the beginning until now, no one was worthy enough for him to kill them personally. Master, there's a powerful aura coming. The system has determined that it's a 9-star combat emperor. Little Devil suddenly reminded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Good. Finally, someone stronger has arrived. After connecting the sky-piercing whirlpool to the barbaric world fragment, the experts that came from the other dimension weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only a 4-star combat emperor. Now that a 9-star combat emperor had arrived, Lin Fei was interested. Mount God Emperor, here I come. Along with the vibration of the dimension, a powerful energy radiated. It came from the other side. The void around the sky-piercing whirlpool was constantly shattered. A giant leaped out. Giant clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He already knew the origin of this giant. In the 33 Holy Heavens, there was a powerful race that was born with divine power. They were extremely strong and could be said to be a race with talent. It was rumored that once some giants were born, they would be at the War Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the potential of the giant tribe was. A mere native, die for me. The bronze giant's cold eyes swept across, and when it opened its eyes, 2 beams of light shot out, slashing towards Lin Fei from the left and right. Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. They are truly worthy of being part of the Titan race. Their attacks have an innate impact ability. For those who don't know, just a single impact from their attack can cause them to suffer a crushing defeat. Endless devour, suck. The Blood Heaven Seal was fully activated, and a destructive devouring power enveloped the giants. Under the full power of the technique, the giant was shocked. The energy and life force in his body began to leak out crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked dry. It was as if the giant clan had suffered a great loss. Those were all the giant clan's talented disciples, yet they were actually seriously injured in a place like God Emperor Mountain, their losses severe. How was he going to explain this to the elders when he returned? Native, you are dead meat. The bronze giant's combat strength was fully unleashed. He took out 2 golden hammers and struck the Blood Heaven Seal in the sky. Every strike was accompanied by a golden beam. The Blood Heaven Seal was on the verge of collapse. After fusing with 2 top-grade treasures, the Blood Heaven Seal was even more extraordinary. It was not something a 9-star War Emperor could withstand. No matter how the giant attacked the Blood Heaven Seal, most of its power was neutralized, and only a small portion of its power was left untouched. He is courting death. The fiercer the giant's attack, the faster his energy and life force were consumed. As the giant's attack speed slowed down, his entire body began to age rapidly, and his flesh and blood were being plundered. Boom! The giant roared, and a magical seal was shot out from his eyes. Native, even if I die, the giant tribe will not let you go. Lin Fei did not care. Lin Fei was not worried about a giant tribe. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to kill powerful warriors with all his might, and obtain more power. Good, not bad, I also have 2 billion energy points. Perhaps it was just the beginning. In the first half of the day, Lin Fei did not kill many warriors. Apart from the giant tribe that was relatively strong, some of the forces that followed seemed to be unaffiliated, and the strongest was only a 6 or 7-star battle emperor. Lin Fei also obtained more than 2 billion energy points. Warning, a 10-star battle emperor has been detected. In 10 seconds, the space of God Emperor Mountain will appear. The little devil warned again. This time, Lin Fei finally became spirited. Finally, a 10-star battle emperor is here. A giant warship with boundless power appeared in the middle of the vortex. This was an extraordinary warship. At first glance, Lin Fei could sense that this warship was different from the others. Good lord, this is a top-grade Battle Emperor level warship. This was what Lin Fei found out from Zhan Wuming. Compared to the space of God Emperor Mountain, the sealed world, and the level of the chakra wheel were far inferior to the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Such a warship was equivalent to a 10-star battle emperor. It had a terrifying impact, and a casual attack could destroy a world. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei activated the Blood Sky Seal. Endless Devour. What? There were many people standing on the warship, and each of them was of noble status. Once the Endless Devour was activated, many people on the warship bore the brunt of it. They screamed and vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and they looked at the Blood Sky Seal in the sky in disbelief. Be careful, there's an ambush. My life force is fading away. What the hell is this? These people revealed a trace of fear, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Open the defense. In the middle of the warship, there was a middle-aged man. He shouted, and the warship opened a layer of transparent light shield. His cold eyes shot over. You must be Tion. How dare you attack our sacred region family here? This middle-aged man came from a powerful family in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the sacred region family. The sacred region family was also a first-rate family, and it was very impressive that they had a giant in their family. You'd better think about whether you can leave this place alive. Lin Fei laughed, and the Blood Sky Seal was pushed to the limit. The powerful tearing force was unstoppable. Even if the warship's defense was activated, the sacred region disciples on the warship still died one by one. Some of the stronger ones took out their treasures to resist the devouring force. Crush. The middle-aged man saw that the situation was bad, and he was shocked. The warship of the sacred region family was refined by a giant, but it couldn't resist the tearing force. Chapter 2174. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the full power of the Blood Heaven Seal, all the disciples on the warship were sucked dry and turned into pieces of human skin. Except for a few, the rest couldn't withstand the terrifying devouring power of the Blood Heaven Seal. Crash, crash. The warship changed its direction and rammed into the Blood Heaven Seal. Bang, bang, bang. Every time it crashed into the seal, most of its power was blocked. The remaining power couldn't cause any damage to the seal. What a powerful warship. It's as powerful as a 10-star battle emperor. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No force in the 33 sacred heavens can be underestimated. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I have to use the third attack. Although the sacred warship was powerful, it could not threaten the Blood Sky Seal. It was made from 2 top-grade treasures. Suppress. Lin Fei came to the Blood Heaven Seal and activated the third attack. Boom. Boundless heavenly might descended. A blurry figure appeared and slammed down with a palm. Everyone on the warship sucked in a cold breath. Bang. The figure's palm slammed on the warship. The huge warship shook and a few people on board vomited blood. Bang, bang, bang. The illusionary figure continued to strike the warship, causing the warship to sway. The Saint Realm disciples who were barely holding on lost their composure, turning into human skins that floated down from the sky. My saint family will not rest until you are dead. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. Most of the disciples on the warship had died. Even if there were some left, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang. The figure slammed down again. Each time, it attacked the same spot. The warship's defense was instantly broken. The last few disciples were sucked dry and turned into human skin. You won't have the chance. The Blood Heaven Seal pressed down with boundless heavenly might. Even though the middle-aged man was a 10-star battle emperor, his combat power was greatly suppressed. Heavenly Tao, confine. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. His body slowed down and the heavens mandate energy in his body was temporarily stagnant, unable to gather together. Kill! Lin Fei flashed in front of the middle-aged man and punched him, his terrifying battle prowess exploding forth. It landed on the middle-aged man. A mysterious light emerged from the middle-aged man's body. So you're just a 9-stars combat emperor. You're dead meat. No one can kill a disciple of the sanctuary. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. His 18 doppelgangers charged out, ready to attack. 18 attacks landed on the middle-aged man's body. Rumble! The middle-aged man was heavily injured. Even a 10-star battle emperor wouldn't be able to block 18 attacks, especially when the difference in strength wasn't too great. The blood heaven seal plundered madly, and the middle-aged man's mind relaxed. His strength could no longer be maintained perfectly, and his life force and energy were constantly being plundered. In just a few breaths of time, the middle-aged man had aged considerably. Bang! The blood heaven seal smashed onto the middle-aged man's body, and his flesh and blood body were torn apart. The middle-aged man's flesh and blood were only half reconstructed when the endless devourer devoured all of it. Ding! Killed the first 10-star battle emperor. Ding! The first person to become a 10-star battle emperor is 1/10 of his combat power. Ding! Obtained 35 billion additional strength. Lin Fei had yet to smile. A sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a phantom image appeared on the sword. The dense and terrifying sword intent tore apart a large part of the vortex. Someone from the Myriad Swords Villa. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and the blood heaven seal landed in the sky. The power of his blood was released, and the boundless sword intent was blocked. What a good DT on, you actually killed a 10-star battle emperor from a sacred region family. I never thought that a small sealed world could produce such a monstrous genius like you. Bai Wui carried a long sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky, and kept slicing the void, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent. At the same time, every word he said contained sword intent. As soon as he spoke, the sword intent would kill. This was a 10-star battle emperor swordsman. Streaks of sword intent shot out in front of Lin Fei, and each of them had a certain impact on his body. This was a natural reaction to danger. This was the most powerful sword intent that Lin Fei had ever seen. The Myriad Swords Villa was one of the first-rate forces that Zhang Wuming had mentioned before. They were born with the cultivation of sword intent, and their combat power was extremely strong. This naturally made the people from the Myriad Swords Villa arrogant. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Villa. A 10-star battle emperor is just the beginning. This God Emperor Mountain is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven Seal, and activated the Endless Devouring Technique. At the same time, boundless heavenly might came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on an expert of this level. He went all out from the start, and an invisible aura crushed down. What a good treasure, I want it. Bai Wui was a 10-star battle emperor of the Myriad Swords Villa, and he was only a step away from becoming a giant. His sword art was sharp, and he could kill a battle emperor with a single strike. Sword intent, single strike kill. The long sword stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and the sword intent exploded. Damn, this is too fast. Lin Fei thought that he was fast enough. However, his opponent's sword art was unimaginably fast, and the sword landed on his forehead in one strike. Nothing happened. Bai Wui frowned slightly. His sword art specialized in speed, and it was rare to see someone block it. No matter how good the treasure is, it can't block my sword art. The sword intent in Bai Wui's eyes intensified, and numerous long swords condensed behind him. 10,000 swords attack. This was also a secret sword art of the Myriad Swords Villa, and it used the sword intent as the foundation to condense tens of thousands of swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei was glad that he had activated his invincible defense. Suppress. The energy in the Blood Heaven Seal burned crazily, and with a loud rumble, the void collapsed, and the tens of thousands of swords fell to the ground. The power of this attack was extraordinary. After blocking Bai Wui's attack, it was now Lin Fei's turn to attack. The Blood Heaven Seal crazily rushed forward, and at the same time, it engulfed Bai Wui's body. Even if his defense was perfect, and he didn't reveal his true body, he couldn't stop the loss of life force and energy. What treasure is this? It can actually steal my life force and energy. Bai Wui's sword intent landed on the Blood Heaven Seal, but it didn't move at all. How can there be such a terrifying treasure in this sealed world? This is equivalent to a magnate-grade treasure. With every collision, Bai Wui's expression became more serious, and his sword intent attacks became less effective. Against Di Tian, a terrifying domain appeared around him, and his sword art's element of surprise also lost its effect. Bai Wui started to retreat again and again. The Blood Heaven Seal's attacks were extremely tyrannical, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Especially when he was touched, his life force would be stolen even faster. Haha, Bai Wui, I didn't think that there would be a time when you would be defeated. How rare. Another figure appeared in the vortex, and an even more tyrannical saber intent appeared. The saber intent tore through the air and slashed at the Blood Heaven Seal. Someone from the Holy Saber Gate. Chapter 2175. Both of these forces were a cut above the rest in terms of battle prowess, and they could fight those of a higher level than them. The moment Lin Fei saw the sword intent and saber intent, he knew which force they were from. Merciless Saber, don't be too happy. If you have the ability, go and deal with him yourself. Bai Wui shouted harshly. His sword intent protected his body, but he still couldn't stop his life force from flowing away. I'm afraid that you will only amount to this much when the time comes. Compared to Bai Wui's white robes, Saber Heartless formed a stark contrast. He was dressed entirely in black. A mere native of a sealed world can force you to this extent. You've really thrown the face of the 33 holy heavens all the way to your grandmother's house. Merciless Saber laughed coldly. As a genius of the Holy Saber Gate, he naturally viewed the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa as his enemy. He wanted to suppress the other party. Seeing Bai Wui's defeated appearance, Merciless Saber naturally had to mock him. As for that Di Tian native, he had never thought much of him. He came from the Holy Blade sect, which made him look down on a small native. Such a small native, he could kill him with a single slash. Go ahead and try. It wasn't that Bai Wui was afraid of Di Tian. It was just that the treasures in Di Tian's hands were too mysterious and bizarre. Even the treasures he had on him could not withstand the devouring power. This was a gigantic treasure. Only a giant treasure could unleash such power. Watch me kill this native. Merciless Dao glanced at Di Tian as he pulled out a black saber. One with the saber, slash. The black torrent of saber light burst forth. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as if he had fallen into a densely packed world of saber intents. Tens of thousands of saber intense attacks were transformed into mental and physical attacks. Open. In terms of saber technique, the other party's was not bad. It could trap people in a world of saber intent. However, compared to Lin Fei's basic energy saber technique, it was far inferior. In Lin Fei's eyes, the saber technique was full of flaws. The energy saber slashed at one of the positions, and the saber intent world collapsed. Your saber skills are no good. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed with his saber. Try taking a saber strike from me. Lin Fei unleashed a very ordinary slash. This slash looked very easy to counter. However, when Merciless Blade saw it, he felt a chill run down his spine. A solemn expression appeared on his face. What the hell? His saber technique is very ordinary. Why does it give off such a chilling feeling? This was a peerless saber technique created by the system after much analysis and deduction. It was not something that the other party could break easily. 18 Dragon Saber. The sword's severance lover became even more serious. His saber technique changed accordingly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bai Wui no longer dared to treat this native lightly, especially after seeing this scene. The 18 Dragon Saber technique was a saber technique left behind by a powerhouse, and it was extremely domineering. Ordinary people would not be able to block its attacks. Who would have thought that Merciless Saber would be forced to use his full power in less than a single exchange? This was simply unbelievable. While even a tyrannical saber technique could not block this ordinary saber attack. A mysterious light appeared on Dao Merciless' chest. The saber light landed on his chest, leaving behind a terrifying saber intent. I actually failed to block this saber. Dao Merciless considered himself to be a genius in the saber Dao. He had even changed his name to Dao Merciless, wanting to become a powerhouse in the Saber Dao and create his own glory. But now, in the sealed world, a native saber technique had already caused him to suffer a great loss. If it was not for the battle armor left behind by a powerhouse, he would have been severely injured. Dao Merciless, you are about the same as me. Why don't we work together and snatch this fellow's treasures? Bai Wui sent a voice transmission to Dao Merciless. The two of them were prepared to work together. I will not work together. Dao Merciless rejected. His saber intent was locked onto Lin Fei. I do not believe that there is someone in this sealed world whose saber technique is better than mine. Dao Merciless attacked again. It was still the 18 Dragon Saber technique. This was Dao Merciless' most powerful saber technique, and it was also the most domineering. The first saber technique, break. The second saber technique, break. The third saber technique, break. As long as Dao Merciless attacked, Lin Fei would only need one saber technique to break his opponent's attack. At the same time, he would leave marks on Dao Merciless' body. After the 18 saber techniques, Dao Merciless' body was left with 18 saber scars. You are not my match. With the invincibility system, no matter how domineering his opponent was, he was not as domineering as Lin Fei's saber technique. More importantly, Lin Fei's saber technique was the best at breaking all saber techniques. It was the bane of all saber techniques. You win. Dao Merciless' body was torn apart. He left behind a sentence. I will wait for you in the 33 Sage Heavens. It turned out that this was just a clone of Dao Merciless. It had a bit of the original's battle prowess, but it was killed by Lin Fei after 18 saber techniques. It's your turn now. Lin Fei pointed with his saber and sent a straight saber attack. Bai Wui was indeed prepared to take advantage of Dao Merciless. If he fought with Dao Merciless, his chances of winning were only 50-50. As long as Di Tian was injured, he might be able to kill Di Tian. The only thing he didn't expect was that Dao Merciless' tyrannical saber technique was no match for Di Tian. He was killed after 18 saber techniques. Bai Wui cursed Dao Merciless in his heart for being so useless. Now, he was killed by Di Tian and needed some time to recover his strength. You are not qualified. I don't believe that you still have the confidence to kill me after killing Dao Merciless. Bai Wui brandished his sword and charged forward. The sword intent and saber light clashed. The shockwaves spread out. With just one slash, Bai Wui realized that although his opponent was not as strong as him, his saber technique was more domineering. The worst part was that his life force would be plundered the moment they clashed. If Bai Wui knew that his opponent's attack came from his own life force and Heaven's Mandate energy, he would probably cry. One saber technique broke the first sword technique. A second saber technique followed by a third. One saber technique followed after another. The saber light was as vast as the sea. Bai Wui's battle prowess was very strong. It was just that he had encountered an extraordinary opponent like Lin Fei. Di Tian, if you have the ability, then don't use treasures to suppress me. After more than 10 saber techniques, Bai Wui was panting like a withered corpse. He couldn't hold on any longer. Shameless? Who's shameless? With a loud bang, the Blood Heaven Seal slammed into Bai Wui's body. Bai Wui's body was torn into pieces while the Blood Heaven Seal took the opportunity to devour his flesh. The Blood Heaven Seal came from a part of the blood sacrificial altar. It possessed a terrifying devouring ability. Once Bai Wui's body was destroyed, his flesh and blood became nourishment for the Blood Heaven Seal. Another 10-star combat emperor. Bai Wui's combat prowess was very strong. However, after being suppressed by the Blood Heaven Seal, his combat prowess was naturally at a disadvantage. Once Bai Wui died, the Blood Heaven Seal also devoured his opponent's sword. Lin Fei sent a notification from the system. The evolution of the Blood Heaven Seal had increased by a lot. Chapter 2176. Other than the experts from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Sect, which piqued Lin Fei's interest, none of the other forces were able to withstand the Blood Heaven Seal's endless devouring. As the amount of flesh and blood it devoured increased, the Blood Heaven Seal's power increased as well. Its quality surpassed the Battle Emperor level and reached the legendary level that only giants could possess. In just a moment, the endless devouring would be able to plunder everything. After that, Lin Fei learned from the little devil that the Blood Heaven Seal was a treasure that could grow. As long as it could plunder all living things and energy, the Blood Heaven Seal would continue to grow until it reached an unimaginable level. Most importantly, the Blood Heaven Seal was too domineering. This was something that Lin Fei had experienced personally. On the Blood Heaven Seal, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. Wave after wave of forces became experience points for the Blood Heaven Seal to level up. Master, you are now a 10-star Battle Emperor. At the same time, the system has obtained a 10-star Battle Emperor genetic map. Do you want to clone a 10-star Battle Emperor? While Lin Fei was pondering, the little devil's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Fei was startled at first. Is that possible? Ever since the Godhead lost its effect, the army in Lin Fei's hands became dispensable. Cannon fodder? Their power was no longer sufficient. They could only be placed in the Invincible Palace and do the most ordinary security work. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the affairs of the army. Upon hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei began to feel restless again. A 10-star Battle Emperor wasn't something that an ordinary God Emperor could compare to. Their combat power was extraordinary. Yes, this is another function of the Invincible system. It will only be activated in the advanced mode, the little devil said seriously. May I ask if Master is willing to activate this mode? I am willing. Lin Fei agreed to activate the new mode without hesitation. In the face of increasingly powerful enemies, Lin Fei had to make use of whatever power he had at hand to strengthen his own. Without a doubt, this new mode was very tempting to Lin Fei. Player Lin Fei agrees to activate the new mode. Ding! New mode activated. Ding! Initializing. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about now. Outside the vortex. Once the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, the power of space and time would envelop the area. Both of them would be able to catch the opponent off guard. Only 10-star Battle Emperors would be difficult to deal with. The rest of the experts couldn't stop the Blood Heaven Seal from devouring them. Lin Fei had never thought that the Invincible system was an ordinary system. The more time passed, the more Lin Fei felt that the Invincible system had some secrets that he did not know. Without a doubt, this time, Lin Fei would see a new secret of the Invincible system. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. Cloning? It was probably even more impressive than the exchange for godhood back then. Right now, Lin Fei lacked capable subordinates. Although his 18 doppelgangers were very powerful. Especially after killing the doppelganger of the 10-star Battle Emperor, his combat power soared. He finally took the last step and reached the level of a 10-star Battle Emperor. It could be said that Lin Fei wouldn't even care about a few 10-star Battle Emperors. Ding! Initialization successful. Ding! Cloning mode begins. A piece of information regarding cloning immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. With one look, Lin Fei was shocked. This cloning mode was too impressive. It was ridiculously impressive. This is too powerful. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. After understanding the information about cloning, Lin Fei didn't know what to say. This was even more impressive than the army he had exchanged for godhood. After all, at that time, the Divine Emperor army was an existence that could only be used once. However, the clone army was different. They were living humans. Once they were cloned, they would be able to grasp all the secret arts and abilities of their previous owners. At the same time, the clone could also devour flesh and blood to grow. Anyone could imagine how horrifying that would be. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was so shocked. That means, I can clone the two 10-star Battle Emperors from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade sect? Lin Fei had witnessed Bai Wui and Dao merciless strength with his own eyes. The little devil nodded. In theory, there should be no problem. However, Master will need a large amount of materials and a certain amount of mysterious energy. Mysterious energy? What is that? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Where did this mysterious energy come from? Mysterious energy is actually a unit of energy that is converted from the heavens' will energy. Master, if you want to clone experts, you will need to convert the mysterious energy. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it's heaven's will energy, it doesn't make any difference. I wonder how much mysterious energy will I have after converting the heaven's will energy? Master, please wait a moment. Now that the entire God Emperor Mountain was under his control, the amount of heaven's will energy he could obtain every day was astronomical. Lin Fei wasn't worried that he wouldn't have enough heaven's will energy. Replying, Master, after converting, Master will have a total of 500 million units of mysterious energy. Lin Fei blinked his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. F***ck, that's impossible. Why is it only 500 million units of mysterious energy? Isn't this too ridiculous? Did you make a mistake? The little devil shook his head. I didn't calculate wrongly. The conversion of mysterious energy will have a certain consumption rate. Lin Fei was speechless. Isn't this consumption rate too high? I can't imagine it. Lin Fei could only accept his fate. Then I wonder if the cloned subordinates will have any changes in their fighting strength. Also, what materials are needed for the cloning? Now, Lin Fei couldn't wait to clone a batch of subordinates. All kinds of materials can be cloned with the mysterious energy. If Master wants to gain terrifying strength, he will need to plunder and plunder. Lin Fei thought of a question. I really want to know, the invincible system, am I the first master or the lucky one? This question, if it was any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't even think about it. But today was different. Master's question is within the authority to answer. You can answer. The little devil didn't reject this time. Master is not the first master, but the 9th lucky one. Then can I know what kind of existence is the invincible system? Lin Fei asked. Where is the end of the system? Master's question. Answer beyond the authority, the system won't answer. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My question isn't that deep. It's better to clone a few subordinates. Lin Fei plundered most of the materials in the God Emperor Mountain and stored them in the system storage. A 3D image appeared in front of Lin Fei. Gene analysis diagrams appeared in front of him. The DNA that appeared in front of Lin Fei was analyzed to be the DNA of the War Emperor that had been killed earlier. These should be Bai Wui's genes. They are indeed powerful. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If Bai Wui knows that his genes have become my cloning target, his expression will be very ugly. His complexion must be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Gene analysis diagrams appeared one after another. Some were strong and some were weak. Let's clone 100 Bai Wui first. Alright, can I change their appearance during the cloning? Lin Fei didn't want his cloned subordinates to look like Bai Wui. That would be very unpleasant. Yes, Master. The little devil said. Master can change them however you want. As long as it's set, all the cloned subordinates will look like this. That's great. Lin Fei pondered. Let's do it this way. As long as it's a male, he has to look fierce and fierce. At the same time, he has to be tall and sturdy. One look at him will make people shiver. The more terrifying, the better. Lin Fei didn't want to be surrounded by a group of handsome men. What would he be then? If he was ugly, he would definitely be a handsome man. Even Lin Fei felt a little proud of himself for coming up with this idea. Master, you better give this type of slave a name. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. Sword slave then. Ding! Cloning 100 sword slaves will consume 100,000 units of mysterious energy and a certain amount of materials. Do you want to clone? Ding! Cloning begins. Reminder, because Master is a 10-star combat emperor, the cloned sword slave can only be a 9-star combat emperor. The cloning will be completed in an hour. Soon, Lin Fei was sent out by the system. 9-star combat emperor will do as well. Lin Fei was very satisfied with 100 sword slaves. Their combat prowess could rival a 10-star combat emperor. What else could he be dissatisfied with? I don't have to worry about the mysterious energy, but the consumption of various materials is too high. Lin Fei was worried. Old Fu, Supreme Devil Emperor, go to the sealed world and collect all kinds of materials for me. Send them to me in the shortest time possible. Old Fu and the Supreme Devil Emperor were puzzled. but they immediately left the God Emperor Mountain and headed to the sealed world to collect materials. The destiny energy is still a weakness. Now, there was another cloning mode. This was equivalent to having another mouth to feed. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry about the collection of the destiny energy. Is there any large-scale collection mode? Lin Fei asked the little devil. If this problem wasn't solved, it would be a huge problem. It might not be a problem now, but once he created a large number of subordinates, the mysterious energy would be indispensable. Although there were still 500 million units of mysterious energy, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to last long. There is. Master can exchange for a high-grade energy tower. It can cover a certain range and increase the absorption rate by 50 times. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Increasing the absorption rate by 50 times was simply plundering. Master, you didn't ask. After hearing the price of the high-grade energy tower, Lin Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn it, this is too much. It turned out that the price of the high-grade energy tower wasn't the destiny energy, but the mysterious energy. Every high-grade energy tower required 10 million units of mysterious energy. 500 million units of mysterious energy wasn't a big deal anymore. After all, 10 high-grade energy towers required 100 million units of mysterious energy. This was indeed a headache. The only good thing was that the cloned sword slaves didn't need to consume the destiny energy from the system. They could absorb the destiny energy from heaven and earth. Boom! Chapter 2177. Lin Fei didn't have time to think. He pushed the Blood Heaven seal to its limit, and the power of space and time formed a strange space below him. 6 10-star battle emperors appeared in the sky-piercing whirlpool. Their tyrannical auras attacked the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the remaining power kept hitting the Blood Heaven seal. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in the Mountain of God Emperor. It's comparable to a supreme treasure. Among the 6 10-star battle emperors, a skinny old man shot out a sharp light from his eyes. His skinny palm grabbed forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, the power of space and time was forcibly torn apart. The skinny palm turned, and Lin Fei, who was standing on the Blood Heaven seal, suddenly felt that the whole world was falling into his palm. This is a great divine ability that can capture the stars and the moon. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability, but this was the most powerful one he had ever seen. This didn't scare Lin Fei. From the moment his opponent displayed his divine ability, Lin Fei knew that his opponent was stronger than him. He opened the little devil to analyze his opponent's combat power. Bang! The Blood Heaven seal was of a high grade, and its divine ability was terrifying, but it still couldn't suppress it. Bang! Bang! The Blood Heaven seal collided with the palm, and a terrifying force spread out, sending the skinny palm flying. Cracks were left on the palm. 18 doppelgangers, move out. These 6 10-star battle emperors were stronger than him. After all, he had just entered this level, and his strength was inferior to them. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 doppelgangers rushed into the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the Blood Heaven seal's endless devouring ability was activated, plundering their life force and energy. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 10-star battle emperors had an additional armor on their bodies, and their faces were flickering with mysterious light. Leave this place quickly. He's Di Tian, and these are his 18 doppelgangers. With regards to this generation's God Emperor of the sealed world, they had all understood him. After truly witnessing his prowess, they wanted to say something. What a scam! The news that circulated in the world of the 33 sacred heavens didn't take Di Tian seriously, so their evaluation of him naturally wasn't good. At this moment, they all wanted to curse those people. This was obviously a 10-star battle emperor. Who said that he was an ordinary battle emperor? Wasn't this a blatant lie? With the help of the Blood Sky seal, there were 6 10-star combat emperors. Those who weren't peak 10-star battle emperors naturally couldn't withstand the siege. After a round of siege, they were all killed and contributed 2 to 3 billion energy points to Lin Fei. This kind of speed was insignificant compared to the power boost of 100 billion points. If other combat emperors were to find out about this, they would probably cry their hearts out. Many a little makes a mickle, and it wouldn't take a long time. He would be able to break through to the peak of the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. The news of me killing a 10-star Battle Emperor should spread quickly. It will be much more difficult to kill them after that. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Killing 6 10-star Battle Emperors wasn't too difficult. If the next wave of 10-star Battle Emperors increased in number, or if they had some powerful treasures that could withstand the endless devouring power of the Blood Sky Seal, Lin Fei believed that they would soon be able to withstand his attack. When that time came, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. The origin fruit still needs some time to ripen. Let me clone a batch of subordinates first. Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to act violently here. If he used tactics to attack, 9-star Battle Emperors would consume their energy, and then he could attack them. It would be much easier, and at the same time, he could preserve his energy. Lin Fei's biggest advantage now was that he had control over a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, this was also a big disadvantage. Once the destiny energy was consumed too much, it couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. He would be in danger. Cloning a batch of subordinates meant that he would have the power to resist. Lin Fei was very decisive. He kept the Blood Sky Seal and left the Mountain of God Emperor. He believed that at this time, those fellows from the world of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't blindly rush in. It was time. After leaving the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. Is there a defensive energy tower to protect the Invincible Palace? The Mountain of God Emperor and the Sealed World were in 2 different locations, but Lin Fei believed that those people had the power to enter. Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. For example, building a defense. Even though he had built it before, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't too safe. With the support of time and space, it would be easily destroyed by a 10-star Battle Emperor. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to strengthen it. Master can exchange for a defensive energy tower. This type of energy tower can withstand the attack of a 10-star Battle Emperor. Every defensive energy tower can automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it according to a certain ratio. Master need not worry. It can't be that every defensive energy tower also needs 10 million units of mysterious energy, right? It only needs 3 million. According to the size of the Invincible Palace, Master only needs to buy 6 of them, and you can set up a perfect defensive energy tower formation. 6. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This required 18 million units of mysterious energy. 6 it is. Help me exchange for them. Ding! Consumed 18 million units of mysterious energy. Within Lin Fei's system space, there were 6 marked defensive energy towers. At the same time, there was also a route for deployment. 6 defensive energy towers, each one was 1,000 zhang tall. Once they were set up, the black defensive energy towers began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As the 6 towers were set up, the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, enveloping the entire city around the Invincible Palace. This is great. Through his divine sense, Lin Fei clearly found out that 3 million units of defensive energy towers was a good deal. After the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, they could use the energy of heaven and earth to defend in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the towering defensive energy towers, even though it cost more than 10 million units of mysterious energy. When the fight for the origin fruit is over, I must buy a high-grade energy tower and plunder all the heavens mandate energy in the Mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei now knew that the Mountain of God Emperor's space was formed from a fragment of the wildland world, and at the same time, it contained origin energy. Lin Fei was even more excited to see how much mysterious energy he could get from the origin fruit. Ding! Cloning complete. An hour wasn't long. Lin Fei heard the voice that he wanted to hear the most. At this moment, the cold voice of the system was no longer unpleasant to the ears, but pleasant to the ears instead. Release them all. 100 hideous and ferocious sword slaves appeared before Lin Fei, emitting a murderous aura. F***K, this is too scary. Lin Fei had no doubt that these sword slaves would give people quite a fright if they were to go outside. For those who were timid, a single glance from them would leave behind an indelible nightmare, and their cultivation would come to a halt. They would no longer have the chance to advance. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this, but he felt that the system's modification of the sword slaves was far beyond his imagination. Who would know that these sword slaves were cloned from Bai Wui's genes? 100 sword slaves soared intense sword into the sky. 9-star combat emperors were extremely ferocious, and their sword intense interweaved together, cutting through the void. 100 sword slaves are already so terrifying. If there are 10,000 or 100,000 sword slaves, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Let's clone 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves first. Lin Fei gave the order to clone. Let's clone 100,000 combat emperors first. Lin Fei also kept all the ores. In any case, these materials were useless to him, but they were extremely useful for cloning a war emperor powerhouse. The divine world also started to move. Lin Fei didn't let any of the ores go. Every ore mine was confiscated, and a steady stream of ores was sent over. Although 100,000 combat emperors wasn't a lot, it would consume 100 million units of mysterious energy. At the same time, it would require a huge amount of ores. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clone them. Lin Fei had no choice but to risk it. Since all the superpowers had yet to arrive, he had to clone enough underlings. At the same time, a piece of news spread across the world of the Sage. The Sacred Clans, the Thousand Swords Villa, and the Holy Blade Gate were some of the superpowers that were attacked by Di Tian in the Mountain of God Emperor. They were all annihilated. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. That Di Tian had a magnate-grade treasure that could absorb all life force and energy. At first, no one believed it. How could a mere Mountain of God Emperor have a magnate-grade treasure? Who didn't know that the sealed world was sealed by an unparalleled expert? Moreover, it was the strongest expert. One could imagine how strong the sealed world was. It was impossible for a magnate-grade treasure to be left behind in a place like this. Soon, news came back one after another. They were all images sent back by the clones before they died. They had seen the true appearance of the magnate-grade treasure, especially the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate. The magnate experts in their sects had personally inspected the treasure and confirmed that it was indeed a magnate-grade treasure. No matter what, it was undoubtedly a magnate-grade treasure. This was going to be interesting. Giant-level treasures had appeared in the sealed world, and all the forces were tempted. Even the Lord of the Holy Heaven was tempted. In the entire world of the 33 Holy Heavens, any giant-level treasure was worth fighting over. It would set off a bloodbath. Wui, you have done a great job. This is a mixed energy pearl. It can help you recover the energy that your clones lost. Inside the Thousand Swords Villa, Bai Wui was overjoyed. The mixed energy pearl was a special treasure. It contained a large amount of energy and could recover the energy that the clones lost. Thank you, ancestor. At the front, there was a blurry figure with a strong will that surpassed all the combat emperors. Everyone subconsciously retracted their aura in front of this blurry figure. This was a magnate-grade ancestor. Any magnate-grade ancestor had boundless power. The Thousand Swords Villa also had a magnate-grade expert. On top of that, the sword puppets were naturally strong. Their combat power could transcend levels. The magnate-grade ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa also had a certain status among the magnate-grade experts. Chapter 2178. Boom Boom Boom. After confirming that there was a magnate-grade treasure in the sealed world, the various forces in the 33 sacred heavens started to deploy their strongest experts into the Mountain of God Emperors. On this day, a few powerful auras tore through the void and appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. The auras of these figures were so powerful that the surrounding space was distorted. As soon as they appeared, beams of profound light burst forth, and a rare solemn look appeared on their faces. Why aren't there any attacks? Did we come to the wrong place? No, we must have come to the Mountain of God Emperors. This is different from what we expected. The few of them looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect this to happen. It was just a false alarm. The native of the sealed world had a magnate-grade treasure in his hands. Once the treasure appeared, it would plunder everything. The few vanguards were still wary of it. Search the surroundings. The few figures dispersed. After a short while, they gathered together again. No one. There are no living beings in the entire mountain of God Emperors. We can report now. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei smiled. Vanguards? Interesting. Currently, Lin Fei had set up a large number of surveillance devices in the entire mountain of God Emperors. As long as he wanted to see something, the system would immediately send it to the corresponding location. Even in the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei knew the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors like the back of his hand. Wait until I cloned 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves, then, hua hua hua. After confirming that there was no danger, waves of forces arrived in the Mountain of God Emperors. Powerful divine senses covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors. More than 10 powerful auras stood in the sky and covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors with their divine senses. When they saw the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors, their faces turned ugly. That bastard Dition is too shameless. An old man yelled. That bastard should die. He actually moved the monarch beasts in the Mountain of God Emperors and even the people in the cities away. He left a barren Mountain of God Emperors for us. All the Heaven Yuan spirits underground have been plundered. All the good stuff is gone. These experts felt that they were too shameless. Now, when compared to Dition, they simply paled into insignificance. I didn't expect the sealed world to produce such a bastard. Interesting. A woman dressed in black had a voluptuous figure. She was extremely hot, and a single glance from her was enough to turn the world upside down. He said with a smile, "Little slut, put away your great sky demon technique. Be careful that I don't get angry and kill you. Don't think that I will be polite to you just because you are from the Sky Demon Palace. The Sky Demon Palace is useless in front of me." The burly man, who had a stocky build and a stocky waist, wore an animal skin battle suit, coldly stared at the black-clothed woman not far away. Barbarian bears. You're all brawn and no brains. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'd like to experience the secret techniques of your demon sect. The black-clothed woman continued to smile. Her chilling killing intent caused people to be secretly afraid. Some of the people at the side were silent, while others were gloating. Heavenly Devil Palace? I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa with a pile of delicious food in front of him. They watched while eating. Everything was as expected. The detection device didn't carry any aura. Even if these people were 10-star battle emperors, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Such surveillance equipment was not cheap. Fortunately, Lin Fei could afford it. Senior Zhan Wuming once said that the Sky Demon Palace was the strongest force in the 9th Holy Heaven. Their Sky Demon Palace had one of the 10 great ultimate skills, the 18 heavens of the Sky Demon. It was rumored that the Sky Demon Palace once had an unparalleled genius who cultivated this technique to the 18th heaven and became the strongest person in the 33 Holy Heavens. I didn't expect the Heavenly Devil Palace's disciple to be a female. The other burly man should be an expert from the demon sect, one of the major forces in the world of the 11th Sage. Their true forms are all ferocious immortal beasts. They are not a simple force. Lin Fei had some understanding of them, so when he compared them one by one, he immediately had a vague outline. "Little bitch, you're courting death." Barbarian Bear bellowed. His voice was like a great bell. A few tall mountains not far away rumbled and split into pieces. Dust flew everywhere. With a slap of his thick palm, black tornadoes were set off. The wind howled violently. The surrounding people retreated one after another. Barbarian Bear is indeed the pride of the demon sect. I heard that not long ago, Barbarian Bear killed a 10-star battle emperor from the world of the 28th Sage. Although Barbarian Bear is powerful, he may not be a match for the Sky Demon Rainbow. After all, the Sky Demon Palace has the 10 great ultimate skills. Barbarian Bear's attack was very domineering. Tornadoes whistled through the air. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the space or the earth, everything was turned to dust. This was the combat power of a 10-star battle emperor. Your power is fierce, but it depends on who you're dealing with. The sky demon Rainbow snickered. Without any movement, it went straight for Barbarian Bear. Someone immediately exclaimed, "This is the sky demon Shadow. I didn't expect him to cultivate the sky demon Shadow to this level." The whistling tornadoes came one after another. With gentle steps, the black-clad heavenly demon Rainbow Dress dodged all of them. When she arrived before the Barbarian Bear, her slender fingers curled and shot out 3 gusts of wind. Sky Demon Finger. Barbarian Bear's face turned serious. He took out a mace and used it to block in front of him. The figure of a giant bear appeared behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The Sky Demon Rainbow landed on the mace 3 times. "Little bear, you can't do it." The Sky Demon Rainbow laughed. Barbarian Bear crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to split into pieces. There was a hint of fear on his fierce face. Only he knew how terrifying the Sky Demon Finger was. "Little bitch, you're the best today. Let's wait and see." Barbarian Bear turned and left. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. "Miss Sky Demon, you're still as elegant as ever." "They're just barbarians from the demon sect. Why bother with them?" Many people chimed in. The Sky Demon Rainbow still had a smile on her face. "I heard that the natives of the sealed world are quite interesting. I'll take my leave first and meet this native." Leaving behind a graceful figure, the Sky Demon Rainbow left the crowd. There were a few people who subconsciously swallowed their saliva. "I'm afraid that this native has become their main target." Lin Fei was not interested in being labeled as a native. Of course, he was not interested in these city people either. Chapter 2179. This was not the only group of people that appeared under the spatial whirlpool. After confirming that there was no danger in the mountain of God Emperor, the forces of the 33 sacred heavens descended one after another. Even the master of sacred heaven arranged for his capable subordinates to enter the mountain of God Emperor. The forces that entered all cursed because the resources in the mountain of God Emperor had all been plundered. They were all angered to death after entering. There was nothing more despicable than this. Dition, this aboriginal, was truly outrageous. The mountain of God Emperor was formed from a fragment of the wasteland world. The quality of the resources that grew inside was extremely high. They had originally come for the origin fruit, but who didn't want to bring more back? After all, it was rare for the mountain of God Emperor to open. Who would have thought that the shameless aboriginal would plunder all the resources? Other than the useless trees, there was not a single living thing. For a moment, the crowd was filled with complaints. Lin Fei had attracted a lot of hatred. After confirming that there were no more resources, these forces prepared to head to the sealed world. Divine Realm. In reality, as the ruler of this unified place, Emperor Lin Fei did not really manage it. After all, Lin Fei had no interest in management. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Divine Realm was just a place to obtain resources. He really didn't care about population. What? A black figure landed in the Divine Realm. The sealed world is the sealed world. There is not a trace of destiny energy. No wonder no one is interested in this place. If not for the origin fruit's appearance, no one would be willing to come here. The demonic rainbow was dressed in black. She stood in the sky above the Divine Realm. She had an indescribable resistance towards this sealed world. The absence of destiny energy made her dislike it even more. What? The demonic rainbow headed towards the nearest city. From the big forces in the city, the demonic rainbow got the information she wanted and returned to the sky above the Divine Realm. She couldn't help but be interested in this Dition aboriginal. This Dition is really interesting. After conquering the Divine Realm, he cleaned up all the hostile forces. He actually didn't build a divine palace in the Divine Realm. To the demonic rainbow, this was extremely unbelievable. Especially after knowing that Dition lived in the profound sky world, the demonic rainbow became even more interested. He advanced to the Divine Lord realm with the body of a mortal, and then later on he grasped what was suspected to be a giant-level treasure, the War Emperor realm. This native exuded a mysterious aura. The demonic rainbow dress moved very quickly. In a few breaths' time, they traversed the void and arrived outside the profound sky world. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the profound sky world. "Miss Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be here too." Not far away, a figure came to the side of the demonic rainbow dress and said politely, "Actually, I also didn't want to come, but it's a pity that I don't have that life." The heavenly devil Nikhang said pitifully. He couldn't help but want to protect her. Beside him was a white-robed young master who gave off a scholarly aura. He said with a smile, "Your great sky demon art is becoming more and more exquisite. Even I can't block it." "Is that so?" The demonic rainbow dress winked at him. The man in white smiled bitterly. "Alright, what do you think of this Tion? Extremely shameless, and at the same time, his origins are extremely mysterious." The heavenly devil Rainbow said indifferently. It was a complete change from her previous flirtatious demeanor. "This is an interesting person. What do you think?" "Ha!" When a tyrannical aura descended upon the profound sky world. The people of the profound sky world were already used to it. In front of the invincible Lord God Emperor, no matter how powerful the outsiders were, they would still be defeated. Thus, everyone did what they had to do. They didn't panic. This also made those who came in click their tongues in wonder. The only thing that they couldn't understand was that these people's eyes were very strange. The invincible palace is in front. The profound sky world wasn't big. The invincible palace was easier to find. Thus, a group of people appeared outside the invincible palace, in groups of 3 to 5, staring at the invincible palace. Their eyes flickered. Through the information they obtained, they could confirm that the native god emperor was living in the invincible palace. Humph, such arrogance. Even in the 33 sacred heavens, no force would dare to call themselves invincible. A native of the sealed world dares to call himself the invincible palace. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in a gray robe had a gloomy face, giving off a very cold feeling. His eyes flickered. "I haven't seen any force that dares to call themselves invincible. Let me try." The middle-aged man in the gray robe was an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. At the same time, he was also a guest of a force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to appear in the space of the God Emperor Mountain, let alone the invincible palace. Heaven-shrouding seal. The middle-aged man in the gray robe flipped his hand, and a huge seal landed on the sky above the invincible palace. It expanded infinitely, like a tall mountain, at the same time emitting a terrifying aura that covered the sky. The rest of the people weren't in a hurry to act. It was just right for a guest to test the waters. After all, everyone had received the news that this native was suspected to have a magnate-level treasure. Because of this, they had to be careful. It would be best if they could confirm that the other party had a magnate-level treasure. The attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor isn't worth my time. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei still had a smile on his face. What? Just as the heaven-shrouding seal was about to land on the sky above the invincible palace, a transparent glass cover appeared below the heaven-shrouding seal. A few glass covers appeared and quickly linked together, blocking the attack of the heaven-shrouding seal. This black tower actually has such a function. Many people had a look of surprise on their faces. Soon they saw some clues. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the black tower, thinking that it was something not worth mentioning. When streams of energy shot out and formed a protective shield, they came to a sudden realization. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block the attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. This Tion isn't simple. Many people exclaimed. It was unbelievable for a sealed world to have a formation that could block the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. The middle-aged man in the gray robe's face turned gloomy. He couldn't even destroy a mere invincible palace. When he returned, he would definitely become a laughingstock. His hatred for Tion grew. Heaven-shrouding seal. The heaven-shrouding seal was activated once again. The treasure that was like a mountain kept bombarding the protective cover above the invincible palace. The power of each attack was enough to make one's soul tremble, but the transparent cover was able to block all the attacks. Something's wrong. It's very strange. The energy of heaven and earth is gathering rapidly. There's something wrong with the Black Tower. Everyone's eyes fell on the Black Tower. Chapter 2180. It's really incredible. There's actually such an incredible formation in the sealed world. This is definitely a magnate-level formation. Apart from a magnate-level formation, no other formation can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. A suspected magnate-level treasure is enough to make people go crazy. Now, another suspected magnate-level formation has appeared. Could it be that this indigenous Tion has obtained the inheritance treasure left behind by a magnate? In a short period of time, various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Most of them wanted to take the treasure for themselves. In the face of benefits, everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. Fellow Lian Qing, let me help you. A suspected magnate-level formation was enough to make people go crazy. Among the crowd, another middle-aged man came out and called out Tion's name. Without waiting for him to reply, he took out a treasure in his hand and blasted it at the Black Tower not far away. Let me help you too. A mere native dares to call himself an invincible force. In a short period of time, more than 10 experts attacked one after another. The Black Towers joined together and blocked wave after wave of attacks. They didn't show any signs of exhaustion from beginning to end, which made everyone quite angry. Miss Heavenly Demon, what do you think? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow felt that this Tion was very interesting. If others had good things, they would hide them in their hands and not take them out until the right time. On the other hand, this Tion seemed to be afraid that others did not know about it. Going against the flow? Even the intelligent Heavenly Demon Rainbow could not figure out what the other party was trying to do. This formation is not bad. It absorbs the power of heaven and earth to form a special defense. This level of formation can only be refined by a magnate-level expert. Yes, I think so too. The white-robed man smiled. This should be a magnate expert who is good at setting up formations, but I can't think of who it is. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow from the Heavenly Demon Palace. His experience was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this Black Tower was the crux of the formation. If he wanted to break through the formation of a big shot level elite, he would have to be extremely powerful. If he wanted to break the formation, he must be a magnate level expert. The indigenous people of the sealed world may give us many surprises. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow laughed. This trip was not in vain. It was indeed not in vain. Not bad, not bad. The Black Tower's defense is really awesome. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Black Tower's defense. You really get what you pay for. The absorption of energy between heaven and earth can form a special defensive power. Unless it's a giant level elite, it's impossible to break through the Black Tower's defense. With a free test subject to test the Black Tower's defense, Lin Fei was more satisfied than anyone else. There was no worry in his heart. According to what Senior Zhan Wuming said, the sealed world was sealed by the joint efforts of peerless experts. The power that descended here was at most a 10-star battle emperor. The giant level energy fluctuations were too great, and the sealed world was unable to withstand the energy fluctuations. In the end, the sealed world began to become unstable. The number of people besieging him kept increasing. In each of the 33 sacred heavens, there were powers that had entered. It was not difficult to come to the profound sky world from the mountain of God Emperor space. Furthermore, the treasure of the heavenly law ancestor had been refined, and the power restriction had been lifted, allowing the power of the war emperor to descend. Initially, there were more than 10 people fighting, but as time passed, more and more people joined in. The 10 people turned into 100 people, then 300 to 400 people. Each attack was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. However, the Black Tower's divine might was invincible, blocking all the power. We can't attack anymore. There's something strange about the Black Tower. It seems to be able to absorb the power of our attacks. What the hell? The sharp-eyed people exclaimed in shock. Logically, there was no formation that could block the joint attacks of hundreds of elites. But in the sealed world, it really appeared. No matter how everyone attacked, The Black Tower's defense was as stable as Mount Tai, immovable and stable. After the exclamations, some of them stopped and cursed loudly. It's a giant level formation, there's no doubt about it. The native Tion must have obtained the inheritance of a giant level elite. Charge in, kill this native, and seize the inheritance of the giant level elite in his hands. After the torrential attacks were ineffective, everyone understood one thing. This native Tion undoubtedly had the treasure of a giant level elite in his hands, and it was even more abundant than they had imagined. Anyone, including forces, would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step if they obtained the treasure. Their desires were endless. Especially when facing a sealed world and a native elite, their desires were magnified infinitely. No matter how big or small the forces were, they couldn't sit still. Everyone, attack the Black Tower together. As long as one of the Black Towers is broken, the defense will definitely be greatly reduced, and then we'll definitely be able to break through the invincible palace. A formation grandmaster elite pointed at the Black Tower and shouted, summoning a set of formation flags. The formation flags landed in the void near the Black Tower, suppressing the void. Grandmaster Feng is making a move. Everyone, let's attack together. Little demon, are you alright? When Lin Fei saw a formation grandmaster make a move, he subconsciously wanted to go out and kill him to avoid destroying the Black Tower. Master, don't worry. The Black Tower was exchanged for 10 million units of mysterious energy. This is a foundation that surpasses normal formations, and belongs to a completely new type of defense tower. How can a few conceited formation grandmasters understand it? They're destined to work for nothing. The little demon said disdainfully. As long as their attacks are fierce, it'll be equivalent to providing energy to the Black Tower. The Black Tower can transform all kinds of attacks into special energy that can be used to support the Black Tower's defense. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as the Black Tower wouldn't be broken, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. I'll let you show off a little more. Since there was nothing to worry about, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go out and deal with them. Even a tycoon couldn't afford to waste his destiny points. Lin Fei had learned his lesson. Boom boom boom. In the sky above the invincible palace, the number of people gradually increased. More and more people joined in the attack. Especially after the news spread, especially after everyone saw the Black Tower's terrifying defense, they couldn't stop and all joined in the attack. This attack lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the Black Tower didn't move an inch. There were more than 3,000 people surrounding it, including almost all the top forces in the 33 holy heavens. At the start, everyone was aggressive, ready to break through the invincible palace. After a long period of time, all of the elites were quite tired. They consumed alchemical pills one after another, yet the Black Tower was still as stable as Mount Tai. However, everyone was greatly angered. The few formation masters who had been highly respected before were all dumbfounded, and shook their heads vigorously. Sealing the void and isolating the energy fluctuations, was this still not enough? The formation grandmasters were so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2181. The formation master was infuriated. The besieging battle emperors were also filled with anger. 3 days of attacks had no effect at all. The Black Tower was still the Black Tower without any damage. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it also made them want to break the Black Tower and capture that indigenous Tion. Such a defensive treasure would make even first-rate forces jealous. If they had such a treasure, the sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, if they could decipher the manufacturing method, it could completely set off a new craze of refining weapons, especially for the formation masters, who could not wait to decipher the secret of the Black Tower. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, there had never been such a treasure worthy of their attention. 3 days until now, they still had very little understanding of the Black Tower. They had not even figured out the simplest structure, which was simply intolerable. A bunch of trash, can't even break a mere invincible palace, let me do it. A disdainful voice came from the mysterious sky world. In the distance, a stream of light sped over. Bastard who is trash. An 8-star battle emperor said sternly, extremely dissatisfied. Everyone saw the opponent's head explode, his whole body turning into a pool of blood. The killing method was unimaginable. This is a curse, everyone be careful. Immediately, someone cried out. Even some of the first-rate forces geniuses who had been watching from the sidelines revealed a trace of seriousness and fear. They knew this person. He was a direct disciple from the world of the sixth saintly heavens, young Master Curse. No one knew young Master Curse's specific name, but no one dared to look down on him. He was a direct disciple, and at the same time, his father was a giant expert, and a giant expert who made people tremble in fear. Because he cultivated the evil curse technique, although not as famous as the top 10 cultivation techniques, it was not far from the top 10 cultivation techniques. Some even said that if the top 10 cultivation techniques were not ranked early, the curse technique would very likely become one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Peng ping peng. More than 10 people in the crowd exploded one after another. Every death was very ugly, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Some were cursed to death by a mysterious force, and their bodies turned into a pool of blood. The rest were not much different. A bunch of reckless trash, even daring to curse me. Do you really think this young master doesn't know? The stream of light quickly appeared in front of everyone. It was a black-clothed young man with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "Miss Heavenly Demon, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful." Young Master Chu really knows how to speak. I wonder how many girls' hearts you have deceived with these words. The heavenly devil Nikhang said with a smile. Every frown and every smile was filled with infinite charm. No matter how beautiful those girls are, how can they compare to Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse was also very good at talking. His gaze landed on the demonic rainbow dress and almost never moved away. There was even a trace of lust in his eyes. However, if you continue to stare at me, perhaps I won't be able to stop myself from making a move. The heavenly devil Nikhang laughed lightly and flicked her jade-like hand. It was the sky demon finger. He flicked it 3 times in a row. Bang bang bang. 3 figures exploded, and young Master Curse stopped not far away. Miss Heavenly Demon, I like your temperament. Young Master Curse said even though he had mastered the supreme incantation. However, he was also more afraid of the demonic rainbow dress. After all, every disciple of the demonic palace was not easy to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress in front of him was one of them. I believe that sooner or later, you will believe that I am the most powerful. The two of them exchanged blows. Everyone could see that young Master Curse's strength had increased a lot since the beginning. He had successfully cultivated the incantation doppelganger. He was even more difficult to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress was also very afraid of young Master Curse. After all, this was a cultivation technique that was cast with special energy. It was very difficult to defend against. Then I'll wait and see. Incantation. It should be the top force of the 5th sage that Wu Mingzhan mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Analyze the incantation for me. Lin Fei was very interested in this incantation. Although he was not far away, he did not see how young Master Curse killed his opponent. Analyzing incantation, the system immediately began to analyze. Lin Fei went to check the time of the cloning of the slaves. He found that it would not take too long before the cloning was completed. It was equivalent to having a group of powerful subordinates. Young Master Curse, anyone can brag. I heard that your incantation is a top-notch cultivation technique. I wonder if you can kill the indigenous Dtion? At this time, a young man in a brocade robe lightly waved his folding fan. He was not afraid of young Master Curse's gaze. So it's the saint of the 9th sage, Chen Hao. I was wondering who had the guts to say that to me. Young Master Curse said coldly. Chen Hao said calmly. I've long heard of young Master Curse's incantation techniques. I believe that it will not be difficult for young Master Curse to deal with a small indigenous. It's also good to let everyone see the power of the incantation Dao. Otherwise, don't brag in front of Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. Many people were amused. Chen Hao and young Master Curse were both pursuing Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. One was the son of the master of the sage sky, the other was the son of a powerful figure. They were about the same in terms of power. Both of them were publicly recognized as geniuses. Now that the two of them were facing each other, ordinary people did not dare to interrupt. Everyone knew that young Master Curse was narrow-minded and could kill without leaving a trace. No one was willing to offend him. Chen Hao, don't think that you are great just because you have a powerful father. In my eyes, you are just SOS. Young Master Curse laughed. Since you want to see how powerful this young master is, this young master will fulfill your wish. If I kill this native Tian, from now on, wherever this young master goes, you will have to stay far away. How about it? I agree, Chen Hao said, unwilling to be outdone. As a saint, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Straightforward enough. Young Master Curse came to the sky above the invincible palace. A small indigenous, today I will let you see the power of the incantation Dao. Inside the invincible palace. Lin Fei was speechless. *CK, you guys are fighting over a girl. What has that got to do with me? This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. However, this young Master Curse does not look simple. I better activate the invincible defense to prevent myself from getting hit. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense and used the Blood Sky Seal to protect himself. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to see the power of the incantation Dao. Chapter 2182. Lin Fei was really looking forward to facing young Master Curse. This was a good target to capture. If he was cloned, he would definitely be a powerful long-range attack team. From the moment young Master Curse appeared, Lin Fei listed him as one of his targets to kill. Even if he couldn't kill him, as long as he obtained a drop of his blood essence, he could still use the system to clone him. It's time to go out and meet the geniuses. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he arrived above the invincible palace. Immediately, divine senses shot over, but they were blocked by the Black Tower's defense. He's the indigenous Tian. Tian is out. What a young guy. Is he Tian? The strongest indigenous of this sealed world? The treasure is in his hands? The forces outside the invincible palace all stared at Tian. Greed flashed in their eyes. Tian was a guy with a giant-level treasure. Moreover, he was an indigenous from the sealed world. In their eyes, he was as insignificant as an ant. They could kill him with a finger. He was like a doll hugging a gold brick. Everyone, you came uninvited and attacked the invincible palace. I am very unhappy. Lin Fei was expressionless. His majestic gaze swept across everyone present. Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. At the same time, it emitted endless heavenly might. The geniuses and other forces outside the invincible palace trembled. A wave of heavenly might enveloped them. They even had a feeling that they couldn't resist it. What a heavenly might! The man in white shouted. A black tower appeared above his head, blocking the heavenly might outside. The other geniuses also used their basic treasures to block the attack of heavenly might. Just this one move alone made everyone secretly fearful of Tian, who was a native. They couldn't imagine that such heavenly might would appear on an indigenous person. It was simply unbelievable. You are Tian? You have a giant-level treasure? Young Master Curse was surrounded by black fog. Once the heavenly might entered, it was completely invaded. He stared at Tian not far away with a vicious gaze. Lin Fei's move established his dominance. My name is not something you can call out. Lin Fei's eyes widened, and two rays of light shot out. A sharp light flashed as the two sabers slashed out. The saber intent sliced through the boundless void, leaving behind saber scars. What big words! He's just a native. How dare you call yourself emperor? Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. It's good that you came out now. This young master will kill a little native like you in front of everyone. White Knight, between young Master Curse and Tian, who do you think will win? The demonic rainbow asked White Knight. The name of the man in white was Bai Yi, and he was a member of the Bai clan. As for the Bai clan, their background was even more illustrious. He was also one of the top existences. Bai's countenance grew heavier. Initially, I didn't think much of D. Tian. He's just a small country bumpkin from a sealed world. Even if he's strong, he can't be that strong. However, D. Tian's grasp of heavenly might to such an extent is truly impressive. It's rumored that there was an old ancestor of the heavenly Dao in the past. He condensed boundless heavenly might. Once the heavenly might was released, corpses were strewn everywhere. No one was a match for him. I'm wondering if this D. Tian native is related to that old ancestor of the heavenly Dao. The demonic rainbow frowned slightly. If it really is the old ancestor of the heavenly Dao, then the battle between young Master Curse and D. Tian will be a good show to watch. Her gaze landed on D. Tian with a complicated expression. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them who were discussing young Master Curse and D. Tian. Curse Dao God Altar. Young Master Curse opened his mouth and spat out a black altar. The black altar swelled with the wind. In an instant, it became an existence that was 100 zhang in size. Boundless evil aura swept out, causing everyone to reveal a solemn expression on the spot. It's rumored that this is a treasure personally refined by a magnate-level expert. It contains supreme curse Dao techniques and can unleash extraordinary attributes. At the same time, it has a powerful defense. I didn't expect this treasure to be passed down to young Master Curse. Young Master Curse is indeed worthy of being one of the most beloved sons of an unparalleled expert. He even passed down such a treasure. Young Master Curse landed on the black altar. Curse Dao collapse. The black altar rotated, and the black mist turned into tornadoes, engulfing the two saber lights and destroying them completely. You dare to take out this kind of power and disgrace yourself. On the altar, young Master Curse's long hair fluttered as he laughed sinisterly. Now, I will let you experience a true Curse Dao killer move. Curse Dao Corrosion. Lin Fei instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping him. Hua hua hua. System notification, an unknown power has descended on your body. Once the system notification ended, Lin Fei felt a terrifying cold aura on his body. The moment the cold aura landed on his body, the dark green poison wanted to drill into his body. What a terrifying poison. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have been corroded. Lin Fei could clearly see that his Heaven's Mandate points were being consumed at an extremely fast speed, constantly corroding his body. This was definitely a terrifying energy corrosion. I am the Son of Heaven. Even if this corrosion is my defense, you won't be able to break it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, allowing the dark green poison to invade his body back and forth. Young Master Curse's first move failed, so he activated the Curse Dao God Altar again. Curse Dao, Great Prophecy Technique. Young Master Curse once again cast a Curse Dao attack. I don't believe that you can withstand this double curse attack. Ding. Player has been paralyzed by a mysterious energy attack. Ding. Attacked by Great Prophecy Technique. The two terrifying energies came one after the other. Although Lin Fei had activated his invincible defense, the numbing effect still invaded his body. Half of his body was almost unable to move. Immediately, a deathly aura enveloped him. This was a power that Lin Fei had never encountered before. It was a formless killing move. Boom! When this power enveloped his body, Lin Fei felt as if everything was dissipating. It was extremely overbearing. Get rid of the mysterious energy. Lin Fei did not panic. He activated the mysterious energy. The moment the mysterious energy appeared, the death energy surrounding his body was cleansed. The mysterious energy was also Lin Fei's trump card. Although this kind of death energy was tyrannical and could kill all life cells, it was almost impossible to defend against it. That was why the Curse Dao was famous. Young Master Curse is truly ruthless. His first move was a numbing and Great Prophecy Technique attack. Even I don't dare to be careless. Bai Yi said solemnly, D. Tian, this country bumpkin, is probably going to be killed. The Great Prophecy Technique is indeed terrifying, especially when used in the form of a Curse Dao. The demonic rainbow nodded. It is truly impossible to defend against. Unless there is a Curse Dao treasure, only then can one block the Curse Dao attack. This D. Tian is probably very powerful. Chapter 2184. Whether it was the paralysis of the curse path or the great curse prophecy technique, they were all extremely domineering attacks. The curse path itself was beyond ordinary combat methods, and it was naturally very frightening to deal with it. Only the forces of the 33 sacred heavens would be afraid of this young master curse, especially when he had a giant expert who was infinitely close to being an unparalleled expert backing him. Young Master Curse was also very proud. To be able to kill the strongest native expert of the sealed world wasn't something to be proud of, but the other party had a magnate-level treasure in his hands. Tion, in front of my great curse prophecy technique, you will experience the true taste of death. As long as you are willing to hand over the magnate-level treasure and these defensive black towers, I am willing to spare your life and even allow you to become my servant. No one can blame you for anything. Young Master Curse was full of heroism and ignored all the forces around him. Young Master Curse had his own confidence. In front of his powerful father and the powerful forces created by him, ordinary forces would be prepared to be destroyed if they didn't lower their heads. As expected, when young Master Curse's words fell, many people revealed angry expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, there was a trace of fear on their faces. How about it? You only have one chance. I'm not willing to be an ordinary person. Young Master Curse continued with an attitude as if he had the other party in his grasp. Swear loyalty to me, offer your treasure, and I'll guarantee your safety. Lin Fei's thoughts were all on the mysterious energy, and he was amazed at how magical this power was. The curse path combined with a treasure like the curse path divine altar can be said to be an invincible existence. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei even more determined to obtain young Master Curse's blood essence and clone a batch of curse path subordinates. Haha. Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the mysterious sky world, loud and clear. Servant? You are thinking too much. One step. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of young Master Curse and threw a punch. The power of time enveloped young Master Curse. 18 doppelgangers, kill! Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 18 doppelgangers moved out. Each of them was comparable to a 10-star battle emperor. The terrifying aura pierced through the clouds and shook the earth. Curse path, refraction. Young Master Curse shouted, and black fog curled up. A barrier appeared, and rays of profound light refracted the clones' attacks. None of the attacks managed to break through the black mist. The onlookers instantly suffered a calamity. The power of the counterattack did not diminish. Everyone hurriedly dodged. The experts who were slightly slower were heavily injured by the reflected force, and some were even killed on the spot, turning into clouds of blood mist. Blood Heaven Seal. Lin Fei had never thought of heavily injuring a 10-star battle emperor with his 18 clones. This was his trump card. The huge Blood Heaven Seal had been hidden in the void for a long time. It suddenly descended and collided with the Cursed Dao Divine Altar. The huge impact sent the Cursed Dao Divine Altar flying. A few experts nearby were smashed into blood mist. With a snort, young Master Cursed, who was on the altar, couldn't stand still. He stared at the treasure that had emerged. A giant-level treasure. I can feel it. Young Master Curse could see that this treasure was extraordinary. This young master wants this treasure. Young Master Curse's eyes became sharp and terrifying. As long as he could get his hands on this giant-level treasure, his strength would definitely improve. He might even have the chance to reach the giant level and look down on the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The onlookers' breathing quickened. They had finally seen a giant-level treasure. It was a treasure that was filled with an ancient aura. A giant-level treasure. The rumors are true. I must get my hands on it. This giant-level treasure must be mine. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, it was a giant-level treasure. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by bloody battles and massacres. It would be even more difficult to obtain a giant-level treasure. Now that a giant-level treasure had appeared in a sealed world, no one could sit still. It was definitely an existence that would make everyone's eyes red with envy. Snatch it? Greed could drive people crazy and cause them to lose their rationality. Not to mention that it was a giant-level treasure. After confirming that there was no doubt about it, some battle emperors immediately moved to snatch it. The sky-covering palm slammed down from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The entire world seemed to have turned black. Courting death. Young Master Curse coldly snorted. Curse Dao, raging flames burn the heavens. In the void, black flames appeared. The first Battle Emperor expert was burned into nothingness by the black flames. The moment he touched the black flames, he was also burned into nothingness. Everyone be careful. This is the curse fire. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized it and was shocked. Countless experts from all sides had suddenly been attacked by the curse fire. All of them were burned into nothingness. Their eyes were filled with shock. A bunch of idiots. What a joke. The demonic Nikhang laughed delicately. Young Master Curse is famous for his narrow-mindedness. You dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. Even if you go to the Yellow Springs, you won't be wronged. Young Master Curse is indeed impressive. He has cultivated the curse Dao to such a level in such a short time and even cultivated the curse fire. No wonder that person values young Master Curse so much. Bai Yi said indifferently. I heard that the cultivation of the curse fire is extremely difficult. If you're not a genius, don't even think about cultivating it. Once you succeed, your battle power will increase greatly. Once the curse fire is released, it will burn all living things. In the sky, figures were burned into nothingness. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb. It was a ghastly sight. Even if they used treasures, it would still be difficult to resist the attack of the curse fire. This young Master Curse was unbelievably cruel. Di Tian's treasures belong to me. Whoever dares to snatch them, I'll kill them. Young Master Curse coldly threw down a sentence. The coldness caused people to tremble. Inescapable net. A huge black net suddenly appeared in the sky. Once the net appeared, the whole world seemed to have fallen into it. Treasures belong to those who are fated. I'm that fated person. A tit-for-tat voice rang out. Chen Hao, how dare you? Young Master Curse glared at him. The one who attacked just now was Chen Hao, the son of a certain sacred sky master. He was also a saint's son. Curse Dao cut. The black mist turned into a blade aura and slashed at the black net. As the target of the attack, Lin Fei felt the gazes directed at him. His 18 clones were the first to be attacked by the curse fire, and a huge amount of destiny points were consumed. This also made Lin Fei want to get young Master Curse's essence blood even more. Return. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones. He couldn't continue to waste destiny points. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and crashed into the inescapable net. The net was indeed powerful, but it still had a huge hole in it. Young Master Curse, take this. The Blood Heaven seal left an afterimage in the sky, crashing into young Master Curse's altar. Young Master Curse staggered on the spot, and the black mist in the sky disappeared. Again, the Blood Heaven seal was made from two kinds of treasures. Its power was not that simple. Bang, bang, bang. The whole space shook and shattered, forming invincible black holes. Astral winds howled, and all the attacks were destroyed in the void. Chapter 2185. You guys can't do it. The strength of the Blood Heaven seal was unimaginable. Wave after wave of collisions landed on the Curse Dao Divine altar every time. Young Master Curse's expression instantly turned ugly as he consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, he would have long been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Even so, he still could not endure it. Even though young Master Curse's face was ugly, he wanted to get his hands on this giant treasure. Young Master Curse wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. The others all had similar expressions. As Lin Fei attacked, he activated Endless Devour to plunder everything. Those who surrounded him were in trouble. Unless they were much stronger, they would all be devoured. Pieces of human skin fell off. Blood, flesh, and other life essences were all plundered. All that was left was a piece of human skin. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This indigenous Dition was unbelievably cruel. Saint Chen Hao and young Master Curse quickly put down their grudges and attacked Dition together. Indigenous Dition, let me fight you too. In the air, another black figure appeared. His aura was exceptionally strong. A long saber slashed through the air. The saber light was like a torrent, surging and surging, containing endless tyrannical saber intent. The divine saber manners elder is here. On the Blood Heaven seal, Lin Fei didn't even frown. He continued to attack the cursed Dao God altar. He also activated his invincible defense, ignoring the tyrannical saber light behind him. Young Master Curse's treasure is really extraordinary. My Blood Heaven seal is made from 2 top-grade treasures. Even though its quality can't reach its former glory, it's still a giant-level existence. The world of the 33 sacred heavens isn't as simple as I thought. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked. However, the opponent's cursed Dao God altar wasn't an ordinary treasure either. Lin Fei was confident that he could shatter the opponent's cursed Dao God altar and obtain young Master Curse's blood essence. What an arrogant Dition. He actually withstood divine saber manners' tyrannical saber intent. Chen Hao's eyes flashed coldly. Could it be that this treasure has an invincible defense? Chen Hao kept guessing at its profundities. His fist didn't stop, raising supreme fist intent. Each punch could destroy a world. Another strike landed on the cursed Dao divine altar. Young Master Curse's face sank. He was crying bitterly in his heart. Damnable Dition, damnable native. There are so many of them. Why are you only attacking this young master? This isn't fair. Young Master Curse stubbornly held on to the cursed Dao God altar. Curse flames burned the heavens and a destructive aura pervaded the air. However, he was still able to block the attacks of the opponent's treasures. Although it looked fine on the surface, it was actually starting to suffer damage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Young Master Curse took out a pill and swallowed more than half of it in one gulp, turning it into Heaven's Will energy. His curse attacks didn't stop, but he couldn't stop the boundlessly ferocious attacks. Every strike consumed a terrifying amount of Heaven's Mandate energy. Young Master Cursed also realized how difficult it was to deal with the other party. This native was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could control a sealed world. Dition, you are very powerful. This young master still has something to do today. I won't spar with you. Young Master Curse made a feint and controlled the cursed Dao God altar to leave. You want to leave? I won't allow it. Lin Fei hollered. The blood sky seal once again smashed onto the cursed Dao God altar. Aren't you very amazing? Continue being amazing. How could Lin Fei not know that the other party couldn't continue to exhaust him? The blood sky seal plundered all energy. It was tyrannical and terrifying. The energy it converted was enough to support an attack. However, the other party wasn't so lucky. On the cursed Dao God altar, young Master Curse's body shook. This is the time. A flaw finally appeared in the cursed Dao God altar's defense. Open! Lin Fei squinted his eyes and used his hand to wield his blade. Space teleportation was activated. He suddenly appeared in front of the cursed Dao God altar and slashed at this flaw. This was the position that the system had calculated. Gotcha! The defense collapsed. Lin Fei's attacks were all for this flaw to appear so that he could seize a drop of essence blood from young Master Curse. The moment the defense collapsed, young Master Curse was shocked. Lin Fei punched over. His strength was pushed to the limit as it heavily landed on young Master Curse's body. Curse Dao, Curse Robe Protection. The black fog on the cursed Dao God altar transformed into incantations. They jumped in the air and formed a robe filled with incantations. An ancient aura also spread out. When Lin Fei's punch landed on young Master Curse's body, the densely packed incantations shattered. It actually blocked all the power of this attack. Even he himself was shocked. Curse Dao seal. Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. You actually dared to barge in. This time, no one can save you. 18 clones. Lin Fei's first attack failed. His second punch blasted out. The 18 clones also charged out. They had long prepared their attacks. They turned into a terrifying aura of destruction that blasted on young Master Curse. Bang! The blood sky seal followed up. More than half of the curse robe on young Master Curse's body was destroyed. His defense was greatly reduced. The 18 clones took the opportunity to attack. 18 attacks blasted on young Master Curse's body, destroying most of the runes on the curse robe. Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Curse finally vomited blood. The key was that the blood sky seal followed up. In addition, his defense was not fully activated. This gave young Master Curse a chance to attack. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and young Master Curse's blood droplets landed on his hand. Thank you. Voila. Lin Fei left the cursed Dao God altar. When he appeared again, he was in the invincible palace. Young Master Curse stared. A thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that he kept attacking me for the essence blood? This was definitely something that he could not accept. Saint Chen Hao and some other geniuses also stared with their eyes wide open. Di Tian left too quickly. They couldn't help but have different thoughts. What's going on? Damn it, I don't have the mood to continue fighting with you guys. Lin Fei returned to the invincible palace. He started nagging in his heart. Who would be willing to waste their destiny points? Did they really think that he was a fool? Analyze young Master Curse's essence blood for me. Lin Fei was very jealous of such a long-range attack with attribute support. If he could clone it, it would be like a magic army. Discovered essence blood. Initiating analysis. I've seen many geniuses and many famous people. But this Di Tian, this is the first time I feel like I can't see through him. The demonic rainbow frowned and shook her head. White Knight had a strange look on his face. He couldn't guess what this indigenous Di Tian was trying to do. I only know one thing. The more outstanding Di Tian's performance is, the faster his death will come. White Knight smiled. It's a pity that I didn't make a move just now. Now I have the urge to make a move. That's rare. The demonic rainbow knew that this young Master White Knight was a famous battle maniac in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. He just didn't have such thoughts about ordinary people. She didn't expect to meet someone worthy of making a move here. If a battle maniac like you makes a move, Di Tian won't have it easy. Haha. Chapter 2186. P.S. I'm finally married. Updates will resume today. Roar roar. Everyone was confused by Di Tian's actions. What was Di Tian trying to do? Young Master Curse coughed out blood as he stared at the invincible palace. At the same time, he took out a large number of elixirs and swallowed them. As for Di Tian's ridiculous idea of taking his blood essence, he had long suppressed it. Ladies and gentlemen, Di Tian is just a country bumpkin. He owns a magnate-grade treasure and doesn't respect us at all. This is unacceptable. I'm willing to join hands with all of you to blast open the gates of the invincible palace. Is everyone willing? Young Master Curse was also a smart person. After suffering a loss once, he immediately had an idea. Everyone had clearly seen the battle between Lin Fei and young Master Curse. They had witnessed the dominance of a magnate-level treasure. They already had the idea of taking it for themselves. Everyone agreed with young Master Curse's suggestion. With young Master Curse taking the lead, we are naturally willing. Di Tian is a native of the sealed world. How can he possess the treasure? The treasure should belong to us. We are willing. It had to be said that young Master Curse was very capable. With just a few words, he had convinced everyone. Saint Chen Hao, are you interested in trying together? Saint Chen Hao was the son of the Master of Sacred Sky. Although he was unhappy with young Master Curse's overbearing attitude, he knew that Di Tian was not easy to deal with. How can I reject young Master Curse's invitation? Saint Chen Hao laughed. Let's compete to see who can capture Di Tian first. With two prodigies taking the lead, the rest did not have any other thoughts and joined in. Where's Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse turned his head again, not at all embarrassed about losing. A small sealed world actually produced such a prodigy. I am very interested to try too. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang smiled. Miss Heavenly Demon has joined in. How can I not? Bai Yi also smiled. Once everyone joined forces, They could not be underestimated. Curse Dao Great Seal. Young Master Curse wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. The Great Seal of the Curse Dao surrounded the invincible palace from top to bottom. I have already used a secret technique to completely seal the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone attack together, and we can break through the defense of invincible palace. Young Master Curse shouted, and the black fog on the Curse Dao Divine altar surged. Disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa, attack with me. Once the Great Seal sealed the entire invincible palace, the elders of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa immediately responded. He led the disciples to attack one of the positions. Sacred Fist Technique. Saint Child Qianhao bellowed. His aura rose to a peak, and a flickering phantom of a Jingguang appeared behind him. The phantom was majestic and invincible, and it couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as this phantom appeared, everyone revealed a look of dread. What a saint, Qianhao! I can't believe he's cultivated the holiness fist art to such a level. He's already condensed the shadow of the Lord of the Holiness. With the help of this shadow, his fist art has reached a terrifying level. No wonder he was able to stand out among all the saints and occupy a spot. He cannot be underestimated. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim. Saint Qianhao was quite pleased with himself. There were many prodigies present, and in terms of status, they were not inferior to him. He had used his most powerful saintly fist technique right from the start, suppressing everyone and taking the lead. A mere invincible palace. Boom boom boom. The three streaks of light shot out in a wide and open manner. The huge invincible palace began to tremble unknowingly. The saintly fist technique had reached such a terrifying level. What a group of prodigies. Their battle prowess is not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Especially young Master Cursed, who had been attacked by the 18 doppelgangers. His injuries were not light, and he had recovered in such a short time. This young Master Cursed had become even more extraordinary. This is Miss Heavenly Demon Nikhang. She actually came in. In the sky above the invincible palace, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang stepped forward and entered the invincible palace. Your defense is not bad, but in front of the Sky Demon Palace's Sky Demon Dance, it is still full of flaws. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's eyes wandered, and she laughed delicately. And I'm here. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed delicately and went straight for one of the positions. The disciples of the Invincible Palace did not make a move. In front of such a powerful cultivator, it was useless to block. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's mysterious footwork broke through layers of space, came to the depths of the Invincible Palace, and saw Di Tian sitting on the throne. What a great successor of the Heavenly Demonic Palace. This ability is really shocking. No wonder everyone says that none of the disciples of the Heavenly Demonic Palace are simple. Lin Fei said proudly. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed lightly. Thank you for your praise, Daoist Di Tian. If you say too much, I will become arrogant. Actually, I would like to experience Daoist Di Tian's skills. Young Master Cursed is an elite among the prodigies, but he also suffered a loss in your hands. I am just a weak woman, please show mercy. As the last word fell, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang moved, flicked her jade-like hand, and the Heavenly Demon Finger attacked. The Heavenly Demon Finger was a cultivation technique of the Sky Demon Palace. The seemingly weak finger actually contained a domineering power. The Heavenly Demon Raiment also began to dance. Her movements were graceful, and she created many afterimages. This was the other ultimate technique of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Heavenly Demon Dance. It was specially used to charm the enemy, and they fell for it unknowingly. Lin Fei sat on the throne, his mind slightly rippling, and immediately recovered. Heavenly Demon Dance is indeed powerful, I unknowingly fell for it. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's jade-like finger was in front of him, almost touching the center of his eyebrows, killing intent exploded, and the temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped. This was another auxiliary effect of the Heavenly Demon Finger. Girls, it is better to learn embroidery. Fighting and killing are not suitable for you. Facing this finger, Lin Fei laughed. 2 fingers clamped up, clamping on the heavenly demon Nichang's jade-like finger. The explosive power was suppressed. If you want to kill me with this strength, it is still too light. This little girl still feels that this is suitable for me. The heavenly demon Nichang laughed again. No need for you to worry. The jade-like finger was clamped. The heavenly demon Nichang did not panic. The power of the heavenly demon burst out, and an even thicker jade-like finger shot over, its power not decreasing, as if it wanted to force Lin Fei to let go. I feel that you are not bad. Why not be my personal maid? Lin Fei borrowed the momentum. The huge force attacked, and his entire body was stuck to the heavenly demon Nichang, forcibly crashing into the heavenly demon Nichang's bosom. With a single hand, the heavenly demon Nichang fell into Lin Fei's embrace. Your figure is really not bad. I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei took a deep breath, beaming. The heavenly demon Nichang's beautiful eyes revealed killing intent. Then I will have to ask you if you have the ability. In reality, in her heart, the heavenly demon Nichang had killing intent towards this frivolous Di Tian. She was one of the candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Sky Demon Palace. When did she let a man get close to her? Chapter 2187. Facing Di Tian's teasing, the heavenly fiend Rainbow was completely enraged. Although it was infuriated, there wasn't much anger on the Sky Demon Raymond's body. Instead, it was replaced by boundless killing intent. The killing intent was released along with the Sky Demon art. The surrounding temperature became cold, and this cold was formed by the killing intent. The demonic Rainbow had never seen such a shameless person before. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, the influence of the heavenly devil palace resounded throughout the entire world of the 33 holy heavens. No one had ever dared to say such things to her, but Di Tian had. Demonic finger, demonic dance. The heavenly devil raiment changed its attack methods several times, but it was still unable to leave a mark on the opponent's body. There was a formless energy on Di Tian's body that blocked the attacks of the Sky Devil raiment. He couldn't find a way to break through it, and he ended up expending a large amount of energy. This Di Tian is quite mysterious. To be able to cultivate such a defense, no wonder he dares to fight against all the geniuses. The heavenly devil Rainbow pointed out again. You fell for it. The Sky Demon raiment changed its position, and a Sky Demon blade appeared in its hand. A cold light flashed, and it slashed towards the other party's neck. The Sky Demon blade was a magnate-grade treasure. Once the Sky Devil blade appeared, the Sky Devil raiment became extremely confident. No matter how good Di Tian's defense was, it would be impossible for him to block the sharpness of the Sky Devil blade. It would definitely leave an injury, and at that time, it would be able to break through Di Tian's undefeatable defense. In terms of strength, the Sky Devil raiment was much stronger than Di Tian. It was only Di Tian's undefeatable defense that could not be broken. This was the first time it had encountered such a defense. You have a magnate-level treasure, but so do I. Lin Fei didn't dodge or evade. The blood sky seal pressed down, and the blood mist whistled. The heavenly devil raiment naturally wouldn't take it head-on. She knew how powerful this treasure was, so she helplessly retracted her attack. I have to admit, it's not easy for you to have such achievements in the sealed world. The demonic Rainbow held the demonic blade in her hand. However, he was unable to leave a single wound on the other party's body. This was the first time the heavenly devil Rainbow had encountered someone that it had no idea where to start. Beautiful lady, praising me like this, I'm embarrassed. Lin Fei said with a smile, standing with his hands behind his back. If you don't have any other abilities, I'm going to make a move. The Sky Devil raiment didn't think much of it. No matter how powerful Di Tian was, there was still a gap between him and her in terms of strength. She was not afraid because she was from the Heavenly Devil Palace. I really want to see how powerful fellow Daoist Di Tian is. Just as the demonic Rainbow finished speaking, a stream of light rushed in. It was Bai Yi, dressed in white. And this young master. In an instant, a few more people appeared in the palace. All of them were geniuses, and all of them were battle emperors. Lin Fei did not think that he could block them out. It would be enough if he could block most of them out. As for these geniuses, they would definitely have some special methods. Entering the invincible palace was not a difficult task. He knew this better than anyone else. These few Heaven's Prides were the strongest people here. At the same time, their backgrounds were shocking. They could be said to be extremely talented people. Their combined strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Since the few of you were able to barge in from the outside, you must have some pretty good treasures on you. If I like them, hand them over obediently. Lin Fei waved his hand. The saber intent on the left spread out and sliced the void open. It was the cloned Dao slave. The Dao slave, dressed in black armor, had a ferocious look on his face. His saber intent soared into the sky. If there was only one of them, it might not be a big deal. However, there were too many of them. When they gathered together, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. On the other side, there was the sword slave. He was also ferocious. He carried a long sword on his back and his sword intent soared into the sky. He was not inferior to the Dao slave at the side. Now that he had gathered together, it was quite a terrifying scene. The Dao slave and the sword slave appeared on the left and right respectively. The expressions of the geniuses on the opposite side changed. These ferocious-looking Dao slaves and sword slaves were all battle emperors. At the same time, they were also the strongest swordsmen and swordsmen in combat. They were the most difficult opponents to deal with. This is my gift to all of you. Enjoy it. Lin Fei sat on the throne again. The Dao slave pulled out his long sword. The saber intent exploded and covered the sky. The entire invincible palace was covered in the saber intent, especially when it had reached the battle emperor level. Swish, swish, swish. 50,000 Dao slaves attacked at the same time. What a scene it was. Damn it. Why are the saber techniques of these swordsmen so similar to those of the divine saber manner? Young Master Curse cast a curse technique and put on the curse Dao divine robe. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The saber techniques of the divine saber manner. Could they have colluded with Tion? Yes, that must be it. They did not have time to think. They each took out their treasures to block the domineering saber intent. 50,000 Dao slaves. How terrifying was that? Any attack would not be able to block the attack of the Dao slaves. Although they were geniuses, they had no choice but to go all out against so many Dao slaves. They did not hide any of their ultimate techniques. Kill! The sword slaves shouted in unison. They also joined the battle with a terrifying sword intent. The few geniuses felt a headache coming on. 50,000 Dao slaves and 50,000 sword slaves. They really could not block them. The most terrifying thing was that the Dao slaves and sword slaves were using extremely powerful saber and sword techniques. At the same time, they were not afraid of death. They did not dare to be surrounded. Be careful. This is the Myriad Swords Manner's sword technique. The Sky Devil robe stepped on the Sky Devil dance. The Sky Devil blades turned into streaks of afterimages that landed on the Dao slaves and sword slaves. They were unable to block the attacks. The cloned Dao slaves and sword slaves are indeed not just for show. Now, I just need to clone a batch of cursed Dao slaves. With their cooperation, I can attack from both inside and outside. Whatever T Dao slaves are going to be eliminated. The more Lin Fei watched, the more satisfied he was. He had forced the few geniuses into a dangerous situation. They did not have Lin Fei's invincible defense. At the same time, they had a large number of destiny points to spend. It was reasonable for them to be in a dangerous situation. My gift is not bad, right? You are the first to enjoy it. Ordinary people do not have this kind of treatment. Lin Fei looked at the wind and clouds with a smile. The Dao slaves and sword slaves surrounded the battle circle. The number of enemies they killed was not very high. Tion, you actually joined forces with the Divine Saber Manor and the Myriad Swords Manor. Everyone has underestimated you. Bai Yi was also quite surprised. The pressure of 100,000 enemies was very taxing on him. His treasured clothes were left with many scars, which would normally not appear. The cannon fodder that he had exchanged godheads for was too different from the Dao slaves and sword slaves. It was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison. I am in a good mood today. If you don't want to die, it is better for you to surrender. In the entire palace, the power of space and time shrouded the heads of the geniuses, limiting their speed. Dense Dao slaves and sword chi attacked. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Chapter 2188. Invincible Palace. None of the powerhouses had expected Di Tian to have another trick up his sleeve. He had secretly colluded with the Divine Knife sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa. There are too many people from Di Tian. I can't hold them back anymore. I'll retreat first. Young Master Curse was very unwilling, but he couldn't handle so many people. Even the cursed Dao God altar couldn't handle it. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. Curse Gate, open. Now that young Master Curse couldn't hang on to his teammates, he decided to retreat first. A black door opened, and young Master Curse pushed away the sword and saber slaves before diving in. Lin Fei had never thought of killing off these heaven's favorites with powerful backgrounds. After all, these fellows all had treasures in their hands. It wouldn't be difficult for them to escape from the encirclement. Miss Heavenly Demon, let's go. This was the first time White Knight had met such an opponent. Even though the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate weren't top-tier forces, they weren't forces that could be underestimated. Di Tian's capabilities weren't simple to be able to hide this from everyone. All right. The demonic rainbow also had a headache. Di Tian had hidden himself too deeply, and she had almost fallen for his trap. Young Master Bai called out, and the demonic blade brought out streaks of silver light, sending more than 10 enemies flying. Eternal Divine Boat. Bai Yi released a battleship, and they boarded it one after another. The battleship erupted with boundless might, smashing the enemies into pieces. There's no need to chase. From young Master Curse's departure to Bai Ye's breaking out of the encirclement, all happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the saber slave and the sword slave stopped. However, the sword and saber intents on their bodies continued to soar into the sky, continuously slicing the void and forming a land of death. This curse warship is also a giant treasure. I won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei secretly held back against these disciples with powerful backgrounds. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to go against those veteran forces for the time being. You may have left, but the people outside won't be so lucky. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He had to kill a portion of them to intimidate the rest. Outside the invincible palace, the defense formed by the Black Tower was still not something that could be broken by everyone, apart from a limited number of prodigies who used secret techniques to enter. The rest could only resort to violence. After young Master Curse killed his way in, everyone was full of confidence. As long as they killed or captured Di Tian alive, their defenses were nothing to be afraid of. It's opening. Ha, great. The invincible palace's defenses have been breached. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. So the defense was gone. Xiao xiao xiao. Before they could celebrate for too long, a sword will shot over and hit the forehead of a combat emperor. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. In an instant, everyone's scalp went numb. The sword intent and the saber intent continued to attack, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire world seemed to have darkened. Pu. The densely packed attacks had become a nightmare for the combat emperors present. No matter what power it was, no one was able to withstand the continuous attacks. Damn it, why are there so many experts in the invincible palace? A 7-star combat emperor said sternly. The long sword in his hand danced in an airtight manner, and his expression became extraordinarily serious. Before anyone appeared, everyone felt an endless sense of danger shrouding them. This was definitely not normal. The first wave of sword intent and saber intent severely injured the group of people at the front. One by one, the combat emperors were shot dead on the spot. At this moment, at the place closest to the invincible palace, there was no one. They're out. Everyone was on guard, their eyes fixed on the invincible palace. Hua hua hua. Sounds of breaking air could be heard. Everyone saw figures appearing in the sky above the invincible palace. All of them were ferocious, with sharp sword intent and saber intent. How is this possible? How can a small invincible palace have such domineering sword intent and saber intent? This must be fake. Everyone was completely unable to remain calm. The densely packed black figures emitted an imposing aura. Even the 10-star battle emperors felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't this the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa? Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily. Yes, it's the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Back then, I fought with the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa. They had the same sword intent. It's definitely the same. And this saber intent, it's obviously from the Godly Knife sect. There were constant exclamations of shock. At the same time, angry gazes were shot at the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. The leader of the 10,000 Swords Villa was at a loss and couldn't speak. The elder of the Godly Knife sect had the same expression as the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Why would the saber intent of our Godly Knife sect appear here? Moreover, all of them are of the same realm. This is unbelievable. The most unacceptable thing was that the number of combat emperors in the entire Godly Knife sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa couldn't be compared to the number of people in front of them. Listen to our explanation. These aren't people from the 10,000 Swords Villa. There must be a mistake. Seeing the angry gazes of everyone, the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa quickly explained. If this was true, the 10,000 Swords Villa wouldn't be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. If there was only one person, it would still be fine. However, the auras they sensed clearly belonged to the sword and saber intents of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. How could this be fake? 10,000 Swords Villa, Godly Knife sect. Thank you for attracting them here. Now leave the rest to me. Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone, surrounded by the saber slaves and the sword slaves. Deedon, you are talking nonsense. The elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The rest of the people's expressions changed. You are slandering us. You are just a small country bumpkin. You are nothing in the 10,000-year villa. Lin Fei smiled and said, How dare you besiege my sleeping quarters? Kill without mercy. Explanation? Lin Fei wouldn't bother to explain himself. I am slandering you all. The moment the saber slaves and the sword slaves attacked, they used the saber art and sword art of the two great forces. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. A saber slave rushed to the front of a combat emperor and slashed at his body. The combat emperor forcefully resisted the attack, and a few sword slaves took advantage of the situation and killed the combat emperor. 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves. How terrifying was that? In this sealed world, they were like a meat grinder. No matter how many of them came, they would be killed. Lin Fei needed them to increase his strength so that he could break through the combat emperor realm and become a powerhouse. Elder, our 10,000 Swords Villa is finished. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa were dumbfounded. Even the heavens chosen at this moment didn't know what to say. Those gazes of death were not something that could be ignored by anyone. The hatred and resentment in those gazes were deeply etched into their hearts. It wasn't something that could be erased so easily. The black mass of saber slaves and sword slaves didn't attack them. In fact, they didn't have the intention to attack. Each of them was a 9-star combat emperor realm expert. At the same time, they weren't afraid of death. How terrifying was that? They saw with their own eyes that a saber slave didn't retreat even half a step when half of his body was destroyed. Instead, he charged forward and severely injured his opponent. After witnessing this scene, they didn't have the confidence to attack. Chapter 2189. The sword and saber slaves had inherited the saber and sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. Their battle prowess was extraordinary, and at the same time, they were combat emperors. When they attacked together, their aura was shocking, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Sword intent and saber intent filled the air. Coupled with the fearlessness of the sword and saber slaves, the combat emperors fell one after another. Those low-level combat emperors who came out to see the world were instantly turned into beehives by the sword intent and saber intent. Run! We can't hold them anymore. 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade sect betrayed us. The murderous experts of the 33 sacred heavens were swept away by Lin Fei's subordinates in less than a moment. Almost none of the combat emperors could withstand the attacks. Only Lin Fei could use such a brutal method of attack. Cloned subordinates could do it. They were more death warriors than death warriors, without any changes in their thinking. Human wave tactics are really terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not make a move. After a battle, Lin Fei's sword and saber slaves were less than 5% lost. No one was willing to be entangled with such a fearless method of attack. It would mean death. In order to clone 50,000 sword and saber slaves, I plundered a large amount of ores and materials. Finally, it was worth it. When the cursed slaves are cloned, almost no one will be able to leave. Lin Fei observed. The sword and saber slaves were strong, but they still had some flaws. The cursed slaves would form a special support, and their lethality would increase. Di Tian, what are you trying to do to us? 10,000 Swords Villa's elder Wan Sheng tried his best to suppress his anger. Today's matter could not be washed clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Right now, he wanted to know what Di Tian wanted to do to them. Yes, you slandered us. And killed the forces of the 33 sacred heavens. They will flatten your invincible palace sooner or later. Godly Blade Sect's elder Dao Wufeng said coldly. Right now, the ones who hated Di Tian the most were the two elders in front of him. When this matter spread back to the 33 sacred heavens, it would be hard for them to defend themselves. That was the sword will and blade will that belonged to the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were the real deal. Aside from them, no one else could master them. They would never know that Lin Fei had a system in his hands. Through a drop of blood analysis, the clone was exactly the same, and no one could see through the mystery behind it. Keeping you here was actually for the sake of acting. Now I can send you to hell. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and snapped his fingers. The saber intent and sword intent that filled the sky blasted towards the people from the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Saber faction. Without any struggle, these people were all killed in the blink of an eye. Even if there were peak-level War Emperor rankers among them, they would not be able to withstand the familiar attack method. The increase in power is too little. Lin Fei shook his head. After becoming a 10-star combat queen, the increase in strength began to decrease. Although he had killed over 1,000 experts, the increase in strength he had obtained was still not enough to satisfy Lin Fei. For others, this little bit of strength was enough to make them laugh. I believe they won't come after killing such a huge wave of enemies. I can also clone a batch of cursed mages first. In front of the Invincible Palace, the news of the heavy casualties of the various forces spread. The demonic rainbow opened a screen in the sky and reported the news to a phantom. Master, the situation is like this. We were caught off guard. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction have collaborated with Di Tian. All of us have underestimated this Di Tian. After the demonic rainbow left, it first sent the news back. This was a huge matter. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were not top forces. But with their strong attack power, they were very popular in the 33 sacred heavens. But who would have thought that Di Tian, who was in the sealed world, would secretly collude with these two forces? What was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction had hidden themselves deeper than expected. In that case, we have really underestimated this Di Tian and the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They want to snatch the biggest share of the origin fruit this time. The phantom's voice was emotionless, as if it was above the mortal world. Master, then what should I do? You don't have to do anything for now. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction actually plotted against our demonic palace. Master will definitely avenge you. Moreover, the two forces have hidden themselves so deeply. I believe that the other forces will not allow them to rise to the next level. The demonic rainbow was not satisfied. But I am not satisfied. The demonic rainbow, who had always been competitive, really could not accept that it had suffered a loss at the hands of an aboriginal. Wait a few days. This young man Di Tian has shown off his abilities. The other forces will definitely see him as their #1 competitor. At that time, someone will naturally come out to suppress him. Young Master Curse, Bai Yi, Chen Hao, and other prodigies all sent the news back. This concerned the situation in the 33 sacred heavens. And this aboriginal Di Tian had once again displayed terrifying strength, becoming the strongest opponent in the fight for the origin fruit. The tens of thousands of sword and saber slaves were definitely a force that could not be ignored. And if they wanted to send experts down from above, without a certain number, they would definitely not be able to contend with Di Tian's people. At the same time, they bore a grudge against the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were now certain that the two forces were working with Di Tian. No wonder the news had spread so quickly. Perhaps the two forces had secretly manipulated it. After the 33 sacred heavens received the news, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate, which did not seem to be very threatening on the surface, had actually secretly cultivated such a group of experts. Who knew how many more experts they had in their sects? This was very displeasing. In particular, the two masters of the sacred sky of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were both infuriated. Who would want to have two more ticking time bombs in their control? If they could work with Di Tian, who knew if they would have any thoughts about their own forces? They had to be taught a lesson. The two masters of the sacred sky met secretly to discuss how to teach the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction a lesson. The other forces that had been destroyed in the Invincible Palace also placed their hatred on the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. If not for them, would their people have died? What kind of trouble could a mere aboriginal like Di Tian cause? Among them, the biggest culprits were these two forces. When the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction received the news, the Master of the Sacred Sky personally paid them a visit and demanded that the two sects confess and be lenient. The two sects were dumbfounded. Someone recorded the saber intent and sword intent at the scene, including the sword techniques and saber techniques of the two sections. They were exactly the same, causing people to insist that the two sects were the ones who did it. Chapter 2190. The two masters of the sacred sky personally came to the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. This was definitely a big deal. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect did not receive the news. After all, even the master of the sagely sky was dissatisfied. Who would dare to inform them? The two forces were being suppressed by the Lord of the Sacred Sky. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect were dumbfounded. Many of their experts were killed on the spot. No one wanted to have an uncontrollable force under their command. The scariest thing was that the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect had such strength in secret. If he didn't know, he wouldn't even know when his lower part would be flipped over. This is unforgivable. The arrival of the two masters of the Elysium had resulted in the deaths of many experts from the two superpowers. Even the sect leader was heavily injured by the Master of the Elysium. Colluding with Di Tian, a native of the lower realm, is unforgivable. With just one sentence, the Lord of the Sacred Sky had pushed the blame onto the two sect masters. The Master of the Sacred Sky was a powerful figure. The patriarchs of the two factions had no choice but to show themselves. However, they were no match for the Lord of Holiski's strength. After a fierce battle, they were completely defeated, and their patriarchs were injured. Since they won, it was naturally time to split the spoils. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Blade sect were so angry that they spat out blood, especially after hearing the news. They cried out that they were innocent, but in front of the evidence, they were speechless, not knowing how to explain themselves. It was hard to explain. The saber art and the sword art were the secrets of the two factions. Only those with a certain status could learn them. How could outsiders learn them? The two grandmasters wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even their old master did not know how to explain this. It was obvious that the Lord of the Sacred Sky wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take a bite out of the two forces. At the same time, the disciples of the forces that were killed also vented their anger on the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. These forces might not be afraid in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, that was definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Even they would not be able to withstand it. Under the threat of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, he had to explain what was going on. Otherwise, they would be surrounded and attacked. The Lord of the Sacred Sky would definitely not interfere and would allow them to attack. This was the same as placing them on the stage and placing them in a dead end. Helpless. After the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber sect suffered great losses, they could only compromise. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei did not know that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were being suppressed by the Master of the Sagely Heaven, who was a powerhouse. Invincible Palace quietened down after a round of cleaning. The prodigy had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei wasn't interested in where they were going as long as they didn't come up to harass him for the time being. In fact, after the Dao slaves and sword slaves were dispatched, the various factions stopped their actions and did not dare to act recklessly. The Dao slaves and sword slaves were extremely powerful. Once trapped, it would be a nightmare. Success. Under Lin Fei's anticipation, the Curse Mage was finally born. The first batch of spellcaster was cloned. Lin Fei felt that the word wizard sounded better than slave, so he changed his name to Wizard of Incantations, which sounded more superior. The materials are too little. 5,000 Curse Mages, if used well, can be a deterrent. 5,000 spellcasters. This was the first batch that Lin Fei had cloned. Initially, he thought that cloning a Curse Mage wouldn't require too many materials. Later, he found out that it was much more deceptive than cloning a Dao slave or sword slave. Apart from the large amount of materials, the mysterious energy was also 3 times that of the Dao slave. Let me try the Curse Mage's attack. Lin Fei pointed at one of the Curse Mages. Although without young Master Curse's Curse God Altar, the power of the curse was limited. However, it was not something that an ordinary combat emperor could withstand. Curse Mage Num. Curse Mage, Great Prophecy Technique. Curse Mage. The curse cast by the Curse Mage was almost the same as the one cast by young Master Curse. The only difference was the power. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. To be able to clone such a perfect Curse Mage, Lin Fei had to thank young Master Curse. If it was an ordinary Curse Mage, they would not have mastered many Curse Mage attacks. However, young Master Curse was different. His status was different and he had mastered many Curse Mage attacks. This time, Lin Fei was lucky. Alright, now that the first batch of Curse Mages has been cloned, with the help of the Curse Mage and the powerful Dao Slave and Sword Slave, I should head to the Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. There was a large amount of power waiting for him to reap. Mountain God Emperor. This place was now occupied by various forces. After the various forces suffered losses, no one went to the profound sky world. Now, no one knew what Tion's trump card was. Tion is a shameless bastard. He caused our Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect to become the target of everyone. At a remote location in Mountain God Emperor, the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect gathered together and scolded. Whenever Tion was mentioned, their resentment would soar and their killing intent would be revealed. Ever since Tion killed all the forces that surrounded them, once the news reached the Mountain God Emperor, Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were immediately besieged. It was their fault for not being able to explain the origins of those combat emperors. More than half of the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were killed on the spot. The remaining ones fled in panic and hid in all directions. We can't continue to hide. Everyone, we have to think of a way. An elder of Myriad Swords Villa said with a frown. The remaining 4 elders all had a trace of exhaustion between their brows. Being chased here and there with their lives hanging by a thread was not an easy task. This is all because of that Tion. An elder of the Godly Saber Gate said sternly with a lot of resentment in his tone. If I see him, I'll torture him until he's hovering between life and death. I'll teach him the methods of the Godly Saber Gate. Now, they only knew that Tian had set them up and turned them into stray dogs. Those people were complimenting them before, but who would have thought that they would attack them from all directions? Is that so? As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. From the void, a man in black appeared and swaggered in front of them. Everyone be careful. He's Tian. The remaining people stood up and stared at him angrily. Everyone knew that they had become stray dogs because of Tian, and they had almost died in the pursuit of Huiyuhao. Tian, come and die. The elder of the Divine Blade sect's eyes flickered coldly. He took out a black long saber and swung it. A saber radiance swept towards Lin Fei's family. It was the hand-swing saber of the Divine Blade sect. Why are you so angry? You need to calm down. Lin Fei shook his head. The muscular elder of the Divine Blade sect screamed in pain. His entire body was set ablaze. In an instant, not even his bones were left. This is the curse fire. Impossible. Chapter 2191. This time, Lin Fei did not come to the mountain god emperor alone. He brought an army with him. With the system, it was effortless for Lin Fei to find people in the mountain god emperor. It could be said that everything was under Lin Fei's control. Curse fire, this is the curse fire. The elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the godly Saber Gate were terrified. The curse fire was something that could only be mastered after one had cultivated the curse Dao to a certain level. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to defend against. Those who were hit by it would die for sure. Rumor had it that a magnate could kill a magnate of the same level. They had no idea how the curse fire landed on them. This kind of unknown death was unbearable. In a short period of time, fear filled the air. If you don't want to die, shut up. I don't mind killing all of you. Lin Fei laughed. As soon as the curse fire appeared, they lost the will to fight back. Who could defend against the curse fire? Even the 3 combat emperors were helpless. They were afraid that the curse fire would land on them and cause them to follow in the footsteps of their opponent. That's the way. Lin Fei was shocked. The curse fire attack of a dozen spellmasters was able to kill an elder without anyone noticing. This was too cruel. The sword slaves and saber slaves were powerful, but compared to the spellmasters, the difference was huge. The attack of the spellmasters was even more unpredictable. Lin Fei used the system to analyze the attack and came to a conclusion. The attack of the curse fire was another way of using energy. It was more unpredictable. It was impossible to defend against. Tian, what are you trying to do? An elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa asked. As long as one was not an idiot, they could tell that this Tian was very mysterious. He might even be working with someone else. This was too scary. It's nothing much. I just need something recently. I heard that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate are powerful forces with deep foundations. I don't think I would mind using something to exchange for you. What do you think? If Lin Fei could kill them, it couldn't be any easier. However, the benefits were too little. Right now, Lin Fei lacked all sorts of resources to create his own army. There were plenty of resources in the immortal world. However, this was only temporary. Lin Fei had to accumulate strength for himself, and the best way to do so was to plunder from others. Limiting himself to his own territory was not a long-term solution. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Plundering resources was the most suitable method. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were undoubtedly good choices. That's impossible. The 10,000 Swords Villa elder shouted angrily. This is extortion. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's body was also engulfed by the curse fire, and he instantly lost all signs of life. I don't want to say it a second time. Send the news back now. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give them time to consider. If you don't pass it on, all of you will die. 2 elders had died consecutively, both of whom were war emperor rankers. The rest of the people lost their temper and looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. We are willing. We are willing, don't kill us. He resolved the issue between the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife Gate. Lin Fei placed his gaze on the other powers. With the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction here, Lin Fei could begin the next step. For example, capturing people. In a valley within the mountain of God Emperor. That native is too shameless. He plundered the entire mountain of God Emperor, causing us to come here for nothing. He plundered everything. I really can't accept this. Of course, when I came down, it was to plunder the prophets. Rumor has it that the mountain of God Emperor's space is a fragment of the essence of the Nishti savage world, which contains a large amount of treasures. Even the treasures of heaven and earth. But now, this place has become barren. It's all that Tion's fault. How can a native be so powerful? In the valley, a few young people dressed in brocade clothes gathered together. They were all disciples from several forces, and their statuses were not low. This time, they could only watch helplessly. They could only curse Tion for not being a good person. Now, they knew that Tion was not to be trifled with. Even if he was a genius, he would return in failure. Even if they were capable, they would not dare to find trouble with Tion. It's not good to speak ill of me behind my back. A cold voice enveloped the valley. There were more than 100 people in the valley, and all of them were furious. Their background was not something that ordinary people could go against. Hua hua hua! Flames shot out from the bodies of the disciples in the valley, and in an instant, they turned into flaming people and disappeared from this world. Curse fire, this is curse fire. You people from the cursed Dao sacred palace, how dare you? Do you know who we are? Stop it. Experts died one after another. In a short period of time, there were only 10 young people left in the valley, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lord, this is Feng Yunsha. The one in yellow is Nangong Xiao. His father is a half-step magnate expert. And this is the deputy sect leader of a first-rate sect. He has great authority. At this moment, a fluctuation came from the void, and Lin Fei quietly appeared with 2 elders standing beside him. They were the elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. The elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect had helpless expressions on their faces. If they did not want to live, they would not be willing to help Tion by pointing out the direct descendants of the major forces. Great! The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect are indeed not good people. Someone recognized the two at a glance. After all, they were one of the leaders this time, who did not know them. Long-winded. That person let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was green, and large pieces of flesh were corroded, revealing his white bones. It was a tragic sight, and he died in despair and pain. Instantly it became quiet. You should know who I am. Now, you only need to do one thing. Of course, you can choose not to do it. The choice is in your hands. Of course, the outcome of not doing it is death. Lin Fei said indifferently, the God Emperor Mountain is beautiful, and it is the most suitable place for you to be buried. Who knows, after hundreds or thousands of years, you might have a chance to be resurrected. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just now, they had seen someone die in front of them, and they did not have the confidence to defend against Tion. Lin Fei gestured to the 2 elders, and the 2 elders had sullen expressions. They passed the list to them and briefly explained the situation. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. This was robbery. You can choose not to do it, and I will send you to hell immediately. Everyone shuddered again. My father is a half-step magnate, and you dare to rob and extort? You are courting death. A stubborn person glared at Tion and brought out his background. Lin Fei was very simple with these idiots. He would kill them all and turn them into a part of his strength. Threat? Chapter 2192. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction received a message from their elders. After seeing the message, his face darkened on the spot. The other elders also had the same expression. Shameless bastard. Ancestor, please let us go down and kill this shameless bastard. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction had just been suppressed by the Master of the Sacred Sky and suffered great losses. If they had not paid a huge price, the entire sect would have been massacred. His hatred for Tion was so deep that he couldn't even fill up his 5 lakes and 4 seas. Now, they were extorting him. This was clearly bullying. The current sect master was also filled with hatred. An indifferent native had caused their myriad swords mountain villa to suffer a great loss. He wanted nothing more than to cut him into 8 pieces to vent the anger in his heart. The elders looked at Ancestor Thousand Swords. He was the strongest ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa and also their strongest trump card. Like Ancestor Divine Blade of the Godly Blade faction, he was also a half-step magnate and was very close to the final step. Half-step magnate was powerful, but there was still a gap between them and a magnate. For example, the right to speak. It was the difference between heaven and earth. "You're all muddle-headed." Ancestor Thousand Swords harumphed and glanced at everyone. "It's not suitable for the Thousand Swords Villa to make any more enemies. It's just some materials. So what if we give them to him? Furthermore, can you deal with Tian in the Mountain God Emperor? Don't forget the tens of thousands of sword slaves and saber slaves around him." All the elders fell silent. "Tomorrow, I will go into seclusion to become a magnate. Before I come out, the Thousand Swords Villa will not receive any guests." On this day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion. The next day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion too. In the Mountain God Emperor. With the guidance of a specialist, Lin Fei captured the disciples of the major forces. As for having no background? I'm sorry, you'll have to provide me with a portion of your strength. 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves passed by. A black torrent crushed everything in its path. Lin Fei made up for the loss of the saber slave and the sword slave, making up the numbers again. Now, he had another 100,000 combat emperor slaves. The spellmaster was another trump card. In the space of Mount God Emperor, there were enough saber slaves and sword slaves for the time being. Once they appeared, they were successful in every endeavor. The world of sword intent and the world of sword intent formed by light. This was enough to make people feel unprecedented terror. Lin Fei caught more and more people. They extorted large amounts of resources according to the size of their forces. The God Emperor Mountain's forces were thoroughly enraged, especially after the news spread. Preposterous. That Tian is clearly looking down on us. We haven't gone to look for him, but he has come to act violently. We can't let this go. If outsiders see this, they will really think that we are afraid of him. Thousands of people were gathered on one of the peaks of Mount God Emperor. Dozens of people clustered around one person. It could be seen that these people were not ordinary people. Young Master Cursed was the one who shouted the most fiercely. Back then, young Master Curse wanted to show off, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. He hated Tian very much, and once he heard that he had come, he bewitched the geniuses present. There were also some old acquaintances on the mountain peak. For example, the demonic raiment. For example, Lord White Knight. For example, Chen Hao. There were quite a few other geniuses as well. Those who could stand here were all geniuses of the same level, and they all had strong backgrounds and forces behind them. The crowd did not have much of a reaction to young Master Curse's words. Young Master Curse, it's your problem that you suffered in the hands of Tian. Don't drag us down with you. Someone on the opposite side retorted. Now, who doesn't know that Tian is ruthless? He has a group of saber slaves and a group of sword slaves by his side. Whoever dares to go will die. Young Master Curse was used to being arrogant. Naturally, there were some people who were unhappy. Han Fei was one of them. He was also the son of a half-step giant. At the same time, he was also a powerful genius. He brought over 30 experts from his clan with him, and he was very confident in the space of Mount God Emperor. That's right. Why should we listen to you? Anyway, we have no enmity with Tian. He won't look for us. Many people chimed in. Young Master Curse's face turned gloomy, and a cold light flickered. He thought to himself, a bunch of idiots. I will kill all of you sooner or later. A bunch of cowards. Young Master Curse mocked them. I don't think you can say that. Chen Hao also had a lot of resentment towards Tian. His father was the master of sacred heaven, but he was forced to retreat by a native. This was simply a humiliation. Tian isn't a simple native. He is a native who has obtained a great opportunity. He even has a great treasure in his hands. Now, he even has a sword slave and saber slave. All of them are comparable to 9 stars combat emperors. Who knows what other trump cards that native D Tian has? If D Tian obtains the origin fruit and advances to the realm of a giant, us geniuses will have to live under his shadow in the future. Are you all willing to do that? One had to admit that Qinhao still had some prestige. As one of the geniuses present here, they didn't wish for anyone to stand above them. It was already so difficult to deal with someone who wasn't a giant. Moreover, they couldn't think of any way to deal with D Tian when they advanced to the realm of a giant. I also feel that this D Tian must be eliminated. We can't let him live. Otherwise, he will definitely become a strong enemy for us geniuses. The demonic Nikhang also chimed in with a cold expression. Chen Hao's words weren't a threat. In the future, things would really develop in this direction, so they had to be careful. I also agree with Child Qin. Miss Demonic and Child Qin are both right. We have to work together to deal with D Tian. There's strength in numbers. A few of the sons of the Lord of Holiness agreed. None of the sons of the Lord of Holiness's sons were easy to deal with. They all knew to work together to deal with D Tian. Child Curse was powerful, but he still ran away in panic. We still have a lot of people now. We have to work together with others. Chen Hao invisibly gained prestige. As the initiator, he received everyone's support. Everyone, there's no need to work together. I'm coming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, a storm of sword will and a storm of saber will crush towards the crowd. Oh no, D Tian is here. The thousands of people who gathered all took out their treasures to protect themselves. The storm of sword will and the storm of saber will were extremely domineering. As soon as they came crashing down, the sky darkened, and all they could see was a black torrent. Swords and sabers were everywhere, turning the crowd into beehives. Corpses were everywhere, and there were countless casualties. Before they even worked together, only about a third of the thousands of people were left. Lin Fei, surrounded by a group of sword and saber slaves, watched coldly from the side. Chapter 2193. A total of 100,000 war emperors came crashing down like a torrent. There were more than 1,000 experts gathered at the scene. In the first round of attacks, there were heavy casualties. A wave of sword intent and blade intent had killed at least 100 experts, and the number of casualties was still rising. In the face of the black torrent, they were simply too weak. Apart from a limited number of prodigies, no one else could withstand such an attack. Everyone come to me. Let's activate our treasures together and block D Tian's attack. Bai Yi had suffered a small loss last time, so he was still shocked when he saw the sword slaves and saber slaves again. Especially in terms of numbers, they were exactly the same as last time. It was definitely uncomfortable. Among the prodigies, Bai Yi had a strong background and a certain amount of prestige. Dozens of figures flew over. Bai Yi waved his hand and took out a battleship. The battleship was pitch black and gave off a terrifying aura. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Blood Heaven Seal, it wasn't too far off. This was a treasure of a pseudo-magnate. Great, this is young Master Bai's eternal warship. With the eternal warship, we'll be able to block the attacks and even kill D Tian's subordinates. Everyone was delighted to see the warship. Bai Yi was a member of the Eternal God Palace, a force that had existed for a long time. No one knew exactly how strong it was, but it was known that there were several giant experts guarding it. The power of the Eternal Divine Palace was unimaginable. The Eternal Warship was one of the most famous treasures of the Eternal Divine Art. It possessed a powerful defense and combat strength. A single Eternal Warship was enough to crush a battle emperor. Even a 10-star battle emperor would have to be wary of it. Everyone boarded the warship. At this moment, no one had any objections. After boarding the warship, they followed White Knight's instructions and placed their energy into the Eternal Warship. The huge Eternal Warship shone brightly. It was like a blazing sun. The saber slaves and sword slaves that surrounded Jiang Chen were shot to death by the splendor as soon as they got close, and they fell from the sky. What a great warship! Its quality has actually reached the level of a pseudo-giant treasure, and the power it emits has also reached such a level. This white knight has a mysterious background. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated the foundation of the geniuses. This was definitely something that could only be taken out by those inherited forces with deep foundations. Tian, you want to kill us all in one go, but you're still one step behind. Yes. We're not that easy to bully. As long as you kneel down and hand over all your treasures, we will spare your worthless life. The eternal warship displayed its might, killing hundreds of saber slaves and sword slaves. All the outstanding talents saw hope. He shouted angrily at Tian. Bai Yi was not as optimistic as them. His eyes were flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. No one has the right to take my life, not even you sky prides. Lin Fei shook his head and laughed. It's just a warship. If I want it to be destroyed, it will be destroyed. Lin Fei strode over. The blood heaven seal descended from the sky, and a faint blood color spread out. With a loud bang, it landed on the eternal warship. This emperor wants to see how long you can last. It's merely a treasure of a giant. You don't have the qualifications to act fiercely before this emperor. The blood heaven seal came with a fierce momentum. The bodies of the people on the eternal warship shook violently, and their blood chi surged. Those who were slightly weaker began to vomit blood. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was like a supreme emperor. With the blood heaven seal in his hand, he unleashed the most domineering attack. Every time he attacked, the eternal warship would flip up and down, and cracks would appear on the body of the warship. The people on the eternal warship were also struggling. Not good. The blood heaven seal was indestructible. After landing on the eternal warship again, Bai Yi cursed inwardly. The eternal warship's defense began to show flaws under the relentless and tyrannical attacks. It was broken in one go. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged in with covetous eyes. Dozens of saber slaves attacked Bai Yi. Bai Yi's expression turned grave. A bright armor appeared on his body, and he released his aura to send his enemies flying. Time slow. Lin Fei executed time slow. It enveloped the heads of the outstanding talents. Spatial compression. The eternal warship became a battlefield. Countless saber slaves and sword slaves charged in, forcing the outstanding talents to retreat. Although Lin Fei's time slow and spatial compression couldn't suppress them completely, it could at least affect them by 20 to 30%. Curse Dao, Great Prophecy. After young Master Curse suffered a loss previously, he still couldn't accept it. He looked for an opportunity and launched another attack when the other party was unprepared. It was a fatal attack. Lin Fei had long since disregarded this. The system's mysterious energy could completely disintegrate such attacks. It could be said that no matter how many such attacks came, they would all be disintegrated. After cloning the Curse Dao Mage, the system analyzed the Curse Dao attacks and studied them in detail. The mysterious Curse Dao in the eyes of others was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. You know the Great Prophecy, so do I. After the system finished analyzing the Curse Dao, it wasn't impossible for Lin Fei to execute it. Boasting shamelessly. Young Master Curse sneered. The Curse Dao was a peak existence that had disappeared for an era. Now, only a few people grasped it, and no one else had the chance to see it. Watch carefully then. Lin Fei allowed the Great Prophecy to land on him. Great Prophecy. Lin Fei's voice became especially sacred. It was different from the way young Master Curse cast it. It was simpler. Go! Young Master Curse originally wanted to mock him. How could a native like him learn the Curse Dao of their Curse Palace? He was too presumptuous. The other prodigies split a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the movements here. They also didn't believe that Tian knew the Curse Dao. The moment the mystic seal appeared, the sneer on young Master Curse's face suddenly disappeared. His pupils constricted, and from his feet up, half of his body instantly turned into nothingness. Cough, cough, cough. This Curse Dao, impossible. Young Master Curse wanted to say why Tian's Great Prophecy was more terrifying than his, and he didn't even know when he was hit. The prodigies on the eternal warship who were still fighting were all dumbfounded. This was because they saw young Master Curse's body turn into nothingness under the corrosion of the Great Prophecy. He disappeared in front of them without even a moment of support. Is young Master Curse dead? Doubt, confusion. All kinds of emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. F***CK, the strengthened version of the Great Prophecy is so powerful. He killed young Master Curse with a curse? Lin Fei looked at the strength bonus. Indeed, it was more than usual. System, you're really awesome. What Lin Fei had cast previously was the strengthened version, which was the most suitable to be used. He underestimated its power and killed young Master Curse with a curse. This was too domineering. Lin Fei originally thought that it would be good if he could severely injure young Master Curse. Now, it was completely beyond his expectations. Everyone, if you don't want to die like young Master Curse, the best choice is to surrender. Chapter 2194. The Great Prophecy spell itself was strange, and its power was exceptionally strong and terrifying. The enhanced version of the curse Dao was still more than 10 times stronger than expected. A single curse Dao killed young Master Curse mercilessly. As the person who did it, Lin Fei was also shocked. The system was too awesome. Most terrifying of it all was that this ultimate attack of the curse Dao was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was impossible to guard against. It was like a sharp sword above one's head that would descend at any moment. Young Master Curse is dead. The frown on Bai Ye's face was so deep that it almost formed a Chuan character. Mr. Cursed was killed, and he was killed in one move. What is Di Tian's background? How can he master such a terrifying curse like the Great Prophecy spell? Bai Ye's mind raced, but he couldn't figure out the connection. Could Di Tian be from the Curse Palace? This is important news. In the beginning, the appearance of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect by Di Tian's side made everyone feel uneasy. No one knew when Di Tian had colluded with them. If that was all, no one would feel much about it. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect were not weak, but in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens, they were at most first-rate forces. In front of the super forces, they could not withstand a single blow. Any one of the major powerhouses was enough to wipe out the two forces. Now it's getting troublesome. Ever since Di Tian used the curse technique, everyone had a headache. Not only was it difficult to deal with, but it also involved the 33 Holy Heavens. Bai Yi, the demonic Nikhang, Chen Hao, and the other chosen saints all revealed grave expressions after young Master Curse was killed. Especially the last sentence, coupled with the encirclement of tens of thousands of battle emperors, they gradually felt powerless. We've underestimated Di Tian. Heavenly Devil Rainbow said with a bitter smile. Di Tian has grasped a curse technique, and it's a killer move like Great Prophecy technique. No one knows if he also has curse techniques. Damn it. Damn it, an unremarkable sealed world. How did such a freak appear? Chen Hao was a holy son, but he had to admit that Di Tian had become even more terrifying after mastering curse techniques. Breakthrough? They were no longer confident. The Curse Palace was a force that struck fear in the hearts of others. Even a powerhouse would not be willing to offend any disciple of the Curse Palace. That was because the Curse Palace was famous for shielding their own. 100,000 war emperor rankers, and they were still at the 9 stars realm. This was undoubtedly a chasm that could not be crossed. They could easily trap them to death. You want us to surrender? Who do you think you are? One of the heavens chosen let out a cold snort. His fist technique shook the heavens and sent more than 10 combat emperors flying. At the same time, he waved his hand and released several puppets to shield his back. His silhouette turned illusory, creating layers of afterimages. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Bang! The sky was filled with afterimages as the prodigy fell out of the void. The curse fire wrapped around his body, and he screamed miserably as he turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone, feel free to break out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. After the previous incident, Lin Fei was prepared. He could not wait for them to break out of the encirclement. He would kill as many as they broke out of the encirclement. He did not believe that they could escape from the spellcaster. Putting everything else aside, Just the various curses and attacks were enough to give everyone a hard time. Cursed fire. The rest of the prodigies who wanted to break out of the encirclement shuddered. The cursed fire was a terrifying attack that was not inferior to the great prophecy spell. Other than the treasures that were specially refined for curses. Outsiders could not withstand the attack of the cursed fire and would be burned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. 2 types of curses had appeared consecutively, and they were both top-notch existences. It was no different from dropping a heavy bomb. Don't act rashly. Bai Yi did not want to send everyone to their deaths. This time, they are already prepared. It will be difficult for us to break out of the encirclement. Chen Hao said dryly. With the great prophecy spell and the cursed fire, I believe that there are people from the cursed palace hiding in the void. It will be even more difficult to break out. Everyone give up resisting. Even Bai Yi. There was no way to break out of the encirclement. This Tian was too terrifying. When the rest saw that Prince Bai Yi had given up resisting, they also gave up. Instead of dying in vain, they might as well see what Tian wanted to see. With their background, Tian should not dare to kill them. They were also skeptical about the latter's idea. Even Prince Bai had killed Bai Yi, let alone them. Prince Bai, you have made a good choice. Lin Fei smiled. I will not kill you. I am only making a deal with the forces behind you. I am a very easy person to talk to. Easy to talk to? Everyone did not believe this. It was easy to talk to 100,000 battle emperors surrounding them. This is a small toy that I have refined. If you stay here peacefully, it will naturally protect your lives. If you have other thoughts, this small toy will give you a perfect gift. You will definitely be satisfied. Many small toys were sealed on the bodies of the geniuses. It was a blooming flower. The color of the flower was pitch black, but it gave off a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. Everyone don't move. This flower should be augmented with the cursed fire and other cursed secret techniques. Once it explodes, our bodies will definitely not be able to withstand it. Bai Yi was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was aware of the danger. Prince Bai, you have good eyesight to be able to recognize it at a glance. This emperor is impressed. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Since you know, this emperor will not say any more. The geniuses who had given up resisting were all guarded by the Dao slaves and sword slaves. The eternal warship, a pseudo-giant level treasure, was also taken away by Lin Fei. It could provide some help for the Blood Sky Seal's advancement. Prince Bai, where are the other people from the 33 sacred heavens? Please tell me. This will save me the trouble of looking for them. Lin Fei smiled at Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. I don't have a choice. What do you think? Bai Yi had become a prisoner. Coupled with the fact that he had not figured out Chu Ditian's background, he naturally would not offend him at this time. A treasure that could combine the cursed fire and other secret techniques to form a unique threat was not something an ordinary person could create. Before the danger was resolved, no one was willing to offend Tian. No matter what, they had to survive first. They could not wait for Tian to offend all the 33 sacred heavens forces. When that happened, even if they had countless battle emperors, they would not be able to withstand the fury of the giants. Tian, this native, was now walking on the path of death. He had captured the geniuses. Lin Fei led the Dao slaves and sword slaves straight to the camps of the various forces. On a plain, several forces had joined together to form a base camp. A black torrent rushed in and broke open the camp. The Dao slaves and sword slaves rushed in like a flood and started a massacre. The plain was filled with the stench of blood. Lin Fei did not need to do anything. The Dao slaves and sword slaves had become the most terrifying warriors on the battlefield. Bai Yi and the other geniuses were being held at the back. Unless a giant expert comes, these people will not be able to withstand Tian's power. Bai Yi sighed softly. This is too terrifying, especially since they have mastered the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the top-notch saber techniques of the Divine Saber Sect. Their killing power is too terrifying. They are not afraid of death. They could clearly see the battle on the battlefield. Chapter 2195. Mountain of God Emperor. This is bad. This is too scary. His cultivation level is so high, and he has mastered high-level blade and sword skills. We can't stop him. Don't kill us. We surrender. Following the invasion of the Black Torrent, even the 10-star battle emperors felt their scalps go numb. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being surrounded by waves of enemies. One by one, the forces were wiped out. They're finished. Prince Bai Yi, who was being watched by the battle emperors, sighed. Along the way, Bai Yi experienced the terror that Di Tian's subordinates brought. I didn't expect Di Tian to be so ruthless. He killed everyone except the genius disciples. Saint Chen-hao said coldly. Their group was expanding. Being watched by the battle emperors and the treasures they had, they didn't have the heart to resist. You've been caught too. Sai, who knew Di Tian's underlings would be so powerful. They're like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is too scary. The geniuses who were familiar with Di Tian were captured one by one. It was inevitable that someone would point out the culprit. In the group, the geniuses were dejected. The prodigies who were usually arrogant about their strength and could kick the various major forces around were all defeated in front of Di Tian and captured alive one after another. If they wanted to die, Lin Fei didn't mind sending them on their way. In fact, there were only a few geniuses who wanted to die. They chose to surrender when there was no hope. Bai Yi and the rest were the best proof. At least they didn't kill the geniuses. After wiping out one force after another, all the major forces in the Mountain of God Emperor were wiped out. Only a few powerful top forces were left. No one could stop Lin Fei's human wave attack. Most importantly, they were battle emperors, 9-star battle emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. No matter how many came, they would die. It's time to attack the other top forces. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he looked at the captives behind him. With a wave of his hand, the mighty army of battle emperors headed towards a direction in the Mountain of God Emperor. Ditan, if I were you, I wouldn't look for trouble with them. Bai Yi suddenly said. You don't know how terrifying they are. This is my territory. No matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me. Lin Fei didn't even turn his head as he threw out a domineering statement. In the Mountain God Emperor space, there were only 4 top forces left. These 4 top forces. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, without exception, they were all top-notch existences. There were powerhouses at the level of giants, and at the same time, there were even stronger existences. Unlike the others, they didn't attack Di Tian from the start. They disdained such behavior. Therefore, no matter what happened, they still occupied a spot in the Mountain of God Emperor and waited for the origin fruit to appear. This was also a display of their confidence in their own strength. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered their spirit, energy, and spirit together, breaking through the clouds, domineering and invincible. Interesting that Di Tian is here. Within a mountain valley, at the peak sat an elder with a head of white hair. His gaze was like lightning as he passed through layers of space and saw the mighty flood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several prodigies came up from the foot of the mountain and appeared beside the old man. Elder Qin. This should be that Di Tian. Rumor has it that he has tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors by his side. A prodigy with black and white eyebrows stared coldly in front of him. What a good aboriginal, thinking that he is invincible after destroying other forces. He thinks too highly of himself. Does he really think that our ocean god city is easy to bully? Elder Qin, let us teach Di Tian a lesson. It would be best if we can capture him alive. At that time, we can see what treasures he has on him. By then, whatever treasures he has will belong to our ocean god city. Another prodigy requested to fight. Ocean God City was one of the top forces in the world of the 33 holy heavens. You are not allowed to fight. The old man stood up. This Di Tian is not easy to deal with. If anyone underestimates him, they might die here. Several prodigies had unnatural expressions on their faces. Elder Qin, you are helping others' morale and diminishing your own. He is just an aboriginal. If not for the opportunity, how could he be our opponent? A prodigy was unconvinced. They were born into nobility. How could someone from the sealed world compare to them? Elder Chen's words were undoubtedly a provocation to them. Chen Wanyan shook his head in disappointment. Can't you see how powerful Di Tian is? Tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors. How many forces could do that? Can you do it? Of course, Chen Wanyan would not say these words out loud. Your Majesty Di Tian, what is the meaning of you bringing so many people here? A loud rumbling sound spread. The entire mountain god emperor was spread out. Everyone heard the sound. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a great ocean god city elder. He is indeed not simple. Sea god city, from what he heard from others, was a top-notch power. If he was in the world of the 33 sage heavens, Lin Fei might have some reservations. But now that he was in the mountain of god emperor space, where powerful experts could not come down, he had nothing to worry about. The mountain god emperor is my territory. Where can I not go? Elder Qin, don't you think so? Lin Fei took the initiative and emphasized the ownership of the mountain god emperor space. In fact, he gave him a reason to attack. Let's see if you are convinced. Lin Fei did not want to offend such a top force for the time being. Chen Wanyan realized that Di Tian did not come with good intentions. Di Tian, the mountain god emperor space is yours just because you said it's yours. Who do you think you are? A prodigy sneered. I also said that the mountain god emperor space is mine. In front of me, a junior like you is not qualified to speak. Lin Fei glared at the prodigy. The prodigy let out a miserable cry. The curse fire burned fiercely and instantly turned him into ashes. Curse fire? Chen Wanyan was shocked. What relationship do you have with the curse palace? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Elder Chen, your prodigy is too unruly. It's best if you take care of him. I don't like people who talk nonsense. Chen Wanyan thought that Di Tian was cunning. The prodigy's death was in vain. He turned back and glared at them. All of you shut up. A single curse fire made the prodigy fearful. After being reprimanded, he could only glare at Di Tian angrily. This was the hardest attack to defend against. Your Majesty Lin Fei, the prodigy is insensible. You have already vented your anger by killing him. Chen Wanyan looked at Lin Fei. Can you tell me why you are here? Chapter 2196. Kill without mercy. The last 3 words resounded in the sky above Mount God Emperor. So domineering. A bumpkin dares to say such words to an elder of Sea God City. I'm in a illegal invasion? How dare he say that? Although Di Tian has more than 90,000 battle emperors, Sea God City is not a force to be trifled with. Di Tian is seeking his own death. The captured prodigies clapped their hands in their hearts, hoping that Di Tian would suffer a huge setback at Sea God City. Everyone knew the strength of Sea God City in the 33 sacred heavens. Now, Di Tian was not afraid of anything. Provoking Sea God City was equivalent to finding trouble for himself. At the same time, several powerful divine senses swept across the entire space of Mount God Emperor. They were the elders of the other 3 factions. The divine senses transformed into a clear figure that appeared in the sky. Their appearance immediately drew gasps of surprise from the prodigies. They're here. I've seen the one on the left before. That's Elder Fong from Horizon Mountain. He was a powerful prodigy 1,000 years ago. The one at the top, I've seen him once from afar. He's an extremely shrewd and calculative elder, Elder Lin from Flame City. The one in black is known as the Blade of Death. He's an expert in saber techniques, Elder Yu from Sky City. In the sky, 3 figures exuded an invincible aura. Kill without mercy? You're that arrogant Di Tian? Fong Wang, a middle-aged man in embroidered robes, said coldly. They all say that there's an arrogant guy in the sealed world. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. What do you think, Elder Yu? Lin Yijian from Flame Mountain squinted his eyes. His gaze flickered as if he was calculating something. Yu Lin did not like this Elder Yijian. This guy was too calculative. Who knew what he was calculating? He liked to use force to destroy everything. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, Yu Lin said. I only know that this Di Tian is interesting. This D. Tian is interesting. I wonder how many strikes he can take from me. Chen Wanyan's expression darkened. No one dared to say such words, especially in front of him. That would be a provocation to see God City. Chen Wanyan narrowed his eyes when the elders from the other three factions appeared. That's impossible. Lin Fei was not surprised by the appearance of the elders of the three factions. He had been monitoring the space of the Mountain God Emperor ever since he came here, so he would be notified immediately if anything happened. You're just 3 divine sense afterimages. How dare you put on an act here? Lin Fei snorted coldly, which was like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saber slaves and sword slaves formed a sword formation and charged over without any warning. 3 divine senses materialized. Evidently, they hadn't expected D. Tian to be so violent. He didn't even give them a chance to display their strength. Instead, he pressed down on them with his army and attacked them from all directions. Dian, how dare you? You're rebelling. How dare a native like you attack us? The army pressed on, drowning the 3 shadows in the sea of people. Even though the 3 divine sense shadows had extraordinary combat power, they were instantly destroyed by the sea of people. He couldn't even hold on for a little longer. Even if it's me, I will still kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei was very calm about the situation before him. Elder Chen, don't you think that's reasonable? Chen Wanyan decided to wait and see. It would be best to let them test D. Tian so that he could figure out something. After all, tens of thousands of 9 stars battle emperors who were not afraid of death were extremely terrifying. If it was a giant powerhouse, there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Chen Wanyan wasn't one. He was merely a 10-star battle emperor. Even if he had treasures in his hands, he didn't have much confidence. This D. Tian really doesn't play by the rules. Chen Wanyan was also shocked. D. Tian had destroyed the divine senses of the 3 elders just because of a few words. Is he going to attack me? Chen Wanyan wasn't sure what Lin Fei was thinking. Even though Chen Wanyan had a trump card, if he really went all out, the other 3 factions would benefit from it. If he couldn't get the origin fruit, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Then how much does your Majesty D. Tian want for this entrance fee? Chen Wanyan thought for a while and immediately came up with an idea. Based on Chen Wanyan's understanding of the other 3, even though it wouldn't affect them much after their divine senses were destroyed, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. They would definitely find trouble with D. Tian. This was something that Chen Wanyan could think of even if he closed his eyes. Elder Chen is really straightforward. This is the entrance fee, you can take a look. A jade slip flew over. Chen Wanyan grabbed it in his hand. He didn't think that the other party would ask for too much. As soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, his expression instantly changed and his whole face darkened. The origin fruit is formed from the essence of the wasteland world. One origin fruit can create a powerhouse. No matter what, it will be a giant realm. In the eyes of a top force like Sea God City, this entrance fee is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Fei smiled. Chen Wanyan's words were rebutted by Lin Fei. His heart was filled with anger. This damn guy, a backward country bumpkin, how dare he ask for such a condition? This is blatant robbery. Some of the materials on the jade slip were ordinary, but some were priceless. This was an exorbitant demand. This put Chen Wanyan in a difficult position. How should he answer? The Black Army gradually closed in. As an elder of the Sea God City, Chen Wanyan had never encountered such a situation. It was really displeasing. This is impossible. You are asking for an exorbitant demand. After some thought, Chen Wanyan still rejected. He didn't want to be perfunctory anymore. At most, he would just fight. Moreover, the experts of the other 3 factions had appeared. Together with him, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy D. Tian. Giant-level treasure? What was that? All 4 major factions had it. It was just a small toy. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Why do you have to do this? Actually, I really don't want to kill you. Chen Wanyan thought that D. Tian was afraid. In the next second, the surrounding disciples, deacons, and prodigy elders of the Sea God City were all attacked by curse techniques. Elder, not good, I've been hit by the weakening technique. I've been poisoned. This is too terrifying. The Dao slave and sword slave charged over and slashed at the disciples and prodigies present. Almost none of them had the ability to fight back. Your opponent is me. Lin Fei took out the blood sky seal and suppressed it with a rumble. Time and space enveloped them, and everyone's speed slowed down. They were instantly killed. Heart of the Ocean. A torrential ocean pressed against Chen Wanyan's head. Chapter 2197. As soon as the heart of the ocean appeared, monstrous waves formed a barrier. This was only one of the treasures of Ocean God City's elder Zhang Wanyan. Ocean God City was the epitome of wealth. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to obtain a magnate-level treasure. However, in the eyes of Ocean God City, a magnate-level treasure was nothing at all. This was the difference between them. Dedan, you will regret ignoring our Ocean God City like this. Zhang Wanyan activated the crystal blue heart of the ocean, raising monstrous waves that crushed over. Half of the sky was filled with water. Elder Zhang is right. He's just a native. How dare he threaten us? In the distance, Yu Lin of Sky City came alone with a black spear in his hand. With a shake of the spear, the void collapsed. A total of 18 dragons roared and shot towards Lin Fei in the sky. Flame Divine Pearl, burn 10,000 miles. Lin Yijian of Flame City was not willing to be outdone. With such a good opportunity, he had to kill Di Tian. If he did not kill this kind of person, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. With this thought in mind, his killing intent became even stronger. Lin Yijian was born with a kind of intuition. As long as someone was dangerous, he would be able to see through it with a single glance. He had never made a mistake before. From the first glance, Lin Yijian felt that this Di Tian would be a strong enemy in the future. If he did not kill him now, when would he? Not to mention that there were 4 top forces involved. The monstrous flames instantly engulfed all the enemies in the sky. The entire world became a sea of red flames. Even from afar, everyone could feel the heat waves surging towards the sky. The red flames burned their bodies and they all circulated their energy to resist. What a good treasure. I'm afraid Di Tian is in trouble. Bai Yi said indifferently. Flame City's Flame Divine Pearl can burn 10,000 miles. Even a War Emperor expert will be burned to death. Di Tian's subordinates probably won't be able to resist this kind of red flames for long. Flame City was known as the Grandmaster level of fire. This flame was naturally powerful beyond imagination. Especially now that it was a magnate-level treasure that was used. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the red flames appeared, hundreds and thousands of blade and sword slaves were instantly burned into nothingness. There was basically nothing that could resist it. Even though Flame City's Lin Yijian was not a magnate, he could still kill a War Emperor expert with this pearl in his hand. He could still kill War Emperors. Within these flames, he was an omnipotent existence. You will definitely die today. Lin Yijian laughed and pushed the divine flame bead to the limit. Your flames are indeed powerful. This emperor's flames are stronger than yours. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he lightly spat out 2 words. Cursed flames. Without warning, Lin Yijian's body soared into the air and a ball of cursed fire appeared. Not far away, Yu Lin and even Zhang Wanyan were the same. Cursed flames emerged from their bodies. Once the cursed flames appeared, they were unparalleled under the heavens. Dao of spells weaken. Dao of spells, paralysis. Lin Fei continued to cast curse techniques. His entire person became incomparably mysterious. They all cried out in alarm. As the curse flames burned, Lin Yijian's expression changed greatly. One of his arms was burned off, and the divine flame orb fell to the ground. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the curse attack came again, and he was out of strength. How do you know how to cast spells? You are from the Spell Palace. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yijian. With a single grab, the divine flame bead fell into his hand. This thing is not bad. I will gladly accept it. Whoosh. Lin Yijian was entangled by the curse flames. Coupled with the paralysis effect, he could only watch as the divine flame bead was snatched away. As soon as the treasure fell into his hand, The flames that filled the sky were retracted. Dao Nu and Sword Nu besieged him. There were more than 20,000 of them, drowning Lin Yijian. To Lin Fei's subordinates, other than the threat of the flames, there was no threat to them. After losing the treasure, the divine flame bead, Lin Yijian did not hold on for long before he was killed. In fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yu Lin did not have a good ending. His combat strength was not bad, and the treasure was not a large-scale treasure. A dense number of war emperors surrounded him and closed in on him. Wave after wave, they paid the price of 8,000 to kill him in one fell swoop. The black spear also fell into Lin Fei's hands. Kill all the people from Blazing Mountain and Sky City. Since he had killed them, Lin Fei might as well go all out and kill them all first. 50,000 subordinates went straight to 2 places to kill. Fang Wang of Sky Cliff Mountain, how long are you going to hide? Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning as he shot towards the void. Your Majesty Di Tian, don't attack. Fang Wang came out from the void. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Wanyan watched as 2 experts were killed one after another, and he became uneasy. The divine flame bead was a powerful treasure, but it was still defeated by Di Tian. His mind quickly turned. I am willing to pay the entrance fee. Fang Wang added, afraid that Di Tian would attack. From the beginning, Lin Fei was prepared to kill 1 or 2 to show them who was the boss. Only then would he be able to continue his act. Now, everything was under control. Our sea god city is also willing. Zhang Wanyan put away the ocean's heart. The unstoppable cursed flames were too terrifying, and they were even more powerful than the cursed palaces. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was polite to you before, but you didn't know what was good for you. I even dared to kill people from Sky City and Blazing Mountain, let alone the 2 of you. The 2 of them could hear the cold killing intent in Di Tian's voice. He was really going to make a move on them. At this moment, the 2 of them could only smile bitterly and helplessly. They had planned to work together to kill Di Tian, but who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Once the cursed flames were released, he killed the 2 of them. The scariest thing was that this Di Tian had some kind of relationship with the Cursed Palace. That was the scariest thing. If they knew that the Cursed Palace's terrifying cursed flames were here, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They didn't have such a hobby. We are willing to pay double the price. The 2 of them didn't dare to fight Di Tian now, and they would rather pay the price. Lin Fei said coldly, even double the price is not enough. I feel that it is better to kill you first and end everything once and for all. Bush. The saber slave and sword slave who had left earlier quickly returned. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and at the same time, they reeked of blood. Your Majesty, Sky City and Blazing Mountain have been killed. A saber slave covered in blood walked in front of Lin Fei. Not bad, well done. Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan's heart sank. Sky City and Blazing Mountain were completely finished. The 2 of them knew their strength very well, and they had lost too quickly in front of Di Tian. It was a complete defeat. The saber slave and sword slave surrounded Di Tian. The pressure on the 2 of them multiplied. At this moment, they had no confidence. So what if they had a magnate-level treasure? They couldn't block the curse technique. Once they were hit by the curse technique, it would be fatal. We will pay triple the price. The saber slave and sword slave continued to advance. A sky full of killing intent welcomed them. 4 times. 5 times. The 2 of them could only tempt Di Tian with this. As long as they kept their lives, they would have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Lin Fei didn't relent. You want to let you go with 5 or 6 times. Dream on. 6 times. 7 times. Sweat appeared on the 2 of their foreheads. If these people rushed over, they would be killed. Times. Don't kill us. This was a huge price to pay. The 2 of them gritted their teeth. Lin Fei's system was also analyzing the 2 of them. It would be best if he could take a big bite out of them. That way, he wouldn't have killed the people of Sky City and Blazing Mountain in vain. Chapter 2198. 8 times the price. Both Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Fei said. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had never been afraid before, But this was the first time they were afraid in front of Tian. They were afraid that the curse technique was too powerful. Hand over your treasures and stand aside obediently. Some saber slaves came out and demanded them to hand over their treasures. Lin Fei would not be merciful to his enemies. If he did not control the system and had the ability to convert the mysterious energy into secret techniques, he would have become a dead soul in their hands. The surrender of Tianya Mountain and Oceanic God City announced that the Mountain God Emperor space was once again in Lin Fei's hands. Even though some of them were not convinced, Lin Fei's method was simple: kill them on the spot. After killing some of them, the rest became obedient. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a demon king. The forces of the Mountain God Emperor were soon wiped out. Lin Fei did not capture any captives and chose to kill them all. He was a step closer to becoming a giant, and the forces of the Mountain God Emperor were wiped out. Some forces also escaped into the immortal world. Lin Fei did not go and deal with them for now. The most important thing now was to occupy the Mountain God Emperor space. The origin fruit was very important. The Mountain God Emperor was also heavily guarded, and the system started to monitor it. If any forces tried to invade, the saber slaves and sword slaves would kill them on the spot. For a moment, no one dared to enter the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei arranged for the soldiers to stay at the important positions. They would be killed as soon as they showed themselves. When the news spread, the world of the 33 sacred heavens was in an uproar. Everyone was silent. So many powers were sent down, yet they all fell to Tian's hands. What was going on? When did such an expert appear in a sealed world? The 4 top forces were defeated one after another. There were even rumors that the 4 top forces would roar from time to time. The news came back one after another. All the forces were dumbfounded again. The first time, the interference of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect had already made everyone unhappy. Then, the 2 sacred masters brought people to settle the scores with the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. He bit off a large piece of flesh from their mouths and barely let them go. Before they could figure out why the people from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect would appear next to Tian, they received even more unacceptable news. Tian seemed to be from the Curse Palace. As soon as the news spread, no one could remain calm. Who didn't know how powerful the Curse Palace was? Even their cultivation art was ranked among the top 10 cultivation arts. Compared to the 10 great cultivation arts, incantations were even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. There had never been anyone who dared to offend the Curse Palace because the Curse Palace's vengeance was extremely crazy. Now that such a piece of news had come out, it was definitely not good news. Soon, all kinds of rumors spread. Tian is from the Curse Palace. Tian is the illegitimate son of a giant of the Curse Palace. Tian is a pawn of the Curse Palace. The news spread like wildfire. As for those who wanted to find out the truth, not a single one of them dared to do so. The leader of the Elysium was extremely anxious. Could it be that Tian was really a pawn of the Curse Palace? No one was sure. However, Tian had used the curse fire within his curse arts to heavily injure Blazing City's lineage in a single exchange. How could that be explained? Pressure? If it was any other power, it would be fine. However, this was the Curse Palace. That was not something they could easily pressure. Other than that, Tian's exorbitant demand had shocked everyone. When they saw that there were precious and ordinary materials on the list, they were all confused. What was this Tian trying to do? The news about Tian continued to spread in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In a dark abyss without any daylight. There were huge cities floating in this place. Endless black winds whistled, and huge flying beasts flew across the sky. They swallowed the howling black winds. At the same time, a huge black river surrounded the city. This black river had a terrifying name. It was called the Curse River. The Curse River was a river where incantations gathered. It was a mysterious thing that was born in the world. Every once in a while, a secret technique would be born. The secret techniques of the entire Curse Palace originated from this Curse River. Today, all the giants of the Curse Palace were gathered together. There was no choice. Something big had happened in the Curse Palace. The security of the Curse Palace had also been strengthened. In the eerie palace, many shadows landed on the thrones. Every one of them was a giant expert. These giants had not been feeling well recently. It was because of Tion's Curse Palace. Now, all the disciples in the Curse Palace were guessing which giant's illegitimate son Tion was. The Curse Palace had always been very strict with incantations. Normally, incantations would not be leaked out. If they were leaked out, outsiders would not be able to successfully cultivate them. Which one of you has admitted that Tion is the illegitimate son of one of you? The one sitting at the head of the table was the Curse Palace's palace master. He was dressed in white and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. As the palace master, he actually didn't know about such a big thing. Whenever this matter was brought up, the palace master was filled with anger. He really wanted to catch the culprit. The Curse Palace was swept into the center of the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Everyone thought that this was done on the orders of the Curse Palace. Even the Lord of the Sagely Sky was unhappy. The Curse Palace was taking everything for itself. Wasn't it too overbearing? Weren't they afraid of burying themselves? In fact, the Lord of the Sagely Sky had even told the Curse Palace to release the slots so that they wouldn't take everything for themselves. This made the palace master of the Curse Palace speechless. Even though the Curse Palace was very powerful, they didn't dare to offend the Lord of the Sagely Sky and the other major powers. After all, the Curse Palace wasn't as glorious as it had been in the past. Right now, they had to find out whose subordinate Tion was. The giants all remained silent. They really didn't have an illegitimate son. Palace Master, they're deliberately slandering us, a giant said. Don't fall for it. The Palace Master's expression darkened. He roared, Bullsh**T. What's slandering? Then who can explain why Tion has cursed flames and why he is paralyzed? These are all secrets. If anyone tries to explain it, I will think that they're bullsh**ting. Everyone fell silent again. This matter was extremely vexing. The giants all cursed Tion in secret. They had just been laughing at the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect, but in the blink of an eye, the Curse Palace had become the scapegoat. The scariest thing of all was that Tion had killed all the people from Flame City and Sky City. This was the start of a feud. This was something that was going to be a huge headache. What? You have nothing to say? Chapter 2199. And Tion had appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. Hence, the entire 33 Sage Heavens were unhappy. Many of their disciples and prodigies were in Tion's hands. This was no small matter. They had to redeem them. Take revenge again? Send experts down? They weren't confident. If they lost more experts, it would be a slap to their faces. Everyone could only choose the second option. They had to pay a price to redeem their disciples. They couldn't allow their disciples to remain in Tion's hands forever. If Tion was unhappy and killed all their disciples, they would be the ones to suffer losses in the end. Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei's temporary residence was on the highest mountain peak. You can leave now. After receiving another gift, a saber slave would immediately take the prodigy out and release the seal on his body. The prodigy would then run away without looking back. This was a painful time for this prodigy in the Mount God Emperor. Apart from that, he would have to face his senior and junior brothers when he returned. This wasn't a matter of pride. He would have to learn how to conceal himself for a period of time. Master, this is the 20th prodigy. In the palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and played with the storage ring on his hand as he listened to his subordinates' reports. They are quite obedient. Ever since he destroyed Sky City and Flame City, no one dared to come down from above. Mount God Emperor was also in a state of panic. Various forces sent over ransoms to redeem the prodigies. Lin Fei was a man of his word. He would release the prodigies as soon as the ransom was paid. In less than 2 days, he released over 20 prodigies. However, Lin Fei still had over 100 prodigies. As for the worthless prodigies, he killed them all. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the ransom money that was delivered. This was his future strength. If they knew about this, they would be supporting the enemy. This is an act of supporting the enemy. I believe that their faces will definitely be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed. This is just the beginning. Those people will not be able to sit still. The day of the origin fruit was getting closer. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. Just as the Curse Palace was explaining to the outside world about Tion, another group of people brought ransom money to redeem the disciples of their sections. This was because the Sea God City and the Horizon Mountain had both reacted, paying 8 times the price. Redeem all of their people. Even though the two families were sneakily coming here. How could Lin Fei miss out on such an opportunity? He spread the news that the two factions had come to redeem their people. In reality, he was telling those factions that even top-tier factions were willing to redeem their people, let alone them. With them taking the lead, the other forces could no longer sit still. He was willing to pay any price to redeem her. Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. He was overjoyed. In secret, the saber slave and the sword slave were being cloned. At the same time, there were also curse mages, which would play an important role in the future. In just 2 days, Lin Fei had cloned over 20,000 sword slaves and saber slaves through the system. This was already very fast. In less than 5 days, Lin Fei released all the captives he had captured. Bai Yi, Chen Hao, demonic Nikhang, and the other geniuses were all brought back. The God Emperor Mountain was temporarily quiet. The system is not doing well. With a large amount of resources in hand, the speed of cloning did not increase. He only had 50,000 more subordinates, 20,000 of which were curse mages, and 30,000 were left. The other half were sword slaves and saber slaves. For the time being, Lin Fei cloned these 3 types of subordinates. Master, actually, you can build a cloning base. At that time, the production will increase, and you won't have to worry anymore. Little Evil Demon gave a good suggestion. You're forcing me to spend money. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. A cloning base was not cheap. This was also the reason why Lin Fei had not started yet. He did not have a lot of mysterious energy on hand. I can only wait for a while more. Lin Fei did not leave the God Emperor Mountain. According to the system's analysis, the origin fruit would be ready soon. There was another reason why he did not leave. In fact, it was to plunder the destiny energy. The God Emperor Mountain was much stronger than the outside world. This place was formed by an essence fragment. Lin Fei had to make use of the time to plunder the destiny energy. Now, Lin Fei's goal was to create an army of 400,000 to 500,000. At that time, even if he had to use the human wave tactic, he would not be afraid of exhaustion. Hua! Suddenly, in the palace, a light screen fell down and formed a human figure, appearing in front of Lin Fei. Your Majesty Ditan, you're so relaxed. As soon as the figure appeared, it spoke in a mocking tone. People from the Curse Palace, what's your purpose? Just say it. Lin Fei said. Don't beat around the bush in front of me. I don't like it. Impressive, impressive. You can even see through this. Lin Fei laughed. I have the system. What can't I analyze? Even if you're a projection, I can still calculate it. What's the point of acting mysterious in front of me? With the system around, nothing could escape Lin Fei's eyes. Although the person had expected Tion to be extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be so direct. He didn't seem like a scheming person at all. Could he be someone from the Curse Palace? Moreover, he was in existence with an extremely high status. Everyone in the Curse Palace was speculating about this. They didn't believe that Tion's mastery of cultivation techniques would be leaked out. In that case, it must have been leaked by a certain powerhouse. If he wasn't powerful, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lin Fei smiled. You came earlier than I expected. If you don't tell me the purpose of your visit today, my guards won't mind tearing you into pieces. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Curse flames filled the sky, followed by endless killing intent. Facing someone from the Curse Palace, Lin Fei had to show his toughness. Wait! The person revealed a look of shock. Once the curse flames were unleashed, experts would be able to tell if it was real or not. What a powerful curse flame! It's clearly the same curse flame, so why is its power increased so much? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a powerhouse had a new breakthrough in his research? Of course, this expert from the Curse Palace wouldn't know that the curse flames had been enhanced by the system. Fortunately, I'm here. Even a powerhouse wouldn't dare to underestimate a curse flame of this level. I'm here on behalf of the Curse Palace to discuss a cooperation with His Majesty. With this understanding, the other party restrained his attitude. What kind of cooperation? Tell me. Lin Fei didn't kill the projection directly. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment he unleashed the curse flames, Lin Fei believed that someone from the Curse Palace would come. If they didn't, they wouldn't be the Curse Palace. Our Curse Palace would like to purchase the origin fruit from His Majesty. Chapter 2200. By the origin fruit. The meaning behind this was completely different. Lin Fei had a certain amount of influence in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Even the Curse Palace, which had obtained the inheritance of the era, started to pay attention to Lin Fei. They even mentioned the word, buy. Actually, Lin Fei had a rough idea of why he had come. It was because they didn't know his background. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel proud. He finally had some influence. Although the methods he used were too bloody, at least it was effective. You guys want this origin fruit? That's easy. Lin Fei smiled. However, you guys have to pay a deposit. That means you guys have the right to bid for the origin fruit in the future. After killing the prodigies of several factions, Lin Fei treated the Mountain of God Emperor as his territory. The origin fruit would be his. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to eat it all in one go. He wanted to fool these people first. For example, the representative of the Curse Palace. The person who came did not say much. Unexpectedly, he chose to agree and took the deposit slip back. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As long as I have a large amount of resources, I can create an endless human army. No matter what schemes you guys have, don't think of using them on me. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Curse Palace would be so kind. Little devil, how's the analysis of the origin fruit? When will it appear? Lin Fei asked. According to my calculations and the system's analysis, it should be in 3 days. As for the exact location, I still need to calculate. 3 days? There's still time. World of the 33 Sage Heavens. Curse Palace. In a secret chamber. Giants gathered. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The overall strength of the Curse Palace was indeed very strong. Any of the giants here would be an invincible existence among those of the same level. Everyone was waiting for news. In the past few days, the Curse Palace was having a hard time. The Curse Palace's palace master, Zhou Wuhuan, was under a lot of pressure. He cursed Di Tian countless times. All the major factions were eyeing them. If not for the fact that the Curse Palace had a strong foundation, some of the other factions would have joined forces to attack them. After all, this was a perfectly justifiable excuse. How is it? One of the leaders sitting in the middle opened his eyes. The surrounding magnates became spirited. Should we kill that Di Tian? This trip. All of them knew their goal. Firstly, they wanted to test Di Tian. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. But even if they couldn't kill him, they had to at least achieve some sort of objective. Everyone had the thought that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Di Tian is very mysterious. At the same time, he grasped an even more terrifying curse technique. I suspect that this Di Tian might have inherited the essence of the curse path. As soon as this big shot's words came out, everyone could no longer remain calm. Impossible. The legacy of our Curse Palace is the most complete. That's right. He's just Di Tian, and he's in the sealed world. How could he have obtained the legacy of the Curse Dao? Moreover, it's even more powerful than the curse techniques of our Curse Palace. One by one, the magnates asked. This was something that would affect the future of the Curse Palace. Everyone, quiet down and wait for Elder Mu to speak. Chu Wuhuan shouted, and everyone quieted down. Elder Mu, one of the magnates, projected himself. He was more experienced and reliable. He wasn't an impatient person. Everyone, please take a look. A light screen shot out from Elder Mu's eyes. The light screen showed the scene of Di Tian unleashing the curse fire. It was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The secret chamber was instantly in an uproar. The layman watched the show, while the experts saw the artistry. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw it. Even the palace lord, Chu Wuhuan, had a solemn expression as he stared at the light screen. It was a deep sense of helplessness. The others were also dumbfounded. Even they could feel the power of the curse fire. But why was it stronger than their cursed palace? This didn't make sense at all. Inside the mountain of God Emperor, the Dao slave and the sword slave were patrolling nonstop. However, everyone in the 33 sacred heavens would be killed without mercy. They would all be turned into a part of Lin Fei's power. It was unknown if everyone knew that the origin fruit was going to appear, or if they were frightened. For a moment, no one appeared in the mountain of God Emperor. Apart from the patrolling guards, there was no one else. Have you calculated the exact location? In the blink of an eye, it was time for the origin fruit to appear. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down for even a moment. There was a limited number of origin fruits. Lin Fei wasn't willing to lose the origin fruit. The origin fruit, which was born from absorbing the fragments of the wilderness world, contained unimaginable power. Perhaps, with the help of the origin fruit and the system, Lin Fei could create even more powerful slaves. Almost there, almost there. The mysterious energy was also being consumed. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't want to make a mistake. He could use the mysterious energy to analyze the situation. 2 hours later, Lin Fei finally heard a beautiful voice. "Master, I have already calculated the location. You can rush over now," the little devil said. "Moreover, I have also detected that there were countless energies that covered the mountain of God Emperor. Although the traces were hidden, they couldn't escape my detection." Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. "Good job." The last 3 days were peaceful. Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up. They were waiting for the origin fruit to appear. When the time comes, they would fight for it in the mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei immediately obtained the exact location. When he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. "It's actually here. Interesting." At the same time, all the major powers in the 33 sage heavens had their eyes on the mountain of God Emperor. Who asked the origin fruit to be so important? All the powers that had reached a certain level knew one thing, and that was that the origin fruit brought great benefits. Now that the origin fruit was about to mature, everyone was staring at it. The ancestor has calculated that the origin fruit will appear after midnight. All the elders, stay alert. Don't let anyone beat you to it. As soon as the origin fruit appears, make your move. In the void, a treasure opened up, hiding a person inside. This was a wave of forces. What about Di Tian? He has 100,000 combat emperors with him. They are all 9 stars. They are extremely powerful. If you are trapped, your life will be in danger. The appearance of Di Tian in the mountain of God Emperor was very worrying, especially the combat emperor army. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how this Di Tian was related to a force like the Curse Palace. Everyone felt quite pressured to go to the mountain of God Emperor. After all, the mountain of God Emperor was formed from a piece of desolate world fragment. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. However, in order to get one origin fruit, everyone used all their trump cards. Chapter 2202. It's actually here. Mountain God Emperor. There was a sinkhole in the center. This was also the only sinkhole in the mountain God Emperor. The sinkhole was unfathomably deep. Someone had tried to enter it before. There was a mysterious energy in the sinkhole that was constantly whistling. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. After knowing the location, Lin Fei was dumbfounded for a moment. For example, Lin Fei was standing at the edge of the sinkhole at this moment. He looked into the sinkhole. It was pitch black inside, and at the same time, there was a dangerous aura. Even Lin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of fear. What a sinkhole! I'm afraid no one would have thought that the origin fruit would appear inside the sinkhole. Lin Fei would never doubt the system's words. Little devil, check the energy in the sinkhole and see what it is. Lin Fei had checked this sinkhole before. At that time, the sinkhole did not have this kind of pressure. In the eyes of outsiders, It was just an ordinary sinkhole. There was nothing special about it and no one would remember it. Analyze it immediately. It will consume a certain amount of mysterious energy. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Allow. The analysis was quick. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long before the system had a result. Congratulations, Master. There is a mysterious energy in the sinkhole. It is one of the origin fruits of the wilderness world. Although it is very thin, it is a good thing for Master. You can smoothly transform it into mysterious energy. Lin Fei suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. So it is the origin fruit. No wonder I felt a terrifying aura of death. Those who did not know the truth might have died because of the origin fruit. Go in. Lin Fei summoned a Dao slave. Without saying a word, the Dao slave jumped into the sinkhole. The originally peaceful sinkhole was suddenly filled with a black astral wind. The Dao slave, whose strength was at the level of a 9-star combat emperor, was torn into pieces by the black astral wind. It was torn into pieces by the black astral winds, leaving not a single trace behind. It was extremely terrifying. My Dao slave is a 9-star combat emperor, but he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He was killed just like that. I wonder how long this invincible defense of mine can last. Master, if you jump down from here, even if you activate your invincible defense, you won't be able to withstand the power of the origin. It won't last more than 10 breaths of time before disappearing from this world without a trace. Lin Fei shuddered. That was close. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wanted to try it out. But now, he had completely lost the mood. He didn't want to disappear from this world. In that case, hurry up and help me get rid of the essence power. I am still waiting to go down. Although the space of the mountain god emperor looked calm, Lin Fei knew that many pairs of eyes were staring at the space of the mountain god emperor. You can consume the mysterious energy and activate the invincible defense to reach the bottom of the sinkhole. So simple. Help me isolate my divine sense. I'm going down. Divine sense barrier, activating, consuming energy at every moment. Lin Fei took a deep breath and jumped into the sinkhole. Activate invincible defense. As soon as he entered the sinkhole, the aura of death enveloped him. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he was going to die. The power of the origin was actually this terrifying. The black astral wind whistled over. Lin Fei's body had an additional layer of power, and this layer of power was constantly changing. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless ocean, and at any moment he would be thrown to the ground by the huge waves. F*CK. This is too terrifying. Seeing the incoming black astral wind, the energy on Lin Fei's body kept changing, reaching a shocking speed. The moment it was about to land on his body, the energy on his body changed into the same quality as the black astral wind. The violent and terrifying astral wind turned into a warm spring breeze. It blew past his body. This is possible? Imitating the power of the origin? Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. As long as it's energy, the system can analyze it. This is nothing, the little devil said in disdain. Lin Fei wiped off his sweat. The astral wind is so powerful, it can kill everything in an instant. Without the instant kill from the astral wind, the origin fruit will still belong to me. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fei allowed himself to fall. The terrifying astral wind was like a good friend, passing through him. The moment Lin Fei disappeared, the powerhouses of the 33 sacred heavens were all dumbfounded. Although the space of Mountain God Emperor was formed by a barren world fragment, and the powerhouses couldn't come down, their powerful consciousness could still spy on the space of Mountain God Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was also in the surveillance, just that he didn't show it so clearly. After all, having someone like Di Tian in the space of Mountain God Emperor was not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Subordinates that had grasped the sword techniques of 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade Gate were not easy to deal with. Di Tian had to be monitored. Just as everyone looked away, Di Tian disappeared from the space of Mountain God Emperor. Xiao. Divine consciousnesses pierced through the space of Mountain God Emperor. Where is he? Why is he gone? Why is he gone? Almost all the powerhouses had the same thought. Hence, the entire space of Mountain God Emperor was covered by powerful divine consciousnesses. They didn't miss a single spot, hoping to find DT. The powerhouse's divine consciousnesses searched back and forth, but they couldn't find DT. Did they feel unwell? Master, we just discovered a powerful divine consciousness covering the space of Mountain God Emperor from the 33 sacred heavens. According to the system's analysis, they should be searching for you. Lin Fei fell for tens of thousands of feet, but he still hadn't reached the end. There shouldn't be any problem with the divine consciousness barrier, right? Lin Fei asked worriedly. It's fine. Unless the powerhouses themselves come down, they can't see through the divine consciousness barrier. Lin Fei was completely relieved. Just how deep is the sinkhole? It's not the bottom yet. Inside the sinkhole, Lin Fei was still falling. The black astral wind kept howling. Lin Fei didn't dare to move. Any gust of astral wind in the sinkhole could easily kill him. Yes, the kind that could kill him instantly. 100,000 feet. 500,000 feet. 700,000 feet. The sinkhole seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Lin Fei had the invincible defense. Although it consumed mysterious energy, at least it prevented him from being killed instantly. After reaching 900,000 feet, Lin Fei looked down and his pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sinkhole wasn't considered narrow to begin with. After reaching 900,000 feet, the space below suddenly widened. At the same time, a towering tree opened up like a giant umbrella. A terrifying and dangerous aura spread out from this giant tree. Lin Fei was like an ant in front of this pitch-black giant tree. Origin fruit. Lin Fei looked down again. Under the towering tree, on the pitch-black branches, there were 9 fist-sized black fruits that were devouring the black mist. This was the origin fruit that Lin Fei was looking for. Chapter 2203. The fist-sized origin fruit hung on the origin tree, appearing in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before seeing the origin tree, one would never be able to imagine how tall it was. Lin Fei was also shocked. However, the most eye-catching thing was the origin fruit on the origin tree. The origin fruit constantly absorbed origin energy. Before it even got close, Lin Fei could already feel the power of the origin fruit. No wonder everyone is interested in the origin fruit. Lin Fei muttered to himself, this really is a unique existence in the world. If I casually die just one, my battle strength will increase explosively. Lin Fei did not approach the origin tree. A powerful aura appeared near the origin tree. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, not daring to approach for a moment, afraid of being torn apart by the terrifying origin energy. Before the wild world shattered, the strength of the entire wild world can be imagined. After so many years, the origin energy of the fragmented world can still give birth to unique existences in the world. The world is really full of wonders. Lin Fei stared at the origin fruit. There were only 9 origin fruits on the huge origin tree. Master, the origin fruit contains endless energy. If Master's Blood Sky Seal can absorb the origin fruit, it will evolve into a hegemon-level treasure, the little devil reminded. There's such a use. Lin Fei thought. Looks like the holy lords and hegemon-level experts of the 33 holy heavens might have such thoughts. The little devil's words made Lin Fei think even further. What are the effects of picking the origin fruit now? Do we have to wait until it ripens? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei completely believed that the moment the origin fruit ripened, the experts of the 33 holy heavens would descend to fight for the 9 origin fruits. There were so many forces in the 33 holy heavens. Any one of them could form a nest here. Lin Fei had some thoughts about the origin fruit. But if he gave it to them, they definitely wouldn't have such good intentions. Letting the enemy become stronger for no reason would be stupid. System analyzing. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Master, according to our analysis, origin fruits grow by absorbing origin energy. The origin tree before us is the pillar of the origin fruit. If we pluck it now, we'll only be able to unleash around 50% of the origin fruit's effects. 50%, not bad. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Master, there's more. Although the origin fruit is pretty good, after the system analyzed it, we discovered a shocking piece of information. This origin tree is even more valuable. It is a fragment of the savage world. Lin Fei was startled, and then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "No way, the source tree is more valuable?" Originally, he was still worried about whether he should draw it now. Suddenly, he heard a piece of news. Lin Fei couldn't be more excited. "Yes, very valuable." Little Fiend said, "It isn't easy for a big shot to absorb origin energy. The system has the ability to absorb and devour. As long as one absorbs this origin tree, the benefits will be much greater than the 9 origin fruits." "Well done," they are eyeing the God Emperor Mountain space, "isn't it for the origin fruit? This time, I will make you happy for nothing." Lin Fei laughed loudly. Time passed by minute. The powerful divine sense of the God Emperor Mountain space. After searching the inside and outside of the God Emperor Mountain space, there was still no trace of D-Tion. The major forces were all dumbfounded. Where did this D-Tion run off to? No one guessed that D-Tion had found the location of the origin tree, let alone that he was very close. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be able to calmly search with their divine sense. Instead, they put down their clones and went to the God Emperor Mountain space. Now, Lin Fei released the Dao and Sword slaves. The Dao and Sword slaves approached the origin tree as instructed. As soon as they approached the origin tree, they were instantly decomposed by the origin energy, leaving not even their bones behind. After sacrificing dozens of Dao slaves, Lin Fei confirmed the situation. The origin energy is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. With such terrifying power, picking the origin fruit won't be easy. Even a big shot would have a headache. The origin energy had the ability to decompose, and Lin Fei wasn't willing to send the Dao and Sword slaves to their deaths. In the face of such a powerful force, even millions of powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the decomposition of the origin energy. No matter how many went, they would die. "Master, it's easy to pick the origin fruit." Little Fiend said, "Although the origin energy is powerful, there will always be things that counteract it. As long as there is something that counteracts it, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. The other method is to devour the origin energy. As long as you weaken a portion of the origin energy, you will be able to pick the origin fruit." Lin Fei pondered for a moment and rejected the first method. It wasn't that there weren't things that counteracted each other, but it definitely wouldn't be that easy to find. Although the second method was stupid, it was a good one for him. "All right, I'll devour the origin energy then." Inside the heaven pit, the massive blood heaven seal was taken out, and Lin Fei activated Endless Devour. He would devour as much as he could. As soon as the blood heaven seal's Endless Devour was activated, traces of the origin energy were absorbed into the blood heaven seal. The huge blood heaven seal also began to change slightly. Lin Fei deliberately controlled the speed of the devouring to prevent the blood heaven seal from being unable to hold on. He did not want this treasure to be overloaded by the origin energy. Devour. The system was also activated. Lin Fei's entire body turned into a huge vortex. The terrifying origin energy surged, enough to disintegrate any existence. Initially, he was worried that the system would not be able to hold on. It would be a huge loss if it was disintegrated. Fortunately, this did not happen. System number 2 became an invincible existence, and once the origin energy came, it was all absorbed into the system. Lin Fei's uneasy heart was finally at ease. Once the origin energy was absorbed by the system, it did not turn into an energy unit as Lin Fei had imagined, nor did it turn into a mysterious energy. Instead, there was another energy beside it, the origin energy unit. That works. Lin Fei was stunned and could not help but ask, "Then what's the use of this origin energy unit?" The number of the origin energy unit was constantly increasing. "The origin energy unit is very useful." The little devil explained, "It's also Master's good luck. There are remnants of world fragments in this alternate space, and it has evolved into a space that can preserve the origin energy. With the origin energy unit, Master can create high-level puppets. As long as there's a suitable body, coupled with the origin energy, you can create a powerful existence that is comparable to a giant existence. That awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. Then can the current sword and sword slaves be promoted? Lin Fei's mind turned quickly as he thought of his own subordinates. Chapter 2204. P.S. I couldn't write for a few days, so there was an accident. Everything's fine now, I'll start at 2 chapters today. The unexpected appearance of the origin energy unit surprised Lin Fei. An existence comparable to a giant powerhouse? How terrifying was that? Absorb the origin energy as much as you can. Lin Fei roared. Also, you must monitor the powerhouses outside. I don't want to be disturbed while the system is absorbing the origin energy unit. A new measurement unit system appeared on the system page. Compared to the previous mysterious energy unit, the origin energy unit's growth was not fast. Instead, it was very slow. Lin Fei was not greedy. The origin energy unit was a powerful existence. It was reasonable that it could not grow quickly in a short period of time. Not far from the origin tree, the majestic origin energy was being plundered by the system. Congratulations, player, you have received 1 origin energy unit. Congratulations, player, you have received 2 origin energy units. The increase of the origin energy unit was not as difficult as imagined. After the first unit appeared, the second unit appeared. Soon, the third one appeared. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the increase of the origin energy unit, he was also paying attention to the mountain of God Emperor. Finally, someone is here. Time passed minute by minute. In the peaceful mountain of God Emperor, people gradually appeared. Most of them were from the 33 sacred heavens. They released a powerful aura. There were also some who were hiding in the void previously. As soon as these people appeared, they began to search frantically. Needless to say, they were looking for the origin tree. Due to the restriction of the origin energy in the mountain of God Emperor, the giant powerhouses could not come down for a while. Lin Fei did not act rashly. The inside of the sinkhole was shielded by the system's mysterious energy. To find this place, it would take some time. Now Lin Fei still had time. 1 hour. 2 hours. For hours. The time for the origin fruit to ripen was getting closer. Various forces in the mountain of God Emperor. They could not stay calm. What the hell? Why hasn't the origin fruit appeared yet? This doesn't make sense. Didn't the old ancestors say that the origin tree would appear? And that Tian, where is he hiding? I can't even find a trace of him. Everyone was very unhappy. They couldn't find him. The origin tree was nowhere to be seen. The forces that were able to come again had arranged for their elite disciples. Every one of them was an existence that had made a name for themselves in the 33 holy heavens, and there was no lack of seniors among them. Although they hadn't broken through to the giant realm yet, they were experts who were infinitely close to it. His explosive power was very strong. Even so, he was still unable to find the origin tree. If not for the old ancestors' warning, everyone would have suspected that they had come to the wrong place. Boom! Just when everyone was at a loss, the entire God Emperor mountain erupted with a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. As soon as this aura appeared, it engulfed the entire space of the God Emperor mountain. No matter who it was, they all felt that they were minuscule and would die without a doubt in front of this destructive energy. This is origin energy. Now that the origin tree has appeared, the origin fruit will also appear. Everyone, prepare for battle. Those who stand in our way are all enemies. Kill without mercy. All the forces in the God Emperor mountain were excited. Even though everyone's faces were pale, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. No one had the mood to care about Tion anymore. Right now, the origin fruit was the most important. It was related to whether or not a sect could survive in the future. In the center, the representatives of the various forces took out their sect's treasures and charged toward the center while withstanding the pressure of the origin energy. The first to turn into a ray of light was a giant skull. In the world of the 33 ascending heavens, One of the more famous and ruthless forces was known as the Ghoul sect. The Ghoul sect specialized in making all kinds of puppets. They also used all kinds of vicious cultivation techniques. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they were notorious. For example, right now, they were activating a giant treasure. It was known as the Head of Death. It was made from the head of the Ghoul sect's god of death. It possessed terrifying power. Quick. Inside the Head of Death was an independent space. Countless disciples were activating the Head of Death. The Head of Death was bursting with godly power. It withstood the power of the origin energy. As expected of the energy that everyone fought for back then. Even through the Head of Death, I can still feel the terrifying power. The Ghoul sect elder, dressed in black, exclaimed. The elder ancestor is right. We have experienced the terror of the origin energy before even seeing the tree of origin. No wonder the elder ancestor told us to be careful and not to be careless. It was indeed meaningful. A black giant, burly as the sky, stepped on the ground. With one step, it was not inferior to anyone's treasure. This was the puppet sky demon of the Sky Demon Palace. It was also a giant treasure. Elder, the tree of origin has appeared. Perhaps Tion is already nearby. We have to be careful. The Sky Demon Rainbow was still dressed in black. Its veil danced, faintly discernible. Rainbow, since I'm here, it's not up to Tion anymore. The Sky Demon Palace Elder, also dressed in black, radiated coldness. You bullied the people of the Sky Demon Palace. I will avenge you. The Sky Demon Rainbow looked into the distance. The enemies are coming. I wonder how you will defend against them this time. The demonic rainbow was clearer than anyone else about the strength of the demonic palace elder in front of her. Even though she was not famous in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, only those who knew her would know how terrifying this elder was. He was a half-step giant. Moreover, for the sake of fighting for the origin fruit, there were more than 10 half-step giant powerhouses. The Sky Demon Rainbow could not think of how the conceited Tion would deal with it. That Tion guy is really unreliable. Another force activated a giant altar. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. I wanted him to hold back the firepower of the others. At the very least, he should have exhausted a portion of their strength so that we can have a chance to attack. Now, he actually went missing. The leader of the Sky Demon Palace said sinisterly, "We can only act according to the situation. No matter how bad it is, we have to get an origin fruit." This was naturally the people of the Curse Palace. They had inexplicably taken the blame. Whenever the people of the Curse Palace mentioned Tion, they would be filled with anger. They wanted to make use of him, but they did not expect him to go missing. This made them even more unhappy. Everyone was eyeing the origin fruit covetously. Chapter 2205. It was getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to reach the crater, they once again felt the terrifying threat from the origin energy. Everyone was in a daze when they saw it. It was familiar. They had been to this crater a few times and had scanned it with their divine senses countless times, but they found nothing. Now that they felt the origin energy from the crater, they were no longer calm. It was different from what they had seen before. Logically speaking, it was illogical. It was hard to imagine that the bottom of the crater was related to the origin tree. Forces gathered around the crater. At this moment, no one dared to go down. Even if they had magnate treasures, they were fragile in front of the origin energy. There were also some small forces that were completely attracted by the origin tree and relied on their treasures to rush down. The result was obvious. After a few hundred people died, everyone suppressed their excitement. Wait! That was what everyone was thinking. As long as the origin energy weakened, they were confident that they could rush down and find the origin tree and fruit. For a moment, everyone was safe around the crater. No one would make a move at this moment. The origin energy weakened. The half-step magnate stared at it. As soon as the origin energy weakened, the half-step magnate immediately felt it. Go down. Hellgate's Head of Death turned into a black light and rushed down. Let's go too. Everyone reacted quickly and entered the crater one after another. Without a hegemon-level treasure in hand, he could only watch helplessly. The origin energy's powerful disintegration ability disintegrated everything. Only a hegemon-level treasure could resist it, maintaining the misfortune of not being disintegrated. Everyone went down faster and faster. The origin energy was also weakening. This isn't right. The black-robed elder from the Sky Demon Palace frowned. Even if the origin energy weakened, it wouldn't be this fragile. The Heavenly Devil Palace elder's face turned grave. The thin origin energy only had a slight effect on the Heavenly Devil puppet. It wasn't as terrifying as the old ancestor had warned. Elder, you're not worrying too much. Everyone knows how powerful the origin energy is. It should be normal for the origin energy to weaken. Even the smart Sky Demon Raymond didn't think that there would be a problem. I hope so. On the other side, Lin Fei was not far from the origin tree. It was only a few thousand feet away. The system was even more awesome than he had imagined. It kept devouring the origin energy. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If one were to encounter someone who had yet to condense an origin fruit, it would be impossible for them to descend here. Now that the origin fruit had absorbed all of the origin energy from the origin tree, the pressure it released was not as strong as before. This gave Lin Fei an advantage, allowing him to plunder as much origin energy as he wanted. Master, your enemy is here. Imp reminded. At the same time, the image of the sinkhole appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Good fellow. For the origin fruit, they sent out more than 20 half-step magnates. On the image, the stronger one the color would be different. Therefore, Lin Fei could see it clearly, especially the 20 or so dots. It would be strange if he couldn't see it. And old acquaintances here too. Lin Fei even saw a few old acquaintances. Master, absorb the remaining origin energy. You still need time, so you have to make a choice, Master. The little demoness reminded him again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's time. Let the slave army kill to their heart's content. No more hiding. Xiu 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 xiu. On the way to the bottom of the sinkhole. What's that sound? The disciples of the ghoul sect felt a great threat approaching. An inexplicable sound came from the front, causing their scalps to go numb. Bam bam bam. Before they could react, the Grim Reaper's head encountered a dense barrage of attacks. They were all sword rays and saber rays that seemed to cover the entire sky. The tunnel was filled with enemies. The Grim Reaper's head was indeed a magnate-level treasure. It only shook slightly. It's Dition's men. The people of the ghoul sect shouted angrily. Now in the entire 33 sacred heavens, everyone knew that Dition had a group of terrifying subordinates. They were all at the same cultivation level. Until now, they didn't know where Dition got them from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Dition had also become very mysterious. When they saw the densely packed army once again, the forces that had followed behind were all shocked. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. Open the defense. Everyone reacted. The advantage of the magnate-level treasure was displayed. The attacks of the Black Torrent only had a small effect on them. At the same time, everyone realized that Dition, who had been missing all this time, was at the end of the sinkhole tunnel. We still miscalculated. The elder of the Sky Devil Palace's eyes flashed. He should have been here for a long time. Puppet Sky Devil. When Dition's men appeared, everyone was sure of one thing. Dition was inside. No one hesitated anymore. The half-step magnate personally controlled the magnate-level treasure and charged towards the Black Torrent army. The sinkhole tunnel wasn't very big. When Lin Fei's men appeared, they realized that something bad had happened. Someone had beaten them to it. They didn't expect it to be Dition. Everyone was enraged. When the half-step magnate used his strength, the magnate-level treasure in his hands exploded with infinite power. The sword and saber slaves that Lin Fei had arranged to guard the tunnel were immediately injured. Luckily, it wasn't a large area. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle in the tunnel. As expected of the half-step magnate, only they can use half of the magnate-level treasure's power. Lin Fei had already expected the casualties. We can't let them continue. Lin Fei didn't want all his men to be killed. I have to give you another gift. Lin Fei chuckled. Spell masters attack. At the end of the tunnel, a group of black shadows appeared. Their faces couldn't be seen, but they all looked serious. Spell, paralyze. Spell, corrode. Spell weaken. This was the first time Lin Fei had shown his ability as a spellmaster. In the tunnel, the disciples of the Ghoul sect were clapping and cheering. Elder is mighty. Elder is mighty. The half-step magnate elder of the Ghoul sect was called Gui Jianshou. His face was cold and gloomy, and a cold wind blew from time to time. No one dared to approach him. So what if there are many of them? I will kill them all eventually, Gui Jianshou said coldly. Suddenly, a scream came from behind him. Elder, save me. The disciple closest to him was a combat emperor. However, his flesh and blood had turned into a pool of blood and kept falling from his body. The surrounding was filled with a pungent rotten smell. He kept screaming. Not good, Di Tian has made his move. Gui Jianshou had also heard that Di Tian knew spells. He subconsciously thought that it was him. What's going on? I feel weak. I need to rest. I'm dying of pain. Someone save me. In less than a few breaths, all the disciples were attacked by spells. Chapter 2206. When the curse came, everyone was dumbfounded. The Ghoul sect, who was charging at the front, was caught off guard on the spot, causing heavy casualties among their disciples. In front of the terrifying curse, the disciples of the Ghoul sect had no ability to resist. Even if it was the War Emperor realm, facing the untraceable curse, the result would be the same. It's a curse. Help. I don't want to die. The moment the curse was unleashed, the sinkhole passageway immediately turned into hell. No matter who it was, even if they took out their treasures, it would be difficult for them to resist the invasion of the curse. Only the half-step giants could barely resist the invasion of the curse. Awesome. Lin Fei laughed proudly. The strengthened curse had become even sharper and more terrifying than before, and at the same time, it was even harder to find traces of it. The Curse Mage army is truly invincible. Lin Fei knew that once the Curse Mage appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress the scene. However, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Saber Slave and Sword Slave, move out. Lin Fei gave the order again. Killing intent gathered, shaking the heavens and earth. With the help of the Curse Mage, the Saber Slave and Sword Slave had the upper hand. The giant treasures could only unleash 70% to 80% of their power in the hands of the half-step giants. At the same time, they needed the help of the disciples. Now that the disciples of the various forces had suffered heavy casualties, the power of the giant treasures had plummeted, and it was difficult for them to suppress Lin Fei's men. The blade intent and sword intent wantonly roared, interweaving into an inescapable net. For a time, the various forces were unable to move forward. Seeing the disciples and geniuses that they brought fall to the curse one after another, the leading elder's face was filled with malevolence. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Di Tian, this old man will tear you into pieces. The disciples of the Ghost sect suffered the heaviest casualties. Almost none of them were left standing as they were all killed by the curse. The treasure space was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. As a large sect, when had the Ghost sect ever suffered heavy casualties in front of their enemies? At this moment, his face was ashen and sinister. He continuously activated his Heaven's Mandate energy, forming layers of defense around his body. Do you like my gift? Ha! In the passage, Lin Fei's wanton laughter echoed. Everyone was about to vomit blood. Who would like this gift? This was a slap in the face. The densely packed saber slaves and sword slaves, as well as the incantation experts among them, caused the various forces in the tunnel to be unable to remain calm. They continuously activated their treasures to defend against the incantation attacks. No one had expected such a situation. Curse Palace? How do you explain that? Some of the experts in the lead looked at the people from the Curse Palace in the distance. They also kept retreating. They really couldn't block the densely packed curse techniques. This has nothing to do with our cursed palace. The one who came from the cursed palace was also a half-step giant. His name was Shi Yan. His previously high-spirited face was now filled with confusion. How can there be such a powerful curse technique? Its power is even greater than their curse palaces. This is impossible. The moment the curse appeared, Shi Yan sensed a familiar aura. He could smell it even with his eyes closed. After a moment of confusion, he saw that his forces had suffered heavy casualties and that the people of the cursed palace were unscathed. Shi Yan's expression became even more unsightly. It's over. We've been tricked by Tian. Hence, the words that he blurted out earlier came out. No one believed him now. Nothing to do with it? What kind of joke was this? It was clearly the curse technique of the cursed palace. Were they all blind and couldn't tell? This wasn't a curse technique. What was it? Retreat. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged forward. Even the half-step giants could only activate their hegemon-level treasures to cover their disciples' retreat. If they didn't leave now, they would really be wiped out. Almost at the same time, everyone chose to retreat. But how could they fight? They couldn't even block the elusive curse techniques. Even the half-step giants felt their scalps go numb when they saw the densely packed curse techniques. Some of them were high-level curse techniques. Who could endure this kind of concentrated attack? I didn't expect Tian to still have a trick up his sleeve. We're all doomed. The saber slaves and sword slaves are already difficult to deal with. With the help of the curse techniques, they're like tigers that have grown wings. If we go up, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. How many unknown secrets are there behind Tian? The half-step giants suffered a huge blow. Even though they were half-step giants, after seeing the help of the curse techniques, they no longer had the thought of suppressing Tian. With such a terrifying group of subordinates, they would probably be killed by Tian even if they wanted to charge in. When they entered, everyone rushed forward one after another, afraid to fall behind. It was the same when they retreated. Everyone wished their parents had given them more legs. They threw all kinds of treasures at Tian, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. The calm sky prides also lost the thought of fighting. Tian, a native of the sealed world, had turned into a tall mountain in their eyes. He was an existence that they had to look up to. But why should they fight? When the curse technique army moved out, the giants who had been paying attention were completely moved. Because of the barbaric world fragment, they couldn't enter the space of Mount God Emperor. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't pay attention. Their powerful divine senses still enveloped the space of Mount God Emperor. Curse techniques. They're even more mysterious than the curse techniques of the curse palace. Tian actually had another trick up his sleeve. Why does he have a group of curse technique subordinates? Damn the curse palace. These giants thought of the curse palace. Other than the curse palace, who else could support Tian's troops? Originally, everyone was unhappy that the curse palace was related to Tian. They didn't expect the curse palace to arrange for people to be in the space of Mount God Emperor at such a crucial moment. No one dared to underestimate the power of curse techniques. An army of curse technique experts that could use high-level curse techniques. To Tian, this was like adding wings to a tiger. Initially, the half-step giants were still a deterrent. However, with the appearance of the curse technique army, the half-step giants' usefulness became negligible. It was already good enough for them to be alive. Curse Palace. All the giants hated the Curse Palace to the core. They saw the scene in the passage clearly. With the help of the Curse Technique army, their troops lost their ability to fight. They were being chopped up like vegetables. It was a naked / one-sided slaughter. Since when did the combat emperors and half-step giants become stray dogs? Now, they were really stray dogs. Curse Palace. It's over. We're dead this time. Chu Wuhuan, the palace lord, was also paying attention to the entire situation. When he saw the appearance of the Curse Technique army, Chu Wuhuan's face turned as black as coal. His body was trembling slightly. This black pot was too big, especially when they saw that the people of the Curse Palace were fine. Everyone's anger seemed to be stabbing into their hearts. Chu Wuhuan could already imagine that the giants of the 33 Sage Heavens hated him to the core. No matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. Chapter 2207. Continue to kill. Kill until nothing is left. Lin Fei did not care what the higher-ups thought. He would kill to his heart's content first. As for the Curse Palace's men, Lin Fei had specially arranged for them. No matter what, the Curse Palace would definitely suffer. At the very least, it would attract some firepower for him. Lin Fei did not believe that the magnates would not hold a grudge against the Curse Palace. Those were genuine curse techniques. They were not low-level curse techniques but mid-level and high-level curse techniques. Only the direct disciples of the Curse Palace and above could cultivate them. In the Sinkhole Passage, the saber slaves and sword slaves occupied the passage, and the curse sorcerers supported them from the rear. The end of the passage had almost become a fortress. Unless the magnates made a move, those half-step magnates would not be able to enter. If it were not for the magnates' treasures, Lin Fei would not mind leaving a few half-step magnates behind. They were good targets for modification. But now, it was better to absorb all the origin energy first. This is too terrifying. We are finally safe. They did not catch up. After exiting the Sinkhole Passage, the remaining forces heaved a huge sigh of relief. The pitch-black entrance to the sinkhole had become the entrance to hell in their eyes. They had never thought that they would suffer a crushing defeat. After being affected by the curse techniques, they saw their good friends, deacons, and others being swarmed by the saber slaves and sword slaves and dismembered into pieces. They did not want to recall that scene a second time. Some of the half-step magnates had been affected by the curse techniques and were only suppressing it with treasures and powerful strength. One could imagine how terrifying those people were. After confirming that there was no danger, the half-step magnates did not leave. Instead, they stopped near the sinkhole and took out their voice transmission treasures to report the news. This was not something they could deal with. A few half-step magnates were careless and were affected by the curse techniques. It was a tragic sight. They did not have the guts to enter now. This is too tragic. The demonic rainbow could not believe it either. In a short time, more than 70% of the Sky Devil Palace's disciples had died. Among them were elite disciples and some geniuses. In the face of powerful curse techniques, whether they were elite disciples or geniuses, they became extremely vulnerable. We have all died. We were all defeated. Who would have thought that Di Tian would be so capable? The Heavenly Devil Palace's half-step powerhouse side. First, help them suppress the curse. That's the most important thing. For the time being, only a half-step giant could suppress a War Emperor ranker who was cursed. He knew that this was a strategy. The half-step giants had no choice but to do so. Di Tian. A furious roar rang out. This voice was filled with endless hatred, and it turned into endless killing intent as it attacked. A mere divine sense dares to act violently in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at the void. Curse, Great Slicer. An arc of light flashed past like a full moon. Great Slicer? You know it too. A bottomless crack was left in the void. Chu Wuhuan appeared on the other side of the crack, glaring at Di Tian. The Curse Palace was in deep trouble because of Di Tian. Regardless of the danger, Zhou Wuhuan went to the mortal world in person to figure out what was going on. It's just a mere curse. Why wouldn't I know it? Lin Fei laughed. If it wasn't for your Curse Palace's inherited curse, I wouldn't mind killing all the people of your Curse Palace just now. Fortunately, it's the Curse Palace's inherited curse. Zhou Wuhuan's heart sank. Di Tian, you're talking nonsense. You stole the curse from our Curse Palace and deliberately framed us. You have the nerve to say it out loud. Being able to become a palace master, how could Zhou Wuhuan not understand the meaning behind his words? If he admitted it, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, the people above must be paying attention to this place. The ability of a giant powerhouse wasn't that simple. Lin Fei laughed even more happily. He shook his head slightly. I really feel sad for you. After so many years, the curse is in your hands. There's no light, and you still have the nerve to say that it's an inherited curse. I will let you see what a real curse is. Lin Fei's aura suddenly changed. Curse no. Curse, Great prophecy. He pointed at Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense phantom. The disapproval in Zhou Wuhuan's heart disappeared without a trace. An inexplicable crisis from the bottom of his heart shocked him. It's moving. Damn it. With a bang, Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense vanished into thin air. You can't even block my curse, and you still have the nerve to question me. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Using the origin energy to cast a curse, the power is really amazing. Just now, Lin Fei tried to cast a curse with the origin energy. The result was like this. Preposterous. In the secret chamber of the Curse Palace, Zhou Wuhuan opened his eyes, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared, "Palace Master, how is it? Has Di Tian, that little bastard, been subdued?" In the secret chamber, the giants were all present. Zhou Wuhuan's roar was ignored by the giants, which made Zhou Wuhuan feel very aggrieved. Can't they see that I'm bleeding? I wasn't able to kill Di Tian. Instead, he used a curse to kill my divine sense clone. Zhou Wuhuan was indeed worthy of being the palace master. He briefly explained what happened next. Palace master, is there a mistake? Our curse has been passed down for a long time. Is Di Tian's curse stronger than ours? That shouldn't be the case. The curse of our curse palace is the real curse. The others couldn't remain calm anymore. This matter was too serious. Although the divine sense clone wasn't much, 2 curses had killed the divine sense clone. One could imagine the power of the curse. Perhaps Di Tian has mastered an even more advanced and profound curse technique. Suddenly, a giant said. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone was killed just like that? A paralysis curse and a great prophecy curse. How could they be so terrifying? Could it be that Di Tian is the reincarnation of the old antique of the Curse Palace? Only the reincarnation of the old antique can cast a curse of this level. The holy sovereigns who were watching couldn't remain calm anymore. A divine sense clone, and it was at the level of a giant. Even Di Tian, who was a 10-star battle emperor, wouldn't be able to kill it so easily. Therefore, the fact that Di Tian could kill Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone so easily, and he didn't even have time to make a move. It could only mean that Di Tian had a more terrifying curse. This wasn't good news. If possible, they really didn't want to see such a situation. This had added unforeseen trouble to them, and it wasn't a small one. Di Tian has become a thorn in everyone's heart. As long as he and his people are here, we won't be able to get the origin fruit. In my opinion, this man must be killed immediately. A giant suggested. I agree to kill Di Tian. Di Tian has become a tall mountain in the God Emperor Mountain. He must be removed. The giants soon had different opinions. Chapter 2208. Inside the Mountain of God Emperor. The aura of the origin tree was gradually weakening. The ripening of the origin fruit was also delayed. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. This was especially so after the curse had shown its might. The origin tree and the origin fruit on it had long since become Lin Fei's possession. He was just short of saying something domineering, "This place is mine." In fact, Lin Fei had already taken over this place. After destroying the Curse Palace's divine sense avatar, I believe those people won't be so stupid to come again. Lin Fei wanted to give them a show of strength. If a tiger doesn't show its strength, they would really think that I'm a sick cat. Master, be careful, there's an expert attacking you. Without warning, the little devil warned Lin Fei. Lin Fei's brows twitched, and a chill descended from the sky. Above the crater, a huge black finger suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who had a strong physical body, instantly felt like his body could not withstand it and was about to explode. This is definitely the attack of a magnate-level expert. Lin Fei was not flustered. Cowardly scoundrel, how shameless. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space solidified in front of the black finger. Ha, Ditan, you've been tricked. A complacent voice came from behind Lin Fei. A dark green palm slammed into Lin Fei's back. You've been struck by this old man's nether ghost palm. You're dead for sure. Boom. Lin Fei's entire body exploded. I thought you had some ability, but it turns out that you're only SOSO. We've overestimated you. The black-robed old man said disdainfully. We've made a mountain out of a molehill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures appeared near the origin tree. Their eyes quickly fell on the origin tree, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Fortunately, the origin fruit is still here. That bastard Diton did not take it. These figures were all the divine sense avatars of the magnate. Their battle prowess was infinitely close to the level of a magnate. Even a half-step magnate would not be a match for them. They hadn't expected that they would be able to kill Diton so easily with just a diversion. It seemed to be too smooth, according to what they thought. Diton's origins were mysterious, and he definitely had some trump cards on him. They had already made their mental preparations. Creating a diversion was merely one of them. Diton is dead? He was killed by the great leader of the ghoul sect. Great. That bastard Diton has finally been killed. Diton is nothing in front of a giant powerhouse. Why does he have to think that he's invincible? Outside the sinkhole, the remaining forces received the news. Diton, who had been showing off his abilities, had been killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this news, everyone smiled, and their faces were no longer as pale and powerless as before. After the heavenly devil Nikhang heard this, a puzzled expression flashed across her exquisite facial features. After not knowing much about Diton, the heavenly demon Rainbow finally had a feeling that Diton would not be so easy to kill. The heavenly devil Raymond was very confident in her feelings and rarely doubted them. This was a kind of intuition that belonged to experts. Elder, I think we should not go in for the time being. The heavenly devil Rainbow reminded. The elder of the heavenly devil palace did not understand why. Elder, think about it. Diton has always been mysterious. Can such a person be killed so easily? The process is too smooth. It seems like it's really smooth. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, the various giants were also paying attention. Even though there were some giants who shamelessly attacked, there were also some who chose to wait and see. Diton was killed by the great leader of the ghoul sect. This made everyone very surprised. That extremely powerful Diton was killed just like that? He did not even struggle? If that was the case, they would have done it themselves. Now, they had been taken advantage of by the great leader of the ghoul sect. They killed Diton first. Even though this was not a glorious thing, and in the eyes of outsiders, there would always be suspicions of the strong bullying the weak. However, Diton's secret. Many people wanted to find out. For example, the rapid increase in battle strength. If this was a technique, then it could not be better. If they obtained it, it was equivalent to grasping a shortcut to quickly increase their strength. To the forces in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. This was definitely something that could not be ignored. Also, how did Diton get such a group of powerful subordinates? Among them, the most important was the strong curse experts in their hands. They were definitely existences that could not be estimated. It was hard not to be afraid of them. Whoever obtained Diton's secret first would definitely expand their strength to an unimaginable level. The sword and knife techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were nothing. But curse techniques were different. Until now, curse techniques were still considered top-notch techniques in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. He died just like that? Curse Palace. Chu Wuhuan roared again. That detestable guy who killed him before was killed in 2 or 3 moves. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that Diton, that bastard, can only use curse techniques of this level twice? Chu Wuhuan could not understand. If I had known this would happen, I would have held on for a while longer. Wouldn't the treasures on that bastard Diton belong to me? Thinking of the opportunity he had lost, Chu Wuhuan's face turned even darker. What a huge loss. Old ghost, you killed Diton. Shouldn't you let everyone see the secret in Diton's storage ring? Don't think that the giants did not have privacy. That would be a big mistake. In the eyes of the giants, Diton was like a child hugging a gold ingot. Every part of his body was a treasure. After confirming that Diton was really dead, the other giants turned their attention to Giant Greju. They wanted to broaden their horizons. Guiju was expressionless. He cursed everyone for being shameless in his heart. Then he realized one thing. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like he had not seen a storage ring. In fact, he had not seen anything on Di Tian's body. Then where did those things go? Guiju was very confident that his netherworld divine palm had indeed landed on Di Tian's body. But now, the problem was, where did those things go? Guiju, you have already killed Di Tian. Why aren't you willing to share Di Tian's things? Could it be that you want to keep those things to yourself? Seeing that Guiju was silent, the giants were unhappy. You are going to keep everything to yourself. Too shameless. Back then, we agreed that after killing Di Tian, those things would definitely be shared. Now that Di Tian is dead, you don't want to share those things anymore? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Guiju wanted to curse. Now, he had nothing in his hands. What could he take out? This old man feels that everyone has overlooked one thing. Perhaps, Di Tian is not dead at all. Instead, he is hiding nearby and watching the show, forcing us to fight among ourselves. Guiju said with a solemn expression. I knew that you, old ghost, would not be honest. Di Tian was killed by you. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, the things are in your hands. As long as we share those things, no one will have any objections. Chapter 2209. The origin fruit had yet to ripen. Everyone's attention was attracted by the secret that Di Tian had left behind. Regardless of whether it was the people who controlled the spells or the spells that came from the same era, they were all existences that would make people envious. As long as he could obtain even one of them, his power would definitely reach a whole new level. With such an opportunity in front of them, even a fool would be willing to miss it. Even if one was a giant, the divine sense avatars present were all giant powerhouses. Guiju, are you going to hand it over or not? Our patience is limited. You alone can't stop all of us. Guiju felt very sullen. It seemed that he had stepped into a huge pit, and he couldn't explain it clearly now. No matter how Guiju explained, he could not come up with any convincing evidence. Everyone thought that Guiju wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone and did not want to share the treasures. Do it. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding void was shattered. The powerhouses had made their move. He attacked the leader of the Absolute Ghost faction. Listen to this old man's explanation. I really don't have what you want. This is a trap that Di Tian intentionally left behind to make us kill each other. Guiju continued to explain. What awaited Guiju was a merciless siege. How could a giant fight against the siege of a group of people? Moreover, everyone was a spiritual consciousness avatar, and their strength was almost on the same level. Guiju retreated step by step. 2 fists are hard, many enemies are hard. Hit him hard. In the void. Lin Fei swaggered. Looking at the giant's divine sense doppelgangers surrounding the ghoul sex giant, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew everything through the little devil's reminder. Absolute Ghost's ambush and diversion could not escape the system's monitoring. The spiritual sense giant avatar's combat power was very strong, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Thus, a bright idea came to him, and he thought of a way to have them kill each other first. They consumed each other's energy. Lin Fei was very happy to see this happen. What Guiju had killed was merely an afterimage left behind by Lin Fei. It was extremely realistic. Even the naked eye could not tell if it was real or fake. Of course, this naturally came from the system. The battles between giants weren't that long. Instead, they were very short. Guiju was the first to be killed. It was just a doppelganger formed by divine sense. So what if it was killed? If everyone attacked together, even if Guiju had any ideas, he would have to start a war with a group of big shots. They did not think that Guiju had the courage to start a war. Therefore, Guiju would definitely suffer this loss. You will regret this. Absolute Ghost's divine sense was destroyed, and he was extremely angry. At the same time, his hatred towards Di Tian increased. He now had reason to believe that Di Tian was hiding nearby. That must be it. With his spiritual consciousness damaged, Guizhu did not dare to send his spiritual consciousness avatar again. There's nothing. The powerhouses were fighting for the treasures. Once Guizhu's spiritual consciousness was destroyed, everyone wanted to see if there were any secrets within the storage ring left behind by Di Tian. The scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. Nothing appeared. That didn't seem possible. After all, the absolute ghost giant had killed Di Tian first. Logically speaking, Di Tian's treasures should have fallen into the absolute ghost giant's hands. This was something that did not need to be considered. Where did it go? All the magnates frowned and their faces darkened. If it wasn't on the absolute ghost giant, then what belonged to Di Tian was there? Could it be? A thought flashed across their minds. Pa. Just as everyone was about to shake off that thought, applause followed. It landed on the hearts of the magnates very rhythmically. It's quite an interesting scene. This emperor's eyes have been opened. On the origin tree far away, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking over with a smile. Di Tian, you actually didn't die? We were tricked. In a world within the 33 sacred heavens. In the sinister ghost gate. The absolute ghost giant slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. A bunch of idiots, you know that you were tricked. No, I have to make another trip. A bitter smile flashed across the faces of the magnates. They had lived for so long, and they actually suffered a loss to a junior. They had put on a show, and if word got out, they would be laughed at to death. All the magnates stared at him in anger. They had been tricked by a kid. Dian, go and die for me. One of the giants could not hold it in any longer. He took out a treasure that was like a scorching sun, emitting a scorching aura. The surrounding temperature was rising, and black holes were being burned in the air. Lai Gang, it's time. The scorching sun treasure headed straight for Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei shook his head. What a waste of a treasure. Crush. As soon as the treasure entered the vicinity of the origin tree, the origin energy unleashed its might, and the treasure disintegrated into nothing. This giant Lai Gang's clone was also pierced through by a ray of origin energy and disappeared without a trace on the spot. Could it be that he can use the origin energy? The rest of the great leaders were completely shocked. That was the origin energy just now. Only the origin energy could be so tyrannical, instantly destroying treasures, and even killing the avatar of divine sense. Impossible, the origin energy is the most sacred energy in the world. He is only at the War Emperor realm. How can he control it? All the giants shook their heads. This matter was simply unimaginable. The origin fruit is about to mature. You can leave now. I don't like you. Chase us away? Aren't you too naive, Diteng? All of the great leaders had the same thought. It was truly absurd. Lin Fei's aura was like a mountain. He swept a glance with his cold eyes, raised his hand, and released a curse. Curse technique, Fire Beacon City. The curse fire that filled the sky descended onto the bodies of the great leaders. In an instant, all of the great leaders turned into flaming men. Without any sound, the great leaders all disappeared into thin air. One move kill. Lin Fei raised his head, his gaze like lightning, shooting into the distance. This is my territory, whoever comes will be killed. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the entire mountain of God Emperor. Everyone could see that outside of the mountain of God Emperor's space passage, the endless curse fire was burning wantonly. All the experts that were enveloped by the curse fire were all turned into green smoke. A true instant kill. They even saw a great leader's clone descend and be killed by the curse fire. This unlucky fellow was the great leader of the ghost sect. Coincidentally, he was killed on the spot by the curse fire, without any ability to resist. The great leaders of the 33 sacred heavens world were all stunned. The power of the curse fire is too tyrannical. What is this? What is it that is being killed? All the great leaders saw it clearly. The endless curse fire had reached the level of a great leader, and at the same time, it was the most difficult flame to resist. Thus, everyone had a headache. Then, everyone saw the sky full of curse fire explode from the sky crater, covering the entire passage, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Chapter 22:10. The blazing cursed fire became a roadblock. Everyone was helpless against the curse fire that covered the entire sky crater. The forces that were originally near the sky crater were suddenly caught off guard and were burned to ashes by the curse fire. The scene was a tragic sight. No matter who saw it, they would feel fear in their hearts. The curse fire of the cursed Dao era was not something they could resist. Too terrifying. The War Emperor experts are actually unable to block the attack of the Empyrean curse fire. Fortunately, I was quite far away. This Dtion is too terrifying. The faces of the people who were lucky enough to escape were filled with fear. It was the same for the elite disciples. They had never seen such a large-scale curse fire appear before. Without waiting for them to calm down, a sonorous and powerful roar that carried a sense of danger soared into the sky. The sword slave and blade slave moved out. The moment they appeared, their tactics were unleashed like a black torrent. They surrounded everyone, forming a huge encirclement. A saber slave with a long saber on his back took a step forward. He faced the crowd and said coldly, "His Majesty Dtion said that if you don't want to die here, then surrender immediately. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. I didn't expect that we would be surrounded again. The demonic rainbow laughed bitterly. "If you want us to surrender, you people don't have the qualifications to say that. Let's go." Among the forces present, there was a half-step giant who was the leader. He sneered and activated the giant treasure in his hand, preparing to leave the mountain of God Emperor. Although this half-step giant did not see the movements in the sky crater, he could instinctively sense it. If they did not leave now, when would they? Open. The giant treasure was activated. It blasted open a path. This was also the confidence of a half-step giant. The rest of the people watched quietly. After all, they had witnessed Dtion's power. Before they confirmed the situation, they would not act recklessly. Curse technique. Curse technique weaken. Curse technique, gravity enhancement. Previously, this half-step giant had gone to the sky crater. He had seen the power of the Curse Legion. At that time, the position was narrow, and his hands and feet were tied, unable to unleash his full strength. But it was different outside. Dtion didn't believe that Dtion would be able to keep them here with a magnate-level treasure in his hands. The sky was filled with curses, all of them attacking the half-step giants. Even though the magnate-grade treasures blocked some of them still landed on the half-step giants. As soon as the curse landed on the other party's body, the effect was immediately activated. The half-step magnate's speed slowed down, and his mind began to be affected. The magnate's treasure also began to show flaws. The saber slave and the sword slave didn't have to pay a huge price to break through the defense of the magnate-grade artifact. They charged in from the outside, and the battle emperors fell one after another, turning into corpses. In less than a short period of time, after killing over 100 sword slaves and saber slaves, this half-step powerhouse let out a shrill cry as he was chopped into pieces by the flurry of blades. A half-step giant had fallen. Ants can really bite elephants to death. With the death of the half-step giant, the rest of the half-step giants shuddered. Those who don't surrender will be like them. The siege outside was naturally ordered by Lin Fei. As soon as the curse fire was unleashed, the divine sense clones of the giants were instantly killed. Fierce. With the death of the giant's divine sense clone, Lin Fei obtained a lot of energy. This time, no one can stop me from taking the origin tree and origin fruit. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The attack of the curse fire had been imbued with origin energy, and its power was extraordinary. Anyone who came would be hit. The entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, all the sacred lords and the other experts who were paying attention fell into silence. No matter if it was a giant or not. Or perhaps the sacred lords had realized one thing. Under the restriction of the savage world fragment, they were unable to obtain the origin fruit. The terrifying and irresistible curse fire had instantly killed their divine sense clones. During this time, they didn't even last a breath. Dtion's terror had risen to a rare level in their hearts. This time, everyone is going to return disappointed. Who would have thought that there would be a local snake down there? Even dragons and snakes have to lie down obediently. Deal with him? Who is going to deal with him? Luckily, I didn't go down. Tion is indeed not easy to deal with. A big move, this is definitely a big move. Palace Master, this curse fire is too terrifying. The powerhouses of the Curse Palace were all paying attention to what was happening at Mountain God Emperor. The moment the curse fire appeared, all the powerhouses instinctively stood up and stared at the burning curse fire. I dare to say that this curse fire is completely above our curse fire. Tion has grasped this curse fire. Even if the divine sense clones of the powerhouses go down, they will just be food for Tion. No one can block this curse fire. Palace Master, we must obtain the curse fire in Tion's hands. Even a single curse fire can greatly increase the overall strength of our curse palace. At that time, no one will dare to look down on our curse palace. Especially the curse fire. If we use such a high-level curse fire, even the powerhouses will have to retreat. Everyone will be afraid of us. The powerhouses' thoughts became more and more complicated. Those who could become powerhouses quickly understood that unless Tion came to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one would be able to suppress him. Since that was the case, they might as well take another path. After all, their curse palace had inherited curse arts. Tion also had curse arts of unknown origin. The level of curse arts was obviously stronger than their curse palace. It shouldn't be difficult to communicate with Tion. Curse Wuhuan laughed bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect the situation to change in such a short time. Tion put on such a big show. I'm afraid everyone will have to change their method now. In the face of benefits, losing a small portion of the divine sense clone was nothing. Everyone's thoughts are similar. There's no time to lose. We must discuss this with Tion as soon as possible. In my opinion, why don't we let the eldest young master go down? In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, everyone had the same idea. If they couldn't use force, then they could change their method. For example, they could buy the origin fruit from Tion. Losing a portion of the divine sense clone was insignificant to the powerhouses. If they lost it one after another, the loss would be huge. Just the recovery of the divine sense would take a long time. Another method became urgent. This was equivalent to lowering their heads. They knew that this wasn't a good thing. They couldn't find a way to block the curse fire. Especially since their main bodies couldn't go down personally, there was nothing they could do. Before they could make any arrangements, the powerhouses that they had arranged sent back news. Their people had been captured again. At the same time, there was a list of ransomed items. The powerhouses flew into a rage. Then they became dejected. Chapter 22:11. Despicable. I am despicable just like that. The list of captives to be redeemed was naturally written by Lin Fei. If I don't extort money from you, how could I make a fortune from the dead? What kind of joke was this? The forces that were able to retreat from the crater all had amazing foundations. For example, Sky Demon Palace, Ghoul Sect, and some other forces had terrifying influence. It's time to collect the origin fruit. After the curse fire showed its power, no one came down. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Humans would be afraid of death, not to mention the big shots. No one was willing to pay the price and let others take advantage of them. No one was willing to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Fei was relaxed. The system was crazily devouring the origin energy, and Lin Fei could completely resist the invasion of the origin energy. Collect. Rays of cold light flashed. 9 origin fruits fell down. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the system automatically collected the origin fruits. This was the safest place. Ding. Discovered origin fruit, contains rich energy, absorb? The moment the origin fruit was collected, the system prompted. Absorb half for now. Lin Fei smirked. The origin fruit was still very useful to him, and he couldn't just absorb it all. By the way, if the origin energy in the origin fruit is absorbed, the fruit won't be affected, right? Lin Fei asked. This was related to the success of the next thing. The little devil smirked. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The system will absorb the origin energy without damaging any part of the origin fruit. Lin Fei was relieved. The origin energy contained in the origin fruit was beyond his imagination. After the system started absorbing the origin energy from the origin fruit, Lin Fei turned his attention to the origin tree. Open! Lin Fei turned his hand into a palm and struck the branch of the tree of origin. What a tough branch! My attack couldn't even break a single branch. Looking at the branch that didn't move, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder it's good stuff, the branch of the origin tree is very useful. Lin Fei believed what the little devil said. Whether it was the origin fruit or the origin tree, they were all good stuff. Origin energy, open for me. This area was blocked off by the imps. Lin Fei didn't want to expose too much information. Shielding was the best solution. While the origin energy transformed into a long saber and chopped down on the origin tree's incomparably tough branch. It was cut off. If I want to chop off the origin tree's branches, I must use origin energy. Lin Fei also wanted to give it a try. Ding! Discovered the source tree's branch. Absorb? No need. Lin Fei had learned about the uses of the source tree from the little devil, so how could he let the system absorb it? I'm going to be a lumberjack today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the bottom of the sinkhole, saber light flashed. With each flash of the saber, the origin tree's branches fell one by one and were collected by the system. Lin Fei had originally planned to cut down the origin tree, but the origin tree was constantly absorbing origin energy. With his current strength, he would not be able to cut down the origin tree in a short time. If he couldn't cut it down, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't really want to cut it down and obtain the origin tree's branches, so he was satisfied. Under Lin Fei's violent cutting, the towering origin tree was soon left with a bare trunk. The rest of the branches were all chopped off. In the system space, the origin tree's branches were piled up like a mountain. After being nourished by the origin energy, these branches could be said to be divine weapons. Although they couldn't be activated, no treasure could compare to the origin tree's sturdiness. Done! The origin tree was left with bare branches. Lin Fei clapped his hands, finally calling it a day. Although he had wasted a lot of origin energy units, the benefits were obvious. All the benefits of the origin tree had been monopolized, and at the same time, he had obtained a portion of the power bonus. Lin Fei was very clear that the entire 33 Sage Heavens was probably gnashing their teeth at him right now. As for the origin tree's trunk, Lin Fei didn't intend to uproot it. That would consume a lot of origin energy units, and it might not succeed. After all, the Mountain God Emperor space was actually evolved from a fragment world. The origin tree and the wilderness world fragment could be said to be one. He didn't have the confidence to poach it away. As for those magnate experts, they were also helpless. Lin Fei turned around and left the crater. Outside the crater, the saber slaves and sword slaves imprisoned the people of the various forces separately. Even the half-step magnate experts became obedient at this time. With the previous example, who would dare to court death for no reason? Reporting to the Arch, the forces of the Mountain God Emperor space have all been captured, a total of. A saber slave flew over and reported the situation. Take them away. Lin Fei said indifferently, not looking at those people. Wait a minute. Lin Fei waved his hand, preparing to take them away. The Mountain God Emperor space wasn't too safe. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to break into the Invincible Palace. This place was too dangerous. Lady Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be my captive again. Lin Fei recognized the voice, turned around, and smiled at the Heavenly Demon Rainbow. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow was very angry, and her body was trembling slightly. She was a saintess in waiting, and when had she ever been looked down upon like this? And this shameless guy in front of her seemed to have become her nemesis, falling into the hands of the other party again and again. This time, all the major forces of the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the Mountain God Emperor space. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow thought that Tion wouldn't be so lucky and would be crushed by the experts. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? She was once again captured. Hearing the commotion coming from the bottom of the crater, the heavenly demon Rainbow flashed a bad thought. Maybe you're just relying on numbers. What kind of hero are you? The heavenly demon Rainbow said with a cold expression. Lin Fei came to a place not too far away from the sky demon Rainbow Dress and laughed loudly as he said, "Hero, this emperor has never cared about being a hero. So what this emperor pursues is the result. For example, right now, you are a high and mighty genius, so why not fall into this emperor's hands? Miss Sky Demon, what do you think?" "You," the heavenly demon Rainbow pointed at Tion, unable to retort. In the distance, the other geniuses and elite disciples who were being held stared at him angrily. They were unwilling to lose. If not for their capable subordinates, they wouldn't have lost. "Take him away." Lin Fei tore open the void and disappeared in front of everyone. After the mountain god Emperor Crater's shield was removed, the 33 Sage Heaven's world was in chaos. Bastard! How could he do that? The branches of the origin tree, not a single one was left, he chopped them all off. How did he do it? I've never heard of anyone being able to chop off the branches of the origin tree. Even if I go, I can only watch helplessly. When they saw the bare trunk, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:12. No matter how angry they were, no one could do anything to Tion for the time being. Even the holy leaders and the big shots could not help but laugh bitterly after a round of roaring. Perhaps only Tion would do something as shameless as this. Arrange for someone to go to the invincible palace in the mysterious sky world immediately. Although they did not know how Tion managed to collect all the branches of the origin tree, they did not dare to ignore the importance of the origin tree's branches. Everyone had to make a trip to the mysterious sky world. Mysterious sky world, invincible palace. Continue monitoring. Continue absorbing the origin energy. In the secret chamber. After returning to the invincible palace, Lin Fei went to his own secret chamber. The equipment all over the Mountain God Emperor space continued to operate. The benefits of the Mountain God Emperor space had been taken, but that place was still the entrance to the upper world. Lin Fei naturally had to arrange for equipment to monitor it. Apart from that, Lin Fei left a group of subordinates to monitor the Mountain God Emperor space. Origin fruit hehe. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei played with the origin fruit in his hand. He could clearly feel the traces of origin energy coming from the origin fruit. If I was not the one who started it, I would not be able to see the remaining 10% of origin energy in the origin fruit. This was the origin fruit after it was absorbed. Now there was only 10% of origin energy left. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to keep 50%, but after some thought he felt that it was not right. Since he could not see it, he might as well absorb 90% and leave 10% for them. "Master, this is according to your instructions. Even the holy leaders and the big shots would not be able to see through the origin fruit," Little Devil said proudly. "Unless they personally absorb the origin energy." Lin Fei trusted Little Devil's words. If they could not see it, then they definitely could not. After absorbing 90% of the origin fruit's origin energy, Lin Fei did not feel bad about the remaining 10%. This thing was a hot potato. Holding it in one's hand was like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once it exploded, it would explode. Once it exploded, there would definitely be no bones left. Lin Fei kept the origin fruit. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. After Lin Fei returned, the entire profound sky world was heavily guarded. Sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. All of them were sent out. The mysterious sky world was built like an iron bucket. Even if a giant came, they would have to shed a layer of skin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. After the battle over the origin fruit, everyone started to pay more attention to Tion. It was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the world of the 33 sacred heavens that the curse fire had instantly killed the avatar of a giant. Everyone was shocked. If it was any other battle emperor, they wouldn't be able to display such a powerful technique. Tion had done it. They had lost. Young master, is this the profound sky world? In the starry sky of the mysterious sky world, a group of people appeared, clustered around a young genius. Some of them were pointing at the mysterious sky world. "Idiots, shut your mouths." The prodigy scolded his subordinates, shaking his head in his heart. "Don't forget why we're here. Tian isn't a nobody. I'll tell you in advance that he's not a nobody. If anyone is killed by Tian, the Curse Palace will definitely not avenge you." Cursed Thunder never thought that his father would be so serious before he left. "No matter what, we must get the curse art from Tian." Cursed Thunder knew this better than anyone else. This was an opportunity that his father had arranged for him. As long as he successfully brought the curse art back, his position in the Curse Palace would be stabilized. "Bring the gifts, let's pay a visit to His Majesty Tian." What a Curse Palace, to actually arrange for young Master Cursed Thunder to come here. Who would believe that? After the people from the Curse Palace left, a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The leader laughed coldly. "Elder Qin, should we go now, or?" They were people from the Sky Devil Palace. "There's no need to wait," Elder Qin said. "Those people have already made their move. We can't fall behind them. Right now, both the origin fruit and the origin tree branch are in Tian's hands. Whoever can obtain the origin fruit from Tian will obtain great benefits." Elder Qin looked at the mysterious sky world and revealed a trace of shock and seriousness. There had never been a force that could make the Sky Devil Palace lower its head. Tian was one of them. "Curse Palace, Curse Thunder is here to pay a visit." After entering the mysterious sky world, the people around Cursed Thunder subconsciously gasped. The patrolling sword slaves and saber slaves were all at the same realm, which undoubtedly created a strong visual impact on the people present. "Those people are so scary. I heard that they are sword slaves and saber slaves, and they have mastered the sword and saber skills of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate." After seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves, everyone's arrogant words were dealt a blow. "Young master, look over there. They seem to be curse sorcerers. I heard that they have mastered even more mysterious curse arts." Cursed Thunder's heart skipped a beat. Curse sorcerers. Compared to the sword slaves and saber slaves, Cursed Thunder was more concerned about the curse sorcerers. Curse sorcerers played an important role now. Tian was able to obtain the origin fruit because he had mastered more advanced curse arts. Far away, groups of curse sorcerers patrolled the mysterious sky world under the protection of the saber slaves and sword slaves. I really don't know where Tian came from. Curse sorcerers, together with saber slaves and sword slaves, are like an army of tigers and wolves. Not many forces in the 33 sacred heavens can stop them. Cursed Thunder's eyes were fixed on the curse sorcerers. Cursed Thunder couldn't be more familiar with the curse aura on them. What surprised him the most was that their curse aura was obviously thicker and purer than that of the Curse Palace. Fortunately, the number of curse sorcerers in Tian's hands is limited. Otherwise, once they enter the 33 sacred heavens, it will be a nightmare. After witnessing the situation, young Master Cursed Thunder was determined to complete the mission. Sky Devil Palace, Chen who is here to pay a visit. Not long after Cursed Thunder entered the mysterious sky world, Chen who led the disciples of Sky Devil Palace into the mysterious sky world. They first reported their origins to avoid being surrounded by the sword slaves and saber slaves. Now, everyone knew how powerful the sword slaves and saber slaves were. If they were surrounded by hundreds of them, they would definitely be in trouble. Not to mention the curse sorcerers behind them, they were experts who could kill half a step to magnates. Who would dare to belittle such a valiant battle record? Elder Qin of Sky Devil Palace was a clone of a big shot. He couldn't report his name to avoid Tian's misunderstanding. Seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves patrolling in an orderly manner, Elder Qin whose eyes turned red. If there's Sky Devil Palace. Chapter 22:13. Not here. Cursed Thunder suppressed the anger in his heart. Our Majesty is not here. Did you not hear clearly? Cursed Thunder did not expect to run into a situation where Tian was absent on his first visit. His heart was filled with bitterness. I thought that since I'm here on behalf of the Curse Palace, I should be able to meet Tian. Who knew that it would be like this? When will His Majesty come back? We, the Cursed Palace, have something very important to discuss with His Majesty. Cursed Thunder asked in a low voice. Whoever saw His Majesty Tian first might have some sort of advantage. When His Majesty wants to see you, he will naturally see you. The guard said indifferently. At this point, Cursed Thunder had no other choice. He could not barge in after all. If he really did that, he would definitely not have a good ending. Regardless of whether they were from the Cursed Palace or not, Cursed Thunder believed that Tian would not mind killing a bunch of people to establish his dominance. Cursed Thunder left with his men and prepared to settle down nearby. Elder Qin, you're here too. On the way back, Cursed Thunder met Elder Qin, who of the demonic palace. This was a clone of a giant. Cursed Thunder naturally knew him and took the initiative to greet him. So it's young Master Mantra. Qinhu smiled. Have you met His Majesty Tian? Cursed Thunder shook his head. The guard said that Tian is not here, so we have to come back and stay here temporarily. After Qinhu and Cursed Thunder chatted for a while, Cursed Thunder took the initiative to leave. His Majesty Tian doesn't want to see anyone. Qinhu understood what he meant. Tian placed Cursed Lei Liang of the Curse Palace to the side. Elder, are we still going to see Tian? Someone immediately asked. Qinhu pondered for a moment. Let's not go for now. We still have to send someone to deliver the gifts. Let's redeem the demonic rainbow and the others first. Lin Fei was indeed not at the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei had long anticipated the arrival of the forces from the 33 Holy Heavens. No one was willing to fall behind others, and no one would give up on the fight for the origin fruit. Lin Fei didn't want to be busy welcoming people, so he simply chose another method, no matter who came. Let it cool for now. He would wait for everyone to arrive before proceeding to the next step. Now, Lin Fei once again came to a familiar place. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. Those people have suffered quite a bit in your hands, but aren't you worried that they will join forces to put pressure on you? In an independent space, Wu Mingzhan stared in horror at Tian, who was seated opposite him. Even though Wu Mingzhan was being suppressed in this space, the situation in the outside world did not change. He could see everything clearly. All of Lin Fei's actions had shaken him. Pressure? That depends on the target. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine and drank it by himself. Therefore, I plan to auction the 9 origin fruits after they are all here. Although Zhan Wuming was shocked by Lin Fei's capabilities, he didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to withstand the pressure from the upper echelons. The fact that Tian would use such a method to deal with the pressure from the upper echelons stunned everyone present. You're actually planning to auction the origin fruit? Even if it was Wu Mingzhan himself, faced with the temptation of 9 origin fruits, he would absolutely not auction them. Your Majesty Tian is really bold. Wu Mingzhan turned around and said, I'm not as good as you. Indeed, you have your reasons for your achievements. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. If not for the fact that I absorbed 90% of the origin energy, who would be willing to auction it? Do you really think that I'm so bold? I actually came here today to make a deal with you. Lin Fei put down his wine cup and said, I'm currently a prisoner. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with your Majesty. Wu Mingzhan said plainly. After returning from Mountain God Emperor's space, Lin Fei started thinking about the future. He had offended almost everyone in the 33 sacred heavens, and that wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei didn't forget about the return of the ancient experts either. For example, the Yellow Springs Sect Master and the Heavenly Law Old Ancestor. These powerful fellows, Lin Fei didn't forget a single one of them. Senior Zhan, that's not right. Although you can't leave now, once you escape, it's like a fish returning to the sea. From then on, the sea will be wide and the sky will be wide. Not long after, you will regain your position as the Overlord. I'm not wrong about this, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Wu Mingzhan was suppressed in this space. As time passed, coupled with the failure of his plan, he never thought that he would be able to leave this place while he was still alive. Moreover, the entire divine world was under Tian's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape. This was something that Wu Mingzhan was very clear about. Your Majesty Tian, you're really eloquent. Wu Mingzhan smiled. This old man's heart is already dead, and I don't look forward to the days outside. Your Majesty, you don't have to say anything more. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe Wu Mingzhan's words. It would be a lie if this kind of ambitious person didn't want to obtain freedom. If it were in the past, Lin Fei might not have mentioned this. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on him if he was released? After obtaining the origin energy, Lin Fei no longer had such worries. Lin Fei sighed. Sigh, I originally planned to let Senior leave. Since Senior has chosen to stay here, I won't force you. Wu Mingzhan was startled, and his pupils constricted. Di Tian wants to set me free? After such a long time, Wu Mingzhan had almost forgotten the taste of freedom. Wait. Seeing that Di Tian was about to leave, Wu Mingzhan could no longer remain calm. After a brief moment of surprise, Wu Mingzhan got straight to the point and asked, "What price do I have to pay for you to let me go?" The current Di Tian was no longer that weak Di Tian. Instead, he was an existence worthy of attention. Others might not have a solution, but Di Tian might have a solution. Wu Mingzhan had to take a risk. No one was willing to stay in this place forever. Lin Fei smiled. I won't make things difficult for Senior. After all, Senior was also one of the heroes in the past. An old monster like Wu Mingzhan was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. He definitely had his own influence in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind letting a tiger out. This was the first move Lin Fei was going to use to stir up chaos in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei also believed that Wu Mingzhan wouldn't disappoint him. Open! In the mysterious space. Lin Fei quickly negotiated the conditions with Wu Mingzhan. Wu Mingzhan was in a daze for a long time. This condition seemed a little too simple. Under Lin Fei's intentional suppression, the rumbling sounds didn't spread out. Rumble! Rumble! In Wu Mingzhan's eyes, those cracks that even he had no way to break through actually crumbled under Di Tian's hands. The entire space crumbled unceasingly under Di Tian's attacks, and in just a short period of time, the entire space had completely collapsed. I actually obtained freedom. Wu Mingzhan was at a loss. Chapter 22:14. Master, this is a good move. Releasing an old monster, those fellows above will definitely be dumbfounded. After Wu Ming regained his freedom, he did not say much and only left behind a sentence. I will fulfill my promise within a month. Let's go back. After gaining control of the origin source energy unit, Lin Fei was no longer worried that an old monster like Wu Ming would do something bad. To Lin Fei, releasing Wu Ming's freedom was not an important matter. If Wu Ming wanted to do something against him, Lin Fei did not mind destroying his soul. Others might not be able to kill Wu Ming, but to Lin Fei, killing him was a piece of cake. At least, Wu Ming's strength had yet to recover to the level of a giant, or even higher. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Fei turned around and left with a smile. This old man has regained my freedom. In another part of the void, Wu Ming could not believe that this was real. He had actually regained his freedom. The most unbelievable thing was that what he could not achieve with all his effort was so easily accomplished by Di Tian. He had seen the space collapse with his own eyes. That kind of method was shocking. Obtaining a special race within a month. What is this Emperor Di Tian trying to do? Until now, Wu Ming did not understand why Di Tian would make such a request. Looking for all sorts of special races. In the face of regaining his freedom, he would agree to whatever conditions Wu Ming proposed. Wu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Let me recover my cultivation before returning to the 33 sacred heavens. While Lin Fei was out, the mysterious sky world welcomed batches of guests. These guests had shocking backgrounds. The people of the mysterious sky world were already used to such a situation. In front of a great emperor, this was a must. The various forces that came down from the upper domain were surprisingly calm this time. No one had the right to put on airs and stayed quietly in the inns. The mysterious sky world was no longer a place where they could act wantonly. The sword slaves, saber slaves, and even the curse mages were all demonic existences. Killing them here was as easy as flipping one's hand. If they had such thoughts, they might as well wait for Di Tian to return. They believed that Di Tian would definitely receive them. No one was willing to offend all of them at once. They automatically overlooked one thing. Di Tian had offended all of them a long time ago. At the very least, most of the forces were surrounded and attacked by Di Tian's subordinates. The number of people who survived could be counted on one hand, and some of them were even captured. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. The Supreme Demon Emperor rushed over to report the situation. In a short period of time, the highest Demon Emperor stepped into the War Emperor realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he managed the Invincible Palace well. The Supreme Demon Emperor had never thought that the fellows from the upper realm would gather in the profound sky world. No matter which power it was, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he felt proud of himself for making the right choice back then. Your Majesty, 23 powers have come to visit today. This is the list of visitors as well as the gifts they've sent. Allow them to redeem their disciples. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a list. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Leave them alone for a few days. Kill anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Invincible City. After the establishment of the Invincible Palace, in these few years, a huge city had been built on the periphery. Invincible City. In the inn, a low voice came from a guest room. Di Tian is getting more and more impudent. We came personally, but he didn't see any of us. If this was up there, this old man would have destroyed Invincible City and Invincible Palace with a single palm. From time to time, the people present would exude an aura that looked down on the world. Fortunately, they were all deliberately restraining themselves. After everyone vented their anger, they couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. Old bastard, aren't you quite powerful? Why don't you go and take care of Di Tian? We'll support you from behind. Forget it, this old man doesn't have such thoughts. If word gets out, people will easily think that I'm bullying the weak. Haha. Everyone laughed. Ni Shang, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. There's no need to put pressure on yourself. Chen Hu comforted the god's devil clothing. After hearing that Di Tian was not around, Chen Hu brought the ransom money to redeem him. Then, he rented a small courtyard in the city and temporarily used it as the temporary residence of the god's devil palace. The god's devil clothing had indeed suffered a huge blow. She couldn't accept her loss. Elder, I won't put pressure on myself. After all, that Di Tian himself is a monster. There are no words to describe him. The god's devil clothing adjusted her state of mind. Chen Hu was very optimistic about the god's devil clothing. That's good. Chen Hu said, Ni Shang, based on your understanding of Di Tian, do you think he will be pressured into handing over the origin fruit? Chen Hu had never interacted with Di Tian before. He had only heard some things. He knew far less than the god's devil clothing. The god's devil clothing's beautiful eyes flickered. This Di Tian can't be judged with common sense. The big forces above have all arranged for people to come, but he's good. He won't even see a single one. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. I really can't think of what to do with the 9 origin fruits. Speaking of this, Chen Hu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The god's devil palace was famous, but they still couldn't see Di Tian. The people above wouldn't believe it. Who would dare to ignore the god's devil palace? We can only wait. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. While the outsiders were discussing, Lin Fei took the ransom money and went to the depths of the Invincible Palace. This place was specially set up by Lin Fei. Little Devil also used a special method to block it. Even if all the forces in the Invincible City gathered, they wouldn't be able to see through it. My territory, I call the shots. Lin Fei put these words into action. In fact, in the mysterious sky world and even the immortal world, it was a matter of one sentence. The sword slaves and saber slaves weren't to be trifled with, not to mention the curse mages behind them. Although Lin Fei had achieved a lot, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. Little Devil, other than finding special races and creating a powerful army, what other way is there to create an army? 2 kinds of close combat subordinates and long-range curse mages. Lin Fei still wasn't very satisfied. Lin Fei absolutely believed that the people above were all eyeing him covetously and then biting off a piece of meat from his hands. For example, increasing the strength of his hands. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to use the origin energy and let Wuming go. Through his methods, he found some special races in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Master, this isn't difficult. If it was a while ago, the system wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that Master has obtained the origin energy and the materials from their ransom, you can produce the corresponding races. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. There are races? Chapter 22:15. If it wasn't for the race, Lin Fei wouldn't have let Zhan Wuming leave the prison so that he could help him collect the special races. As soon as the little devil said the word race, Lin Fei immediately became spirited. That was good news. Although war emperors and curse mages were not bad, Lin Fei always felt that they were too monotonous. If possible, he didn't mind enriching the army a little more. Master, please look. A 3D hologram appeared in front of Lin Fei. Vivid and lifelike dynamic images appeared on the 3D screen, each one giving off a terrifying pressure. When did this thing appear? Lin Fei had never seen such a thing before. This was activated after Master obtained the origin energy. The little devil explained, at that time, Master was busy dealing with the guys above, so I didn't inform Master. Is this a blueprint? Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that there was a simple annotation below each dynamic image. The Diamond Ape race is a race in the endless universe. They are born with unparalleled divine strength and can reach the God Emperor realm in adulthood. Their growth potential is 1 star. Heaven-devouring beast, a powerful race in the endless universe. It can devour everything to grow, and when it reaches adulthood, it can reach the realm of a giant. Its growth potential is 5 stars. Flying numbness bug, a special race. They are born with the ability to release paralysis toxins that can paralyze any race. Tyrant Sky Dragon, one of the most powerful races, Lin Fei was dazzled by the variety of races. Are these all races from the endless universe? Lin Fei had even seen a few heaven-defying races reach the level of a giant just from birth, and this included the later stages of adulthood. Yes, these are the universe races collected by the system. The little devil said, Master, you should have seen it. These races are temporarily sealed. As long as the seal is opened, Master will be able to obtain the blueprints and create an identical race. Lin Fei looked again with rapt attention, and it was just as he said. Many of the motion diagrams were dark in color, while the ones that were unraveled emitted bright colors, making it easy to see at a glance. Ever since he got this system, Lin Fei had been pondering over it. Just where did this system come from? As for the original idea of modifying the game, Lin Fei had long since forgotten about it. This was definitely not the leveling system from before. Lin Fei didn't ask the question in his heart. Perhaps the system came from a more advanced place. Lin Fei felt that this was very likely. In other words, I'm now at level 1 authority, and I can unseal races with 1-star potential? Lin Fei struggled to retract his gaze. As long as Master unlocks the next level of seal, the authority will be unlocked. Lin Fei nodded. A race with 1-star potential and the strongest being was only in the God Emperor realm. This made him very unhappy. At least give him a race with 2-star potential. God Emperor realm, cannon fodder. Master, you don't have to be depressed. The little devil continued. Among the races with 1-star potential, there are actually some races that are very suitable for Master to fight. For example, puppet worms. 1-star growth potential, extremely weak combat power, but it does have a special ability that allows it to dominate the body of any race, controlling the opponent's body and devouring the opponent's soul. Lin Fei's eyes widened. That's possible? Any race? Yes, any race. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Don't tell me it doesn't differentiate by realm? Puppet worms are a magical race. They are an oddity among life forms. Their only ability is to control the body of others, and at the same time, they keep reproducing and devouring. From then on, They occupy many powerful worlds. At their strongest, they once occupied a great cosmos world. Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining. Extremely weak combat power, but it could indeed occupy a great cosmos world. And this. Another message popped up. Flying numb worm, 1-star growth potential. Born with paralysis toxin that can affect a radius of 1 kilometer. Those who are poisoned will be paralyzed for a certain period of time. This was something that Lin Fei had noticed before, and he had made a mental note of it. Master, if you use the flying numb worm to open the way and sneak into the territory of a faction, and then use it together with your army, which faction can't be attacked? There are also puppet worms. Master can also use them. Even a giant level powerhouse can't resist the control of a puppet worm. Even if one can't, no one can resist hundreds of them. The more Lin Fei listened, the more excited he became. I have indeed underestimated the magical power of some races. In the boundless universe, there are indeed many races that we don't know about. If it wasn't for the information, Lin Fei would have found it hard to imagine these races existed. Then if I buy the blueprints, can I produce these kinds of soldiers? Lin Fei thought for a moment. It was more suitable to use one word to describe it, and that was soldier. Other than soldier, Lin Fei didn't know what else to use to describe it. Yes, each blueprint needs to be purchased by the source units. During production, as long as the materials on the blueprint are matched, it can be produced. At that time, I only need to inject destiny energy to activate it. How simple! After looking at the price of the blueprints, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, so shady. The production blueprints of the flying numb worm required 500,000 source units. As for the production blueprints of the puppet worm, it was a terrifying 1 million source units. As for the others, even the cheapest ones required 100,000 source units. No wonder I didn't activate it before. I don't even have a single source units. Why should I activate it? Lin Fei sighed. He had painstakingly absorbed 9 source fruits and the source energy in the crater to obtain a total of 5 million source units. In comparison, source units were much more difficult to obtain than destiny energy units, and the conversion efficiency was not as high. 5 million units of origin energy was enough to make Lin Fei drink a pot of wine. Fortunately, I only need to buy the blueprints once. As for the materials, I can only rely on plundering. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Then, what kind of privilege mission do I need to complete to unlock the 2-star growth potential? Ding! Race privilege mission released. Players only need to accumulate 30 million source units, occupy a territory in the world of the 33 holy heavens, and hold on for a month to successfully complete the mission. Lin Fei blinked. That doesn't seem too difficult. Although this was what he thought, Lin Fei knew that if he went to the world of the 33 holy heavens, those people would definitely not let him occupy a territory. They would think of ways to deal with him. This was a matter for the future. Lin Fei quickly put it down. After all, he hadn't reached that step yet. There's no time limit for the mission, right? No.